many of our incoming elected officials and outgoing elected officials. Today is one of those great traditions that our country has had for since its inception, which is the peaceful transition of power. And with that, for the benefit of the public, we're going to follow the following schedule for today. We will now start our official council meeting to 1:30, so roll call will not be necessary. We will spend this morning on ceremonial presentations. We will start off with the following schedule. Um, at 9 a.m., member Mike Carbossi will be sworn in for his full term, followed by Councilmember Tyler Maxwell at 9:25. Then Councilmember Gary Bredfield at 9:40. And then we'll conclude the swearing in ceremonies with Mayor-elect Jerry Dyer at 9:55 in the morning, after which outgoing Council Vice President Paul Capriolio will say his official farewells. And then we'll conclude this morning ceremonies with our farewells from our Mayor Lee Brand. After that, we will break for lunch and then come back for the beginning of our official council meeting on January 7th, 2021. So now we will turn it over to all the folks in the foyer. For the public's understanding, all these ceremonial presentations are taking place in the foyer outside the council chambers. The podiums are being disinfected and sanitized after each speaker. And then after they're done with their remarks, they will be available in the council chambers, just those 4 individuals, for question and answers from our public media and press outlets. So with that, you will now hear the individuals starting off from the foyer. So give us a few minutes before our first speaker, Councilmember Mike Carbossi, begins. And council, for the benefit of the council members, the rest of the council is participating from the respective offices or homes virtually. And after each of the speakers and elected officials are sworn in or say their farewells, the council members will have an opportunity to express their gratitude and any words of wisdoms for the incoming and outgoing members of our council and mayor's office. So I would just ask that you hold your comments until after each speaker concludes with their remarks today.
Yep. So that he'll give his remarks.
How do you want us to face, like this?
Mark, how do you want us to face?
Okay. Ready?
We good?
Okay, please raise your right hand. Please state your name.
Mike Carbossi.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies?
Little difficulty.
I think we can officially hear you on the audio, so let's be patient and work with our staff as we make this as pleasant for everyone as possible. But Mike and our district attorney, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please state your name.
Mike Carbossi.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties which you are about to enter?
I swear.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I want to thank our District Attorney, Lisa Smitkamp, who is also a District 2 resident, with honoring me by administering the oath. I wasn't planning on giving a speech this morning, but this is a wonderful moment, so I'd like to speak to you in the moment. First and foremost, to the residents of this city, especially the residents and voters of District 2, thank you. Thank you for honoring me with the opportunity to represent you for a full term as your council member. It's not just an honor for me, it's also an honor for my family. My father, who's 78, is right now at home to be safe. His name is Mike Sr., although he'll tell you he's Mike Jr., and he's younger than me. But to Dad, what I want to tell you is that I know that you say you're proud of me, but the real secret is that I'm more proud of you. I'm able to say here today, I have a father who's honest, and I have a father with a good heart. And that gives me the confidence to continue to walk in your footsteps. My dear mother, Lale, lives in Toledo, Ohio, and she's working today. She may be watching now, but we've been exchanging calls and texts, and this morning she texted me again and said, I'm missing this moment. I missed the last one. Mom, I love you. You're not missing this moment because I'm a part of you, and you're here right now. It sounds cheesy, but it's true. To my fiancée, Paulette, thank you for being patient with me. When we first met, we talked about my desire to serve the public, and my mom's going to kill me for not silencing my phone because my dad was just calling me. But I just want to say thank you for being patient with me, and I'm going to get in trouble for this, but that patience goes both ways. Only kidding. You have been very supportive to me. Sometimes it's hard. You come home and you have a rough day because you're dealing with politics, but you talk things through with me and you make me stronger. Thank you so much for your support. There are a lot of people that can't be here today. My teachers growing up, my neighbors, my friends, a lot of people in the campaign who supported me and stood up with me, including our district attorney, Lisa Smitkamp. And it was very humbling for me. The last thing I want to say is it's been a tough year. 2020 has been really challenging for so many. It's challenged us economically. It's challenged us in our health. It's challenged us in our spirituality. But I'm very confident in what lies ahead. This is a new era. This is a new mayor. This is a new council. And there's a lot of opportunity ahead. I truly believe deep down inside, from what I've learned in this last 17 months as your council member, this city is poised for greatness. And I know you hear that a lot. I know they always come up here and they say that. But this is where we are. And as difficult as it's been, we know how much we have to strive to get our city to that next level, to the kind of community people want to be proud of, where they can be safe and they can have good health care and they can thrive. But at the same time, a community people want to come and invest their dollars in to create jobs, create opportunity, lower the cost of housing by building more affordable market rate housing. There's so much we have left to do. But what I see is one challenge that gets in that way, why we have to keep making that promise. We walk door to door. Every person on this council, every mayor that serves, they have to work hard to convince you to support them. We walk door to door, and you share with us your dreams and your hopes, and we tell you, we're going to make that our dreams and our hopes. And I think we sincerely mean that. But sometimes something happens that gets in the way of that, and that's politics. And you know, what we saw yesterday in our Capitol, which we haven't seen since the War of 1812, I think is an alarm that we need to raise in city halls across this country, because that can happen here. We have to stop looking at things as black or white or red or blue. We have to start looking at what's right. I'm speaking to you in the moment. When we vote in that chamber, we should vote in the moment and not say, what's better for me 4 years from now if I run for another office? Or what's better for this interest group or that interest group? The question is, what is better for the people that elected us? Looking at the campaign materials that we shared, mailed to people, and keeping those promises. It's easy to forget that. But that's what I try to do. And I think my colleagues try to do that as well. I know that there's been a lot of animosity in the past between the council and the mayor and the administration, but this is a different time. I think we need to give each other a chance. We've got to have a fresh start. We've got to have a fresh perspective. We have to work together so that we can get things done and take this community to that next level, that great place. Because we have a generation of young people that think about problems and see things in a different way, and they think for themselves, and they're critical thinkers, and they want to inherit a system, a place where they can have a say and continue to take us to a better place with more jobs, better skills, better opportunities, so people can have that great first chance and a second chance and a third chance. That's how we can create a community we're proud of. And in closing, one thing President Kennedy, who's one of my political heroes, he was young, but he was wise. And he had said, let's not seek the Republican answer or the Democratic answer. Let's seek the right answer to our problems. I firmly believe in that. We have to stop thinking about things in political terms and start doing what is right. I would be remiss, though, if I didn't also thank one person who lives in District 2 as well, who has been a real treasure to me and this community, a person who puts money where his mouth is, who has such a strong sense of social responsibility. And that is my good friend Darius Assemi. You've really shown me what it means when you rise up. Don't forget that the people, the voters out there, are the ones that elected you. And the same way they brought you up, don't forget to bring them up as well. And that doesn't just go for Fresno, that goes for all our communities in the Valley. So I thank you again. I apologize for the long speech. I'm very passionate. I'm very hopeful for 2021. If we could just put the politics aside and do what's right, Fresno has a fighting chance. Thank you again to DA Lisa Smitkamp for honoring me with administering the oath. It's now official, so I'm going to be held to a really high standard now, DA. But it is an absolute honor. Every day I come here, I am so lucky to be here, and it's because of the residents of Northwest Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comments from the council?
Golf claps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. And remember, we have Chef Paul's for you waiting out here in the hallway. So you're welcome to have breakfast now.
It is the first time I've left you all speechless. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. With that, our next incoming brand new, only because he'll be the youngest of us on the dais, is Mr. Tyler Maxwell. So we'll turn it back to the foyer as they disinfect the podium and prepare for Tyler Maxwell.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark, for being our on-the-ground quarterback this morning. Mr. Tyler Maxwell, you officially have the floor.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic?
That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter.
I do. Good morning, Fresno. I stand before you today deeply humbled by the privilege bestowed upon me by the people of District 4 to allow me to serve as their council member over the next 4 years. I would like to extend a sincere and heartfelt thank you to outgoing council member Paul Capriolio for his decade-long service to the District 4 community, especially the Fresno State and El Dorado Park neighborhoods. Council member, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service to our community. But I also stand before you today cognizant of the fact that our community is deeply hurt, that we must traverse tremendous obstacles in order to begin to heal these wounds. We're at a precarious point in our city's history where nothing is certain or guaranteed, even our collective future. I'm here today not to tell you that the path forward will be an easy one, because it most certainly won't be. I'm here to tell you that in the shadow of what remains of our community lies a silver lining, one so fine and so delicate that it's easily missed, but one that if we fail to grasp at it now, we may never have the chance to do so again. We have the opportunity today to drastically rebuild Fresno with a renewed vision of what it means for a government to serve its people. To rebuild a Fresno that truly seeks to serve everybody in our community, regardless of their background, ethnicity, zip code, religion, socioeconomic status, religion, or sexual orientation. As we continue to struggle with the effects of racial injustice, economic insecurity, and homelessness here in Fresno, we've come to find that these social elements have only been magnified, intensified in the era of COVID-19, an era of sink or swim. Those that could afford to keep their small businesses afloat, those that could afford to continue paying rent, those that could continue to afford paying for the best health care available, swam. All else have sank. 38. Today, the number 38 is an important one, because it was exactly 38 days ago that my father, Bruce Maxwell, died of COVID-19. Spent his last 3 weeks hooked up to a ventilator at the ICU of St. Agnes Hospital. You see, my dad wasn't unlike a lot of people living in District 4. He was raised on First and Ashland just like me. Went to all the schools, got a job at Duncan Ceramics in the east part of our district. And while he shared in many of the positive experiences of those living in the district, he also shared in the negative parts too. A once extremely talented artist who saw the beauty in everything that he touched. Had a debilitating accident shortly after my birth, one he would never fully recover from, one that robbed him of that beauty he used to see in the world, and one that left him dependent on pain medication. He lost his job, lost his house, he lost his marriage. He raised my sister and I on welfare and food stamps, eventually faced homelessness and a lack of access to basic health care. But just like the thousands of people whose doors I knocked on throughout my campaign, he was genuinely a good person. He never stopped reminding my sister and I of the love that he had for us. He always had a joke handy, never had a hair out of place. That was my dad. But just like the thousands of good people who I met throughout the campaign, he had fallen into dark times. And like those people, he wasn't strong enough to pick himself out of the shadows on his own. And as often common with struggling parents, the children struggled too. the significance of my presence here today is not lost upon me. I lived with friends and extended family throughout most of my childhood. I learned what welfare and food stamps were before I turned 8 years old. I slept on floors, air mattresses, couches, spare beds, whatever was afforded to me. I know what it's like to have the lights turned off on you. I know what it's like to miss that important phone call because you're late on the bill. Heck, the front bumper of my Toyota Corolla has been hanging on by duct tape alone for the last 5 years. And I think the fact that despite my background, despite these challenges, that I was still elected to serve in this capacity today doesn't necessarily say a lot about me as a person. But I think it speaks volumes about the people who elected me to be here today, for they too know what it's like to have the lights turned out on them. They know what it's like to miss that important phone call. They know what it's like to have a loved one struggling with substance abuse and be at a complete loss for what to do. They know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck, to be coming up on the first of the month and have no idea how they're going to make rent. And out of all the lessons I learned throughout my campaign, the single biggest takeaway for me was that my family's story, our struggle, wasn't just our story. It wasn't just our struggle. It was the story and the struggle of tens of thousands of people living across East Central Fresno. On March 3rd of last year, our district voted for change. It voted to cash in on those promises of prosperity and opportunity guaranteed to it by the city of Fresno for generations, only to have leaders and officials default on those promises time and time again. Well, Fresno, today's the maturity date on those promises, and I fully intend to collect. And for those watching or listening from home who may still not understand, let me put it very simply. Picking yourself up by the bootstraps doesn't work when you can't afford the damn bootstraps. In a region that acts as the breadbasket of this nation, in a city of over 115 sprawling square miles, there is no reason and there is no excuse why a Fresno family should ever go hungry or be without a roof over their heads. I find myself in an interesting position as both the youngest and least affluent member of this council, and as such, I will be a voice for our working class and a voice for our youth, two groups in particular who often find their voices stifled when it comes to the major decisions facing our city, whether that's better paying jobs, cleaner air, better access to public transportation, and our parks. Look, I'm not afraid to roll up my sleeves and get to work with a single one of my colleagues. I don't care if they're a proud Democrat. I don't care if they have a signed portrait of Donald Trump upon entering their office. I don't care if they identify as an extreme moderate or a Reagan Democrat, whatever that means. And that being said, I'm not afraid to stand up and speak out against a single one of my colleagues if it's in the best interest of my district. For those who will inevitably doubt me, seek to take advantage of me, or bully me, a word of warning. I did not go from couch surfing and food stamps to graduating high honors from UC Berkeley, becoming an investigator, campaign manager, and elected member of the Fresno City Council by the age of 28 by being naive or a pushover. Now, that being said, I certainly did not get here on my own, not by a long shot. I fully acknowledge the privilege bestowed upon me as a white man, and I recognize that privilege is not extended to everybody in our community, especially those who may not look like me. And it's for all of you that I fight for as well. I would like to just take a brief moment to thank what I call the 3 L's who helped ensure my presence here today. The first L, my loved ones, my friends and family. There's no doubt in my mind I would not be standing here today if it wasn't for all of you. In a time of my life where I only knew sadness, anger, and frustration, it was all of you who showed me love and belonging. You gave me the strength and courage to become the man that I am today, who took those angers and those frustrations and turned them into something productive so that I could give back to my community and those that I love. The second L, my brothers and sisters in the labor movement. You guys don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk, literally. You believed in my vision for Fresno's future, where good paying jobs and dignity in the workplace are some of our top priorities, where hard work and a dedication to your community are rewarded with a living wage. Thank you, brothers and sisters. And lastly, but certainly not least, our Latino community. It was our local Latino leaders who were the first to support me when I announced my candidacy. It was our local Latino youth who organized, phone banked, canvassed, knocked on doors, wrote postcards in English and Spanish to help me get my vision out across to the district. And to Latino families living in District 4, it was all of you who pushed me across the finish line and ensured my presence here today. I will never forget that. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to our Latino community. And just as I didn't get here on my own today, I can't go forward on my own either. It's a long and treacherous path ahead, but luckily I have a young, energetic, excited, and talented team joining me in service to District 4. My incoming Chief of Staff, Laura Garcia de la O, you might know her by her reputation as the last person to leave City Hall every single night. We're going to try to break that record somehow, Laura, but you have an amazing heart, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will be an asset to this district and to this office. To my incoming district and deputy district directors, Carmen Aniguez and Nabil Kirfan, I have complete faith and confidence in both of you to ensure the well-being of the District 4 families, District 4 businesses, and the 80,000 people living in District 4. And our incoming superstar, Diana Giselle, is going to be a huge asset to this office as we work to convey our vision and our mission across to the thousands of families living across District 4. To the people of District 4, I will tell you today what I told you so many times at your doorstep over the last few years. I will not stand up here and promise you the world. But here are the promises that I'm prepared to make to you today. I will never forget where I came from. I will never stop fighting for you, and I will never sell you out. Every decision that I make, every vote that I cast will be with all of you in mind. They say that hard times make strong people, and it's those strong people that help to rebuild the good times. Well, that's certainly the task that lies before us today, to rebuild Fresno, but not like the way that it was before, but in a way that truly seeks to serve everybody in our community. It'll take great strength and courage, not just from the people of Fresno, but from this council and this mayor as well. We must not blind ourselves to the reality that Fresno's not a perfect city, and perhaps it may never be. But we must not also allow ourselves to cling to that bleak cynicism that says we can't make meaningful strides towards that vision through hard work, determination, and unity. We must move forward from this day on with boldness, free from fear or shame, and with the assurance that history is on our side. There is no equality without equity, there is no liberty without justice, and there is no path forward without unity. I love you, Dad. Thank you all. God bless you all, and God bless the great city of Fresno, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler Maxwell. I see Councilmember Chavez would like to say a few words. You have your hand up, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you, President Arias. I just want to welcome our new colleague. I joked with him the other day. I said that he actually lowered the average age of the city council by a lot. And as some of our other colleagues have framed it, the millennials are taking over at City Hall. So we've got three of them actually now. I'm more of a senior millennial for my colleague there, but as not just the numerical neighbor, but the geographic neighbor, I just want to tell Tyler I'm looking forward to working with him. We share the 180 corridor there, southeast. We got a lot of common interests there, and I'm just looking forward to working with him. I know he's a hard worker. He's got a lot of energy, a lot of ideas. We're going to help him make those happen in our city, because I know that his heart's in the right place and he wants to do the right thing for his constituents. So welcome, Councilmember Maxwell. Looking forward to you showing me how to use technology a little better. I know that you millennials, it's wired into your DNA, but as the senior millennial, I'm going to need some help. So welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. To my new fellow council member, very excited. I also want to just welcome him to this, great team. I want to first say, go Bears.
Go Bears.
And second, I feel fired up this morning and ready to go and continue to work hard, because, we gain a new member that has the energy, that has the passion. You heard it in his speech. Eager to tackle a lot of the issues that we've already been working on, but knowing that we're going to have someone that is solid, that is not going to waver, that is committed to his values, and that won't sell our community out. And so that's what I'm excited about. So welcome aboard, and let's get some really good stuff done for the working families of this great city.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Now I'll just close it off with Member Maxwell. You've already, as the youngest member of this council, had a significant influence on today and on this council. In your honor, I officially dyed my beard and my hair so I can fit in with the millennials. So it's a one-time honor, so don't get used to it, but know that you've already had an influence for the week. So congratulations and welcome to the council. It looks like the most elder member of this leadership team, Mayor-elect Dyer, is popping up his video. So we're gonna go ahead and give him an opportunity to welcome somebody who's like 50 years younger than he is. So Mayor Dyer.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to just say welcome, Tyler, and I look forward to working with you so much. You know, we had a great meeting yesterday, and we've had a series of great meetings leading up to this. I know you're going to represent District 4 very well, but I also know you're going to represent the entire city of Fresno very, very well. And you are definitely, as I've told you before, an up-and-comer, someone that I've already grown to respect and admire. And I look forward to working with you over the next 4 years. I believe collectively, you, myself, the entire council, I look forward to working with all of you to do some incredible things for the city of Fresno. So God bless you, Tyler, and welcome aboard.
Thank you. God bless you, Mayor.
And Mayor, Member Chavez wanted me to just let you know that I still have some dye left over if you want to cover up the mustache a little.
Is it getting too gray? I'm sorry.
Millennials, so.
Thanks, Miguel.
With that, council, we will allow Member Gary Bredefield to also get prepared as they sanitize and disinfect the podium, so he can also officially be sworn in and give his welcoming remarks. So let's be on standby for Councilmember Bredefield.
You can come closer a little bit. There you go. Take that reading. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California, that you'll take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do.
Congratulations, Dad.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much to my son Derek and my wife Susan. I want to thank the people who made this possible for me. First and foremost, I want to thank my family. my fantastic wife, Susan, who has always supported me, as have my two sons, Jordan and Derek, and my daughter, Amy. Derek, himself a very young and bright lawyer, flew here to administer the oath, which has made the ceremony very special for me. Most importantly, I want to thank the people of District 6 in Northeast Fresno. They have given me the honor to serve them once again. I can assure you that I will continue to be your voice at City Hall. I will fight on your behalf to improve the entire city. I am honored to have earned your trust. I never take it for granted, and I will always serve you with honesty and integrity. My life has been about public service. I've spent 27 years helping veterans as a clinical psychologist at the VA hospital, 3 years as a naval lieutenant in the United States military, and 8 years now as an elected official. As I enter my third and final term on the Fresno City Council, it's clear we face many significant challenges. We have escalating crime. We've had 5 murders this year already. We have increased homelessness all over our highways and throughout our city. A pandemic that has resulted in businesses being destroyed because of terribly destructive policies coming out of Sacramento. Children that have been hurt through extended school closures. Politicians pushing radical agendas that promote bigger government, weaken criminal laws, and hurt our economy. My colleagues and I clearly want to improve our city, and each member has their own views on the best way to do that. We often agree, and sometimes we strongly disagree. As a lone conservative and Republican on the council, I believe in certain principles, and they guide my decisions. First of all, I believe in the Constitution. This is the law of the land. It is not a work in process, but it's to be taken literally. I just took an oath swearing allegiance to defend the Constitution for the 4th time, 3 times as an elected official, and once when I entered the military as a United States Naval Lieutenant. The oath says, and I quote, "I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same." Those are not just words to me. They mean everything. And yet we've witnessed a governor and other local elected officials support unconstitutional mandates that have closed businesses, destroyed lives, and destroyed livelihoods. We've seen churches closed, but abortion clinics remain open. Most troubling is we've seen elected officials from both parties, endorse and support these insane, unconstitutional, and destructive policies in clear violation of the oath I took today and in clear violation of every elected official. I believe in the freedom of religion. The churches should never have been closed. I believe in freedom of speech, whether you like the speech or not. I believe in the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms, which is why I oppose law-abiding CCW permit holders from being banned last year from entering City Hall. I believe in traditional and family values, the sanctity and importance of the family. I believe in the critically important roles of fathers and mothers in their children's lives. People talk about toxic masculinity. We believe in strong fathers. I believe in the sanctity of life and that all lives matter, including the unborn. I believe abortion is evil. I believe there is behavior that is right versus wrong, good versus evil, moral versus immoral, and just versus unjust. I believe in law and order. I condemn all violence and destruction of property, which is why I condemned the violence that took place at our nation's capital yesterday, and why I condemned all the violence that took place in cities across our nation during the summer, while others remained silent. Many who criticized what happened at the Capitol said nothing about what took place during the summer. I believe in the strengthening of criminal laws, not weakening them as has occurred with Props 47, 57, AB 109, and zero bail. The weakening of criminal laws, along with Governor Newsom, releasing 20,000 inmates into our community, handing out 20,000 needles to drug addicts every Saturday outside Roding Park, which has been going on for decades. These are the reasons we have skyrocketing crime and murders in our streets. These insane policies can no longer be ignored. They must be changed if we're to seriously stop the rampant crime. I believe in personal responsibility and accountability. I believe in equal opportunity for everyone, not equal outcome, which is nothing more than socialism. A job, I believe, is the greatest way to help someone and keep them out of poverty, not dependency on a government check. I believe in low taxes and minimal regulations and small government. And these are the principles that have guided everything that I do. These are the principles that guide me as I address serious problems facing our city. I want my constituents to know that I will continue to speak out strongly against policies that hurt our city and support those that advance it. I will continue to focus on the priorities that my constituents want. Specifically, I will fight against government overreach, which we've seen over the last 10 months, when we went from a 14-day stop the curve to a 10-month nightmare. I'll fight against intruding in people's lives as we witness these destructive lockdowns. And I will continue to strongly support our police department. I'll work to hire more police officers and firefighters and defend them, not defund them. Increase the homeless task force rather than weaken it. Continue to seek to remove the homeless from our highways. End the anti-business culture at City Hall and ensure that taxpayer money is spent wisely and in a transparent fashion. I will mitigate the expansion of big government at City Hall and fix our streets and sidewalks. That's what people want. These are clearly difficult and challenging times, but I have no doubt, we'll be successful if we stand and fight for the principles and values that have made our city and this nation great. I will continue that fight. I will never back down, never. In fact, I will double down and then triple down on my efforts to make sure we end this cycle of violence, improve our economy, support our police, and speak out strongly against radical and destructive policies that hurt our city, no matter where they come from, Sacramento, Washington, or even out of this building. You know, our country remains the land of opportunity, and no matter what your socioeconomic background, sex, gender, sexual orientation, or race, through one's own hard work and God-given talent, you can achieve the American dream and accomplish great things. That's why people from all over the world want to be in this country. I intend to be a positive force to ensure those opportunities exist for every citizen and family in our city. I again want to thank you, and may God continue to bless Fresno and the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield.
Council President Arias?
You have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate my colleague on his reelection, and he's right. He's a very, as you can tell now, he's a very sparky. He's not a millennial. He's a senior millennial.
Ouch.
But yeah, senior millennial plus. But you know, to my colleague's point, he's right, and I think that's what makes this one of the best countries in the world. The fact that we could have very different opinions and views and still come together to try to make this city a better place. And I just want to tell him that publicly. You know, we've been on opposite ends of discussions, of debates, but I've always maintained that decorum, that mutual respect. I'm going to continue to do that with him. And I know he'll do that just as well. And I think it's only fitting that, you know, my district is in the middle of 4 and 6, because I think that goes across the spectrum with different ideas. But in all honesty, that's what makes our city so amazing. that we can have this disagreements, we can have the dialogue, the debate, and at the end of the day, we all want to get to that same place where we're trying to make this city a better place for our residents. These ceremonies remind me a lot of that old saying that as elected officials, we're all just passing through here. And at some point, everybody here that's currently elected will give their farewell wish, just like our outgoing mayor and our outgoing council member. But at the end of the day, it's what we leave behind. It's the relationships we build. And more importantly, it's the constituents that we serve. Because at the end of the day, each and every one of us will return to that, public life. I just wanted to publicly thank my colleague for serving. And, like you said, there'll be some times when we're on an agreement, sometimes when we're not. But I'm looking forward to the work ahead of us. And I know that he rolls up his sleeves, I roll up my sleeves, and, we'll meet in the middle somewhere. So thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Luis. I also want to say, I want to echo everything you said and appreciate your hard work and all that you do. And I know as an incoming council president, you're going to do a phenomenal job. And you're absolutely right. Many times we agree. Sometimes we disagree. But we both, and all the council members I know, in their heart want to improve the city. We have different points of view, different vantage points. But I have no doubt everybody believes when they make a decision that they think it's the best interest of the city. That I have no doubt.
Councilwoman Soya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I didn't get a chance to chime in earlier with Councilmember Carbasi, so I'll do a 2-for-1 right now. I do want to congratulate both Councilmember Carbasi. One, he's entering.
Councilwoman Soya, you went on mute.
Oops. And also congratulate Councilmember Gary Bredefeld on his second term. I know that, to get through elections, it's tough, but I think the toughest part is once you're in it, the governing. And so I look forward to continuing to work with both of them. I've had an opportunity to actually co-sponsor a number of things with both of them, even Councilmember Carbasi, even though he is newer. He's hit the ground running fast and has been, quickly learn the ropes around here and, sponsored policy. So it's been amazing to see the work and, congratulations to your family. And there's a lot of work ahead of us. So I look forward to working with both of you.
Thank you, Esmeralda. Appreciate that.
We'll go to our mayor, Mayor Dyer.
Thank you, Council President. Gary, longtime friend. I was in the police department when you were initially on the council. You did a lot of great things then. I know you're doing great things for your district now. I look forward to working with you, and I'm going to, hopefully over the next 4 years, I'm going to work on you so we can increase your passion a little bit. I know at times you lack passion on issues. All kidding aside, you know that you and I share so many common beliefs about what's good for this city, what's good for this county. And I look forward to working with you. And, my job at times, I think as the mayor, is going to be to be the middle person on issues and truly try to make this a united council and one Fresno. And so, and I too did not get to make any comments about Mike Carbasi, but I did want to just say congratulations, Mike. You are a incredible human being, and I look forward to working with you as well. And Luis, Council President, incoming President Luis Chavez, I love your demeanor, I love your views, I love your perspective and the way that you bring people together. And I look forward to working with you as Council President this coming year. So, and I'm going to be leaving now to go do the ceremony myself. So.
Well, let me just say something, Jerry. I really am looking forward to the next 4 years working with you. You also bring a tremendous passion and a real presence, which I like tremendously. And you're right, we do share a lot of values and beliefs. We're going to differ. You and I both know that. We've talked about that. I will always point out where you're wrong, and hopefully you will listen to me. But no, I'm really looking forward to it, Jerry. I think the city's got great things in the future for the next 4 years with you leading it, and happy to be working with you.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate you guys.
You
I'll
got
see you over in a little bit.
Okay,
Thank you,
you,
Mayor.
everyone. Appreciate it.
And thank you, Gary. I do want to say thank you, Gary, for committing to work with me for the next few years to remind the mayor how often he's wrong and making sure we correct his path. And I'm sure, Luis will be trying to land the plane without any fuel most of the time, and he's not really good at landing. But the one thing I will always value is the private and public conversations we have, Gary. We have dramatically different lived experiences.
Yeah.
But as you said, and I agree with you, we both want a better city, and we're both going to continue to push for that. And so I look forward to those conversations, that discourse, and then officially the compromise that we all need to reach so we continue to move our city forward. And Gary, I think you and I are going to be partnering a lot on making sure we correct the path of Mayor Dyer. So,
Well, thank you, Miguel. I appreciate your comments very much.
all right, with that, we'll wait for Mayor Dyer, who has promised us a 2-minute speech of acceptance. He has spent 20 years with the podium in the trunk of his car, so he's had plenty of time and airways to give a magnanimous speech. So while we disinfect and sanitize the podium, Tommy, one of your first jobs is going to be to keep the mayor on time and on task. So if he goes above 10 minutes, we're going to revolt this afternoon with pulling a bunch of items from the agenda. So you've been fairly warned.
Thank you for the warning.
mask on. Do I have Martin? Yep.
All right, Mayor Dyer, we are ready whenever you are. You have the floor.
Well, thank you. It is my honor today to have my children, Janelle Hastings and Jeremy Dyer, administer the oath of office. And I'll be placing my left hand on the Bible with my wife, Diane, holding the Bible.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that you will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that you take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do. You know, I'm very grateful today and very humbled to be standing before all of you, the citizens of Fresno. I'm grateful for the opportunity that God has given me to serve as the mayor of this great city, a city that I love, and a city that I protected as a police officer for 40 years. It is truly an honor and a privilege, and I'm humbled. I'm also thankful today to have my family with me. My two children who have administered the oath of office, my daughter-in-law Elise and my son-in-law Corey, to be able to have my wife Diane with me. We've been married 40 years. We've been together since our freshman year in high school. And she's been my rock. And I'm so grateful for her in my life. And I'm thankful to have my mom and my dad here with me today. Anna and Don, they have been pillars in my life and are the ones that truly have taught me a strong work ethic. And my sister, who has been my protector, my bigger sister, Diane, is with me as well. And it's tough growing up with your sister being Diane Dyer and now my wife, Diane Dyer. And oftentimes they confuse the two, but I always say my wife is the nicer one. And I'm blessed to be able to have my grandchildren. I have 5 grandchildren, Aiden and Declan and Sawyer and Trinity and Charlotte, the newest addition. And I want to, before I get into my comments, I want to say thank you to Lee Brand, the outgoing mayor of this city. Lee has sacrificed greatly in Planning Commission and the City Council as the mayor of this city. He has served this community extremely well. And I want to say thank you, Lee, for all of the assistance that you've given me during this time of transition in opening up City Hall so that I could truly understand and learn the mayor's office. I also want to thank you for the financial stability that you have given us with a $35 million reserve. It is so important to us as a city as we go forward. There's no doubt there's been some challenging times this past year in our city and across America. When we face the pandemic, we have seen, unfortunately, social unrest in our city and across this country, as well as yesterday at our U.S. Capitol. We've experienced fires, the creek fires in our backyard that have devastated families and taken homes. And over the last year, we've seen skyrocketing crime rates within our community that has been talked about. There's been many lessons learned along the way. We've learned to appreciate those things in life that we previously took for granted. We've learned the importance of listening and accepting the views of others. We've learned to appreciate family. We've learned to appreciate our health, and we've learned to appreciate our freedoms. And it's unfortunate that we have seen businesses forced to close their doors and never to open again. We have seen unemployment numbers skyrocket, causing people to stand in food lines for the first time in their lives. And far too many, like Tyler Maxwell, has seen a loved one pass away as a result of COVID. And it appears that your worst is yet to come with the most recent surge, which has overwhelmed the hospitals, our morgues, and our funeral homes. The vaccine cannot come fast enough. As such, I'm committed to working closely with the county health officials to ensure the vaccine is distributed timely to first responders and to our most vulnerable population in our community. I'm also committed to do all that we can as a city to prevent the unnecessary spread of COVID-19 as we safely reopen business in our city as well as schools. I've spent the last 10 months since being confirmed into office listening, going on a learning tour, in addition to what I learned walking precincts throughout our city. I believe I have a good sense as to what the people of Fresno and this city truly want. They want a city that is united and not divided. Regardless of skin color, income levels, zip codes, or political party, they want one Fresno. And that is what I'm going to provide to the citizens of this community. They want us to set aside our petty politics and do the right thing for the right reason for the people of Fresno. They want us to be inclusive, to be prosperous, to have a beautiful city where people take pride in their neighborhood and their community. They want a government that listens, keeps its promises, and a government that is owned by the people. They want a culture at City Hall that says, we work for you. And that is exactly what they're going to get. We are going to deliver that to them as a city. We're going to begin with an initiative called Housing the Homeless. You know, it's unfortunate that we have people who are unfortunate of falling on hard times. They're out in our community, who are homeless, living on in our neighborhoods, living on our freeways, which we cannot allow. We're going to begin our Housing the Homeless effort on our freeways. I've been working over the last several months with the governor's office as well as Caltrans and CHP, and we are going to be relocating those individuals from the freeway into housing beginning this month. And I am anticipating within the next 45 days to 60 days, our freeways will not have homeless people on them. I've had several conversations as of late with a number of our council members and have taken into consideration many of the things that they say. And there's one thing we all agree on. We've lost our curb appeal as a city. And so a second initiative that we will be launching is called Beautify Fresno. This will be a very comprehensive, sustained initiative that will allow us to take all of the resources that we have in the city that touch some form of beautifying this city, whether it's our sidewalks, our streets, picking up litter, the graffiti abatement. We're going to be merging all of those different functions under one department in the city, and we're going to be working closely with many of our allied agencies so that we can restore the curb appeal in Fresno, because there's no question we've lost our curb appeal. I'm working with council so that we can identify those neighborhoods that are most in need. Neighborhoods, unfortunately, have been left behind. And we're going to be conducting what's called neighborhood blitzes, taking all of our resources along with volunteers into those neighborhoods and restoring them. The third thing is that Fresno remains number 2 in poverty in the state of California. We must grow our economy. Our high unemployment rates historically have caused people to be out of work and forced them to be on public subsidies. We have to create inclusive economic development in our city, and we will. You see, we're in the heart of California, in the center of 40 million people. We do not have the traffic congestion of many big cities. We have an available workforce, and with that, all of those things, we have truly the ability to rebound faster than any other city in our state when it comes to economic development. In the next 30 days, I'll be working with the County of Fresno so that we can agree upon a tax sharing agreement. I see Mr. Brandow here. That is important that we might be able to continue annexation of property into the city, and that annexation will allow us to have industrial development and increased housing. It's important that we have our South Central specific plan put in place with an environmental impact study that will allow us to continue with our industrial development and in turn provide jobs to our city. And I will be initiating over the next 30 days a review of our business processes in the city of Fresno, examining our culture, our business model, and the resources that are needed so that we can expedite inspections and the plan checks and the permitting that unfortunately far too often cause delays in our business environment in Fresno. I am committed to creating a red carpet concierge service for people who come to City Hall, because people who come to City Hall want to see a yes mindset, and they want a culture that says, we work for you, and we're going to provide that to them. We're also going to have a refocused, or a renewed focus, I should say, on our downtown development. You know, far too often our downtown has been left behind, and the truth is, great cities have great downtowns, and we're going to make sure downtown Fresno is great. We're going to increase the housing population in downtown Fresno from 3,000 people to 10,000 people so that we can sustain a nightlife in our downtown area. And that is going to be through mixed use and through having an entertainment venue downtown, not only at Chachansey Park, but at our convention center, where it is my hope that we're able to have professional soccer restored. And one of the first orders of business for me is next Monday is to swear in our new police chief for the city of Fresno, Chief Paco Valderrama. This last year, we've seen violent crime rate skyrocket in our city. The first 4 days of this year, we saw 5 murders in our city. Last year, we had far too many homicides, 74 murders in the city of Fresno, eclipsing the prior years. 300 and over 360 or 330 shootings in our city last year. That's 360 more shootings than we had the year before. Coming from a law enforcement background, that is something that is so important to me, and I know it's important to everyone in Fresno. I was on the phone this past Sunday with Paco Valderrama so that he would establish a violent crime reduction strategy that will reduce gang violence and violence overall in this city. And you will be hearing more about that this coming week. I'm also working with Chief Valderrama to pursue the implementation of the 73 recommendations that have been provided to us by the Commission on Police Reform. It is so important that we take the things that we've learned from our community members and implement them in the Fresno Police Department so that we can have a better department and a department that people will trust. And I am committed to working with the council to implement those recommendations, but I'm also committed to working with the council to add whatever additional resources we need in the Fresno Police Department so that we can ensure the safety of our community, as well as to ensure that the duties that they're performing are the duties that they need to perform. And other duties will be shifted to folks who are more able and more capable of doing those. In the next 45 days, I'll be working with council to establish an oversight committee for those police recommendations. And last, but certainly not least, our youth of today want their voices heard and should have their voices heard, because our youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. And I plan on giving them an opportunity to have their voice heard by establishing a Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, by having youth forums beginning with this coming week when I'll be meeting with YLI. I had a conversation with their leadership last night, but I want to hear from them. They are solution-oriented, they are creative, and they are the future of our city. And in closing, I want to say this. You know, I learned a lot over the last 10 months since being elected to be the mayor of this city. I've walked neighborhoods. I've sat down in living rooms with people who shared an opposing view to me, people that perhaps had different political beliefs. But after having a lengthy conversation with him and focusing on the things that are most common to us, we were able to come to an agreement that we want a beautiful city, we want a prosperous city, we want a government that works for the people, we want a government that is inclusive and not exclusive, and we want a government and a city hall that truly says, we work for you, the citizens of Fresno, and that's what we're going to provide. I've had many people over the last few months ask me, are you sure this is what you want? Is this what you signed on for? And the answer is yes, exactly. And yes, we have many, many challenges that lie before us. But I'm an eternal optimist. And I believe that we have many more opportunities than we do challenges. I am committed to working with our 7 council members and doing the very, very best, not only for their districts, but for this entire community. I want to say thank you. God bless you. I appreciate you supporting me and allowing me to serve as your mayor. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Any words from the council? I see Councilmember Chavez. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, President. I want to congratulate publicly our incoming mayor. I know he's no stranger to the building, but I do have a very specific phrase for him. Welcome to Thunderdome, where it's rough and tumble, and sometimes it's nice. But like I said, you're no stranger to the building. You've been around as a police chief, mayor. You've seen the inner workings of the place, and I really like what I heard today about your vision, not just for certain parts of the city, but for the city as a whole. I'm looking forward to working with you. You know how I work. Sometimes, I'll be there. Sometimes, perhaps not. But I'm always willing to work and listen. And one of the things I do want to publicly thank you for, and I've seen this the last 9 months, is you've actually gone into places, events, and venues that weren't necessarily too welcoming to you. And I could see that it might have been a little bit uncomfortable, but we got uncomfortable together, specifically that gang meeting we had over at the fairgrounds, where you got there, you listened to a lot of what the young folks were saying at a time when we've had a number of gang shootings, number of gang murders and gang violence. And, I want to tell you publicly that we appreciate that. I think that's going to be your MO going forward. And, everything you mentioned, I was thinking back, and, Monday was actually my official 10th year anniversary of being here in the building. I've seen 3 transitions now with mayors. And, I've seen you hit the ground running, your team. You've assembled a great team, the Get It Done team. Well, we use another word, but I won't say that because I know we're on public air. But it's a go-getter, do it, very actionable team. I have full confidence in them. Looking forward to working with them. And the last thing I'll say is, everything you mentioned, it doesn't require a secret sauce or a secret recipe. Matter of fact, it's not rocket science. It's actually simple math. You got to count to 4, 5 if it's a budget item. And that's basically what it boils down to. And I know you're going to work hard to get there. We're going to work hard with you to get there as well. So congratulations. And again, welcome to Thunderdome.
Thank you. And now let me go to Councilmember Tyler. And Jerry, just before Councilmember Tyler begins, as a reminder, you need 4 votes to keep your parking space. So just keep that in mind.
You've already taken away an office next to me. Between December 1st and January 1st, I come in and there's a wall that took two of my office spaces, Miguel. I don't know how that happened, but I got my people over there working in a corner. That's all right.
We tear down walls here. We tear down walls, Jerry. So the honeymoon has begun, or it might be over yet. So, Mr. Maxwell, you have the floor.
Hey, Mayor, I just wanted to say congratulations to you. Sincerely looking forward to working alongside you. I don't know if you remember me back then, but I started my professional career as a CSI several years ago here in Fresno.
I do.
Probably had a little bit more blood on me back then. I don't know if you recognize me. But I look forward to working alongside you now, Mayor. I know that, and we talked about this, we're going to have differences as we go forward, and we acknowledge that. But I know you're somebody, Mayor, that even one day we have a difference on a Thursday. Friday, we're going to come into the office, going to get along, and we're going to start working for the families of Fresno. And so sincerely looking forward to your leadership and our partnership. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sawyer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome officially on board, Mayor Dyer. Just excited to be able to personally congratulate you. Excited to be able to work. I'm excited to hear some of the things that you spelled out as part of your vision, which are some of the issues that I've been extremely passionate about over the last 6 years. Young people has been one of them. So I'm glad today to hear from two of the new folks coming on board that young people is, an issue that they will be working on. And so I love that. I know that, when we invest in young people, we invest in the future of Fresno. And so I'm excited about that. I know I've had an opportunity to work with you already, Mayor, when you were a chief. And I will say that anytime we needed to get something done, you got it done. And anytime I came to you because we needed something in my district, when it came to the police department, you helped me out. And so I appreciate the friendship and the work that we've been able to do over this last 6 years. And I look forward to my next 2 years working with you hard to make sure that the vision that you have, which I know that you've taken those pieces that you've heard from all the folks that you've met with, including the council members, to be part of our vision. I'm excited about that because we do have to do it together. And so, yeah, we may not agree 100% of the time, but I can almost bet you that we will agree more than what we will disagree. So congrats, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Esme. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Esparza and then Butterfield.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty well known for my candor, so I do want to welcome you to the jungle. I know you've stepped in it before, but there's new places you're discovering, I think, right now. And I want to say it's been a sincere pleasure to work with you over the last couple months as you made the transition. And, to echo what my colleagues have said, of course, we're not going to agree all the time, but I hope that our good working relationship is going to result in substantial and tangible positive changes for our neighborhoods all across the city. So I just wanted to tell you that I very much have enjoyed working with you thus far, and looking forward to continuing that.
Thank you, Nils.
Councilmember Butterfield.
Yeah, Jared, just want to, formally congratulate you, although of course I have, and congratulate your family because it's always involves the family, as we all know. Want to welcome your fantastic team headed by Tommy Escada. I don't think you could have picked anybody better to head the team than Tommy. And I know you got great folks underneath Tommy who are going to do great things. I'm real excited about the plan that you have to deal with getting rid of the homeless on our highways. It's something that I've been battling. Miguel has worked with me on this as well. And it is a real stain on our city that when people come in, they see homeless everywhere and them bunkered out, and it's gotten only worse. And our citizens are screaming for something to be done. And I know you've got a plan in place that I think can be effective if the governor works with you and works with us to address that very serious problem. And so I'm really excited about the next 4 years. And, we have a longstanding friendship, so I always feel very positive about that. And I know we're going to get great things done over the next 4 years with you at the helm as mayor. So looking forward to it, and congratulations for a great job in getting into this building as the next mayor.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you for fighting that fight, as all of you have, on making sure that we're able to not displace our homeless, but to place them into housing. And I can tell you for certain, the first order of business Tuesday when I took the initial oath was signing a letter that we sent to Governor Newsom, gaining his support for our plan called Project Off-Ramp, that is going to off-ramp these individuals not only from the freeway, but a life of homelessness into housing. And I can also say the meetings we have with the governor's office that deal with homelessness have said to us, my team, that they deal with state or cities throughout the state of California that have homeless folks that are on the freeways, and they've been reluctant to do anything with it. However, they had never seen a sophisticated plan as we have in presenting it to them, having outreach workers that are making the point of contact, to have a transportation plan in place, putting these individuals into housing, and so they said without a doubt they're going to get to yes. So I'm very confident that we're going to implement that in the next week or two, and we're going to take back our freeways and make sure those individuals get into a life of productivity.
Sounds great, Jerry, and I know you're leading that effort, and I applaud it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Council. Jerry, I think I'm the last one, so congratulations officially. I think you and I are going to get along, given that we have a warped sense of humor, and it's going to help us in the process. But in all seriousness, you know, our conversations the last few months have been really significant. It reminds me of my Fresno Unified days, being on the phone with you at 10 o'clock at night when we had a crisis at a school or a bomb threat or a social media, you know, threat. And we were always focused on how do we keep kids safe? How do we inform and notify parents? And how do we, you know, create a calmness and a safety and security for the community? So that's going to be no different here in your new role. I think you're very, you understand that I'm going to be very direct and transparent with you, that prosperity for the city cannot take place if it comes at the expense of any corner of our city. So when we look to create jobs, when we look to invest in infrastructure, we have to do so not only with the thought of counting to 4 or 5 or looking at every council district, but the whole city must grow and prosper together, and we can't leave any one neighborhood behind. We've had generations of that already take place, and we're crawling ourselves out of that big historical hole of the investment that's been created, especially in South Fresno. You've walked the streets, you've driven the potholes roads that we have, you've seen the investment take place. So, you know, we're going to work with you to make sure that you fulfill your One Fresno vision, and make sure that we also hold you, quite frankly, accountable for One Fresno being One Fresno, that the amenities that we have in North Fresno, we have in South Fresno, the job prosperity we have in, you know, East Fresno, we have in West Fresno, the health and access to parks, the access to roads that don't require your car to be, you know, completely realigned every 6 months, that takes place everywhere. So I know that you walk those neighborhoods as chief, you understand them. We've had a historical 2020. It's time for us to rebuild Fresno, rebuild it with Fresno workers, keeping our tax dollars here, and making sure that those who need the opportunity and the bootstraps and the boots get them in a way that helps them. So on your off-ramp proposal, all we're going to do is make sure that there's also an on-ramp to housing and to sustainable livelihoods, because, you know, everybody wants to see people off the freeways. They just don't care to know where they go. And as a council member who's going to embrace those residents, because whether you're homeless or not, you're still residents of our city, we're going to make sure that they have adequate, safe housing, and that they're able to sustain themselves to get out of that situation that they're in. So your off-ramp proposal will be strengthened by our on-ramp ideas and resources and commitment to see everyone, you know, prosper in the city. So congratulations, and remember, 4 votes takes away your parking spot. So don't pick fights that are not necessary.
Well, thank you, Council President. I appreciate working with you, and you know, you have an incredible work ethic, and you know, it's unfortunate that people of Fresno don't get to see what happens behind the scenes here at City Hall. But again, being on the phone at 10, 11 o'clock at night with you, with other council members, and seeing the work ethic, I don't think people have an appreciation of that in Fresno, because they're not here at City Hall or they're not on the phone with us at night. So I want to say thank you, and I am committed to One Fresno, One Vision, One Voice coming out of City Hall, so that we can collectively do the things that we all know that are important. And do want to recognize my staff. I want to recognize Tommy Escueda, who is a superstar, rock star, city manager. He moves 100 miles an hour, and we've been working together the last several months, 10, 12 hours a day on initiatives. And he has hired 3 assistant city managers that are great as well. Francine Kane came from the district attorney's office. Greg Barfield, who has worked in the council as an aide before, an assistant, but is now and was in transportation as a director, and is now an assistant city manager. And we also have Georgianne White, a returner to City Hall, who did 8 years as chief of staff for Ashley Swearingen, 8 years for Alan Autry as the chief of staff, and as you know, Gary, worked for you in your office before. So superstar team. And in my office, I have Matthew Grundy, who is our deputy mayor. He was prior the executive director for Habitat for Humanity, tremendous vision and tremendous passionate leader, as well as Tim Orman, a returning chief of staff. He was Lee Brand's chief of staff, and he's working for me. And Tim does an incredible job. And Chris Montalongo, who is his deputy chief of staff. And then our communications director, Santaya Rose, needs no introduction, from ABC 30. And then Fabiola Ramirez, who came from Channel 2447, is our assistant communications director. And my executive assistant that keeps me on time, Sarah Boren. And I am so grateful for those folks. And I have John Ellis as my government relations person. And more than ever, we need communication with the state of California, Governor Newsom's office, as well as in the federal communication. And John does that very, very well every day, keeps us informed. So again, thank you, Council. I look forward to working with you, and I mean that. We will have our differences, but I do believe all of our hearts are committed to this city, and we're going to do an incredible thing over the next several years. So God bless you guys, and thank you for your service, and I mean that.
Thank you, Mayor. And Member Maxwell wanted me to remind you that now that we've taken the White House, the Senate, Congress, and the state, that you're welcome to join the Democratic Party. So we are a large party, a big party. So anytime, Jerry, you're welcome to join us. So
Tyler,
We have a big tent. We accept everyone.
Tyler, you told me yesterday you were going to let council members speak for you.
Hey, you're free to be whatever you want, Jerry. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I think the incoming mayor's slogan of One Fresno is also exactly the number of days that he got a honeymoon.
Well, you know, I know between Tuesday and Wednesday, I worked about 35 hours. So it feels good to be back in the game. I mean that. So thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you, Fresno.
thank you, Mayor. All right, Council. Now we're going to move on to our farewells. We're going to start off with Council Vice President Paul Capriolio, who's had the opportunity to be Council President twice during his 9-year tenure as they disinfect and sanitize the podium. We'll allow that, and then we'll of course finish our morning session, our morning ceremonial part of the meeting today with our outgoing Mayor Lee Brand. So thank you, Council, and we'll wait for Council Vice President Capriolio.
have Mark Standard pointing his finger at me, so I don't know if that means stop or go. Help me out, Mark. I need no introduction, of course. Well, good morning, everyone. As I traditionally do, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Council Vice President.
One more time, good morning, everyone.
Buenos dias.
Buenos
Good
dias.
morning.
Thank you. Thank you. That'll be the last time you have to hear that from me. So I had to do that one more time before I leave. So, this is the most exciting moment, most exciting morning for those who spoke before me. And I want to offer them my sincerest congratulations to each one of them. Best of luck to each one of them. And you are about to embark on a journey of a lifetime. And if I can be of any help or service after today, I'm willing to do anything I can to help you as individuals or the city of Fresno. So please take advantage of that, if you will. I'd like to start by saying a few words about Lee Brand. Lee, I want to thank you for your 12 years of service as an elected and many years of service as planning commissioner and other commissions you've been on during your tenure in the city of Fresno. Lee and I have spoke many times about the long and challenging journey he's traveled to get to his place in Fresno history. He rose from humble roots to a successful career in both business and politics, ultimately becoming the mayor. A dream come true for him. I've seen firsthand his combination of determination and cool common sense that has been the hallmark of his tenure at city government. I want to especially commend him on his 22 acts as a councilman and as the mayor. As a result, Lee, Fresno is a better position because of BL. What is BL? Before Lee. So Lee, thank you so much. Thank you most importantly for your friendship. It was very, very meaningful to me over the years. As far as my comments, I listed 3 words here, and I want to stay with those. The words are, from my heart, gratitude, optimism, humility, and family. Gratitude. My message of gratitude is to all those that have been on this journey with me for over 11 years. I thank each and every one of them for being with me, helping me, and making a success of the time I've had here at City Hall. I also want to express gratitude to those that have breathed life into District 4. Without you, I could not have done that. This only happens with teamwork from every single person in the city of Fresno. All the co-employees. I'm an employee of the city. The mayor is an employee of the city. We are all co-employees. And as long as we work together to benefit our community, Fresno will continue to be a great community. Excuse me. Told everyone I would not break that crying rule. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get sentimental here. So anyway, I want to thank the mayor, his team, especially Tim, Jim, Bruce, John, Mark, many, many others that have helped get through the times that we've been through in the last decade for me. I also wanted to thank all department heads, city managers, Public Works, Ryan Russell, Scott Mosier. I could go on and on and on. Every person that I've had the privilege of working with, thank you. Great gratitude from my heart. And I see an old friend of mine to the side, Steve Brandow. We started this adventure together, this amazing journey, and he's continuing, and I will be leaving. My second word is optimism. I believe that Fresno's future will be bright again. We will beat COVID. We will put that behind us. That pandemic will be a part of history. In the meantime, Fresno will return to the days that we're all familiar with, where we can have community meetings, we can go to community centers, we can have events at parks and recreation and splash pads and tot lots and just share our experiences with each other. It's coming, folks. I believe there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I also believe that our cups in Fresno are half full and will remain half full. My third word is humility. I'm so humbled to be able to be a public servant. So I want to thank all the people in District 4 and all the people of Fresno who put their trust in me for the last 11 years. My goal was public service, and I was elected to do that, and I believe I put my heart and soul in that. And we don't get elected to seek accolades or recognition, but to serve the people of Fresno. My final word is family. Believe it or not, you're all up for adoption, and as the outgoing Vice President, former President, two-time President, I want to invite all of you to join the Capriolio family. Without all of you, none of this would be possible. It's ironic because looking back on the history here, the family, I've been through with 3 mayors. I think I'm the only council member ever that has been through 3 different mayors, not to mention approximately 18 different council members. And when I say different, that's bold-face type. Very different, but we all worked together. That was the key. Although we had our differences, the goal was the same. And the same as always is to benefit this great city and all the people that reside here in Fresno. A special thanks is to my wife. 28 years, my 2 children, Rhonda Chavez Capriolio. I couldn't do it without her. She's been by my side from campaigning to this morning. She picked the tie out, made sure I had the whitest shirt I could find, put the pocket square in. She's fantastic. So she is the best. My children, John Paul and Lauren, they weren't even teenagers when this journey started, and now they're Lauren's at Fresno State in the speech pathology department. Very proud of her. Finished her first year, and JP is out of baseball and all the sports you all heard me talk about over the years, and he's in chiropractic school in San Jose, living in the house in Rio Del Mar. He's kind of loving that. He's loving that. And so my last comment is I've been kind of notorious for awards. I've created many, many awards. Many of you have heard about them. I see member Chavez smiling. He was the recipient. All of you have been recipients, except Tyler has the newest person on the council. So I wanted to do an award called OPS. That would be the Outstanding Public Service Award, or the UPS award, the Ultimate Public Servant Award. Or, to put it in more simple terms, I just broke it down to who is the best chief of staff. And as Muhammad Ali would say, Laura Rios is the best chief of staff of all time, So thank you, Laura Rios. We would not be able to accomplish as much as we have if we weren't such a good team and you were there with me every step of the way. And my final thanks is to Bella Rios, my niece, her daughter. She adopted me as her uncle. I'm very proud of that. And she will always be the princess of District 4. And now my wife will no longer be the First Lady of District 4. And I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for giving me the opportunity to serve this great city of Fresno. Thank you very much. Oh, there's applause, I think, but I don't know. I'm not an applause guy, so I'm behind the scenes, as you all know. I'm the worker bee, so thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
It's applause, Vice President Capriolio. It's virtual applause, and now that we have millennials taking over, we're going to be doing a lot of those apparently now. But I just want to say a few words. I'm a little bit double sad today. One, we're losing a colleague, a friend, a mentor. But 2 is also a fellow Roosevelt High Rough Rider. And we won't say what class year you graduated, Paul. But, when we met and I came in the building, 10 years ago, you were here and you've always been working hard. And I want to share a really quick story with the public so that they know what Paul is all about. And, we went camping couple of years ago, and I wore some socks, some yellow socks, yellow penguin socks. And I remember stepping on those socks, and I threw them away. And I think you are actually wearing them today. But I discarded them in a garbage can, and thought they were, past history. Well, apparently, Vice President Capriolio went and salvaged them out of the can and washed them, and now he apparently rocks them every special occasion. And I think that says a lot about his personality, where that's the approach he took with his district, where he's got some older parts of his neighborhoods that, are always salvageable. He's always trying to fix things. He's always trying to problem solve. And I didn't realize till that time just what his approach is. And he's also a cheapskate that doesn't like to buy socks very often as well. But Paul, I just want to say it's been a pleasure serving with you. You've been a great friend, a great mentor. Appreciate the work that you did here in this building. And earlier I said, and I'll restate it, that at the end of the day, we're all passing through this building. And at the end of the day, it's the relationships we build and the friendships that we form. And, I consider you a good friend. You and I have a relationship that will transcend, our government public life. And I just wanted to publicly thank you. And then along those last lines that I just want to say is, I think with Paul leaving and with Lee leaving, we will now officially have all council members that were not alive during World War II. And I think that just speaks volumes about the transition that is going on, generational just. But I know that your successor, Councilmember Maxwell, will take the reins and really deliver for District 4. I know that's a very special place for you, Paul. You have a total of, I think, 10 crown jewels there that we've counted so far this year. The airport, Fresno State, and a number of other facilities, and now the newly named Paul Capriolio Community Center. That, by the way, you'll be now eligible to go in and receive senior hot meals. So you might be the first customer when we open back up. But I just want to publicly thank you for your service, Cap, and your friendship and your advice. And we'll be picking your brain from time to time. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the roast. It was well done.
Councilmember Maxwell, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Capriolio, in my remarks today for my speech, I talked about that transformation in the El Dorado Park and Fresno State neighborhoods. It's the general area where I live, off of First and Barstow area. And we've seen that transformation in my lifetime from a place that had a stigma, a place that people didn't want to go. It used to be known as Sin City. It's not known as that anymore because of all the hard work that went into it from you and Laura and your team over the last 10 years. It's a place where I routinely walk at night now to get what little exercise I can with this new job. And there's no longer that fear. There's no longer that stigma. And that didn't happen on its own. During the year, I knocked on doors. There wasn't a single neighborhood. There wasn't a single precinct where a family or multiple families pointed to something physically and said, Paul did that for us. It might have been a fixed pothole. It might have been some new trees. It might have been a cleaner park or a former campsite. And they said, if you could do that for us, what Paul did for us, you'll earn our vote. I got the votes, but now I have to earn it. And I have some big shoes to fill, Paul. I thank you for our service to the District 4 community and promise I will make you proud. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Those are very kind words. I know you'll do great. You'll do great, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, Paul, the last regular meeting I think we had, we all kind of went around, and I think the less it's said today, that'll decrease the chance that you shed those tears you're trying to hold back. You've been in this building a long time. You're forever etched in the memory of this city and this building in particular. I think I've expressed to you that the two greatest things I appreciate about you are your friendship and your statesmanship, in that order. And as much as we're going to miss you, I'm happy for you because I mean, you've worked incredibly hard throughout your entire life. Nothing was ever really given. You had to fight and scrape like so many of us have throughout this city. And so I think you gotten to a point where I'm looking forward to you just enjoying yourself and enjoying the fruits of life and the fruits of your labor that you've put in throughout the decades. So really, Paul, wishing you the best, and I'm sure we'll find you roaming these halls. You're not going away, and take care.
Thank you, Nelson, and let's go have some ice cream, my friend.
Yes, sir.
That's our big weakness or strength, I don't know, but we've done a lot of ice cream eating together over the years, and your friendship is very meaningful to me, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul. If it was a strength, it wouldn't go to my stomach. But we'll see there.
Thank you, Council President. To my dear friend, Paul, I want to congratulate you just on a wonderful career in terms of your public service to this city. I want to wish you good luck as you set off into the sunset and you're actually able to enjoy your nice vacation homes where you don't have to worry about calling in from the gas station or have to worry about trying to hurry me up on all the questions that I like to ask so that you can go and enjoy your nice vacation home. But sincerely, I just want to say thank you for your friendship, for the work that you did while we served together over the last 6 years. I want to thank you personally for sharing many stories about our parents and the tribulations of Alzheimer's and how to deal with it. Thank you for making sure that I enunciate my T's, always correcting me, and for keeping me on check. Because as I mentioned, God knows I love to talk and I love to always ask questions. And I know that you always try to keep the meetings brief, but it is my philosophy that it is important that we have public discourse and ask as many questions and for full transparency so the public knows. So even though you gave me advice to keep it brief, I will continue asking my questions. But now you don't have to deal with them, so it's okay. Just know that I appreciate you and just consider you a friend and look forward to seeing you out in the community because I know that you'll still continue to be out there, being a force and, enjoying also your family. So thank you to your family for sharing you with us in these last 6 years with me. And so big hug. I wish I could give you a big hug out there and just love you.
Thank you, Ismay. And, you've been very meaningful in my life in politics and at the City Hall here. And most importantly, you're the sister I never had. So I appreciate you very much and all the things we've done together. And hopefully we'll continue to do more in the future. So thank you so much for the kind words.
Mayor Dyer.
Paul, what an incredible day for you to be able to conclude with a lot of success behind you. There is absolutely no question that you're one of the most dedicated public servants that I've ever worked around. And I'll tell you what really made me understand that, and it wasn't what you do on the dais at times. But I walked out of the City Hall here a few weeks ago, and I don't know, I think it was about 7 o'clock at night, and you were out there pruning the roses behind City Hall and making sure that how nice they looked. And you spent about an hour there. And that's just, quite frankly, represents who you are as a person. You love this city. You love City Hall. You love the people in this city. And you're going to be sorely missed. Your voice of calm, your voice of neutrality, your ability to bring people together. You really do have a talent that will be missed at City Hall. And I hope you don't go far. I'm going to be calling you for advice, as I already have. And I just want to say thank you, Paul, for all that you've done for me and for this city and for the neighborhoods. And enjoy the time you have away. You deserve it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I thought that was our secret, that I Remember, you go down to 5 leaves, and that's where you make the cut for the stimulating the rose growth and so forth. So I guess that is our rose garden. We have our own version of that here at City Hall. And, you know, my law office is literally an 8-minute walk from here. So anytime, any place, any of you need anything from me, I'll be here as fast as I can come and give you as much information as I can and be as quiet as I can and calm and continue my commitment to this city and, of course, Fresno State and all the other attributes, crown jewels, as my friends teasingly tell me. I appreciate it very much. Good luck, Mayor. You've got a good team behind you on the screen here. You're all going to work together and make this community a bigger success than it already is. So thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, just for the record, Council Vice President Capriolio is available if you need a Parks Director. So he has the skill set, the knowledge, and the support of this council. So, and he's pretty close and available, so you don't have to do an expensive search. So,
Maybe that's our first expenditure with Measure P.
And just so you know, he wasn't pruning those roses. He was cutting them so he could take them and either sell them or take them to his wife.
Very frugal man. Very frugal man. So Council Member Capriolo, let me just start off with saying that, you know, 15 years ago, I met you for the first time. And at that time, you invited me to your cabin. And to this day, I'm still waiting for that, you know, welcoming visit to the cabin. It just happens to be every year when it's time to clean the cabin, you remind me of the invitation. And I'm glad we never follow through with it because I have my days of being a janitor at Smart and Final are behind me. So if there's any need to clean up that cabin, I'm sure Member Carbasi or Maxwell would be more than happy. They're much younger than we are, so you have some help there. On all seriousness, 2020 has been a very difficult year, not only for the whole city, but being in this chair as council president and you on the right side of me, you've always been the calming voice, the voice of advice and statesman, as Councilmember Esparza noted. Not only do you lead us, but you lead us by example. And that's always been very helpful to us because we can all get very passionate and, you know, get stuck in our echo chambers of beliefs and experiences. But you always tend to be able to cut through all that and remind us that this is about the whole. So you are officially the wealthiest man in this building. And yet every time we have lunch, you find a way to set aside 3 plates to take home before the rest of us can get their first plate. It is not the fact that you're frugal or cheap, as Councilmember Chavez would say or describe it as, but the fact that you're always planning ahead and you didn't get where you are by, you know, spending money irresponsibly. And that's always also been a guiding principle for us as we've become fiscal watchdogs of our budget. But, you know, Paul, we are going to miss the fact that you are not here. But we're also all going to gain weight because there'll be more food for us to eat amongst ourselves. So for that, we thank you. And we also want to say that it's been a great time with you. I mean, it's the sense of humor, it's the conversations, the laughters that we have after the fact. The fact that you lead the charge in making fun of Jerry helps the rest of us just, you know, tag along, you know, get cover. So thank you for that. You will always be the council vice president to me and to us, and always remind us that 2020, we had the steady, you know, calm demeanor and leadership of a statesman. And that's what got us through some of these very difficult conversations. And for that, I always be, you know, grateful. But I will also be reminded that you're the wealthiest man in this building, not because the fact that you have more money than all of us, but the fact that you have a great family and a great balance, and that you've made it a priority to put the city and your family above your own, you know, personal ambitions and ego. And that's what makes you the wealthiest man in our building. So thank you for that example, Paul.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Council President. And I'm glad you brought the term wealth up. I don't measure wealth by lunches and expenditures of that nature. Wealth to me is friendship. Wealth to me is family. Wealth to me is giving public service to everyone that's available that you can touch. And with the wealth I've acquired here at City Hall, that is each and every one of you and those that are standing around me, is more meaningful to me than any amount of financial rewards or gains. But I do want to remind you that 1952 My family came back to California with a 51 Chevy, a 28-foot trailer with no indoor plumbing, and $50. So we came from humble beginnings, and it motivated me to be what I could be and represent the community and everyone that I come into contact with. So behind every story, there's a depth that most people don't understand, and I'd be happy to explain that in more detail to everyone. But I thank my parents for everything they've done for us. My dad is gone. My mom is 94. You've all heard me talk about her. She's an amazing woman. But one little story, I was up at her place, we were cutting down a tree, and I used a Sawzall. And it's kind of a heavy tool, right? And so I was trimming these trees, and then I put it down. My son and I are dragging the branches off, and I hear the Sawzall. I look over my shoulder, there's my mother cutting a tree with a Sawzall. I go, Mom, you don't have to do that. I can do this. I know you can. I know you can. But that's the kind of drive and initiative of that generation and what has motivated me to be where I am today. So thanks to all of you, and thank you for the roast. It's been really fun.
And one last thing, Vice President Capriolio, we have a little gift for you. It's going away. Councilmember Carbasi is going to hand it to you, or maybe put it on you.
Well, I appreciate that, but nothing could surpass President Castro's presidential medal.
Wait till you see this.
Do I look up? Do I dare look up?
For Crown Jewel Heavyweight Championship belt.
Well, thank you. It's a little large for my petite figure.
We originally bought it for Councilmember Chavez, but so we had to make an adjustment for you.
Oh.
There you go. The real Italian stallion.
And it does have your crown jewels on there. So it says the service champion, and it lists 2008 and then 2013 to 21. It's got your crown jewels, well, Tyler's crown jewels now, Fresno State and the airport, and it has the center. But my favorite one is going to have the stay in your lane, because that is the staple of Paul Capriolio, stay in your lane. Well, we have a few other gifts for you, too.
You didn't put Hustlers on there, Mike?
I did not, no. Or the other one we won't talk about right now. There is also a gavel that's engraved with your name, thanking you for your many years of service to this city, and this is from the council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I should put my mask on, I think.
And I think this is from Councilmember Chavez, because he's trying to provide you with socks so you no longer need to fish them out of the garbage.
Oh, well, they weren't in the garbage, actually.
Oh, they weren't?
No.
Those are brand new socks too,
Yeah.
Cap.
Yeah.
No need to wash those.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have a proclamation. This is from Fresno Yosemite International Airport. It's from the Office of the Mayor and the airport. And I'm going to read just the first two lines. Whereas Fresno Yosemite International Airport serves as the major air transportation hub for California's Central Valley and is a significant international air gateway between the Central California and Mexico. And did you write this, Paul? This is awfully kind. Now,
That's a lot more.
now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and members of the Fresno City Council, and Kevin Michael, Director of Aviation, hereby proclaim Thursday, January 7th, 2021, to be Paul Capriolio Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All kinds of accolades. But thank you, Paul. If I can, Mr. President, if I could just say a few words. When I first came on the council, one of my colleagues, it wasn't you, but gave me really good advice saying, there are no friends in politics. And I understand that. In politics, friendship is very fickle. Paul, I truly mean this. You were the exception to that rule. I think that it's okay to be kind and be a gentleman and catch more flies with honey. We haven't always been on the same side of a vote, but you're my friend, and I know I'm your friend. And it's not just talk. I really love you, Paul. You've shown me how to be, you can be good, and you can do the right thing, and there's a way to succeed in politics by just being pure. Now, I do want to say one thing, though. In getting to know you, you've talked about your beginning. No, this is real.
The roast continues.
No, I'm staying in my lane, don't worry. But I am going to get the blah, blah, blah award today. I do want to say that we talked a lot about your upbringing and your family and what you went through economically. The fact that you worked with your dad, I worked with my dad growing up, and there wasn't always food at the table as abundantly as you would have liked, but it took work to succeed. I know you've achieved a lot, but you are the example for what we want children in this city to be able to achieve, no matter if they're north, south, east, or west. You can become a council member and get a very fancy belt and achieve your dreams. It takes hard work, but it's possible to get a good education and move forward. So thank you for being that example. And I hear a lot of talk about you riding off into the sunset. Given your background, that's just not going to happen. I know that you've got a service-minded heart, and we're going to work together. And thank you for being an asset for this city. And you mean a lot to me, Paul. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Feelings are mutual, my friend.
Say that louder, Paul.
The feelings are mutual. And,
there you go.
Yeah. And thanks, everybody, for these fabulous gifts and for the gentle roast. I really appreciate it. It was pretty funny. You guys are great.
Yeah, and District 4 has been in good hands, and now it's in great hands as well. There's a new future ahead, but I appreciate what Councilmember Maxwell said. You did a lot of good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. We'll now go to Councilmember Esparza, and we'll continue this portion.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really didn't pull any punches on Paul's notorious frugality. So I just want to tell one more story. Just this is not this is the opposite, right? Just to show you that Paul is a giving man, and it was about 5 years ago, long before I was on city council, and I couldn't get a hold of Paul. I was worried about him. And so I went to his house one afternoon, and only to discover that he had been sick. I think he had a bout of pneumonia he was tangling with, and so Paul answers the door. He's not wearing any pants, but he still graciously
You need to
invites me.
clarify that, my friend. Had on pajamas, okay?
You were sick. No one can blame you. You know I was coming. Graciously invites me in. I check on him. We're chatting, and he shows me his wine collection, and it was nice. It was nice, and he even let me, a very underpaid public educator, walk out with a little bottle. So Paul has a giving side as well, not just these notorious stories of frugality. Thank you, Paul.
You forgot to say it was a Camus, by the way.
All right, Paul, we're going to end with the stories before we get in trouble. The street now. I know Member Chavez has a lot of stories about Montana that we don't want to hear.
No stories.
All right. Thank you, Paul, for your service. And now we'll sanitize and disinfect the podium and prepare for our last ceremony, our outgoing Mayor, Lee Brand.
Okay, well, they saved the best for last. As I close my political career, I will treasure my time at City Hall. I'm humbled to have the honor of being the mayor of this great city for the past 4 years. Friendships and relationships are the bedrock of my life. I cherish those friendships. For the past 12 years, I've made many friends at City Hall. And during my time as a council member and as a mayor, I've had the privilege of serving with 17 different council members and one mayor. I consider all 18 people as friends now and forever. As elected officials, we are forever bound by our covenant of public service. This past year, we've all been tested. 2020 has been the year from hell, starting with the 100-year pandemic, economic devastation, a racial reckoning, wildfires, brownouts. If I missed anything? Excuse me. It's my last time here. I got to keep my thing. This was one of the most challenging years in the city's history. And it was a time to come together. I want to thank Council President Miguel Arias for his leadership in working with me to chart a course to tackle the pandemic. And I also want to express my sincere gratitude for the entire City Council for your collaboration in getting through this very difficult time. I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Paul Capriolio, who has termed out for his unwavering devotion to District 4 and the city. Your accomplishments will leave a lasting legacy. I'm confident, however, your successor, Tyler Maxwell, will leave his own mark in his time. And finally, I want to congratulate our newest mayor, Jerry Dyer. We've been friends for many years, and there's no question in my mind that he loves this city and its people. He has done a great job preparing himself to hit the ground running, and I'm confident Mayor Dyer is prepared to lead this city. Many years ago, I was a troubled boy living on Mackenzie Street. I lost my father at a young age, and I struggled with his death for several years. In those dark hours, my life was bleak and my future uncertain. But I dared to dream. And by the grace of God, I was able to lift myself and find a path to success. I was the first one in my family to graduate from college. I started a successful business. But most importantly, I met my wife, Trish, and we've had 4 children, 4 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild, 41 years later. I am truly blessed. In my wildest imagination, I would have never dreamed I could become the mayor of Fresno. My victory on November 8th, 2016, was the pinnacle of my career. On that night, I made a vow that I would never, ever forget where I come from. A part of me will always be on Mackenzie Street. We all have our own leadership style. Some leaders turn up the volume to get their message out, and they can be very successful. My style is to keep the volume low and to work collaboratively. When all the dust settles and you look back, you'll find many things were done to make us a better city, and that's what we're here for. My time and my achievements will be measured by a combined 12 years on the council and as the mayor. And I'm proud of the legislative acts I passed as a council member and my successes as mayor. None of my initiative would have been successful without the collaboration and the support of the council. To that end, everything we do must be done together as a team. History will ultimately judge our success. From my many years in business, I've learned how to manage money. The underpinning of running a successful municipal government is a solid financial base. And my focus, both as a council member and as mayor, has been fiscal responsibility. During my tenure as mayor, we've improved our credit rating to A+, We have the highest reserve at $35 million in our city's history. We have the only fully funded pension system in the state, I believe 1 of 7 in the United States, and we have a balanced budget. Prior to the pandemic, we had created thousands of new jobs, and our unemployment rate had dropped to 4.7%, by far the lowest in our entire history. There are many challenges in front of us, including addressing long-term poverty, chronic homelessness, improving race relations, restoring our park and public works infrastructure, and keeping our residents safe. None of these critical issues can be accomplished without a solid fiscal foundation. The future of this city belongs to our youth. In the next few weeks, I'll make an announcement of the creation of endowment funds to help young people pursue a college career. In closing, I want to thank the members of the Fresno City Council for your service and your contributions to make our city safer, stronger, and fairer for all. To City Manager Wilma Kwan and her executive team, thank you for your wisdom, your resolve, and making our city a better place to live. To our City of Fresno employees, thank you for maintaining essential services and your sacrifices in one of the most challenging times in our city's history. And finally, to the people of Fresno, thank you for your resilience, your patience, and your support throughout this terrible pandemic. And thank you again for giving me the privilege and the honor of being the mayor of this great city. God bless you. May God bless the city of Fresno. I bid you farewell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just to Mayor Lee Brandt, I do want to just express my congratulations to, coming to an end to your mayoral term. I want to appreciate the time I've had a chance to spend with you over the last 6 years as a council member, as colleagues, and then, more recently in the last couple of years as mayor. Thank you for the work. I appreciate the collaboration. I want to specifically just kind of commend you on the work that we were able to do over the last 10 months. I know that it hasn't been easy, but I appreciate your leadership and your willingness to work together with us. I don't think that there was too much discord. I think we were in line. We recognized that there is a tremendous need in our community and that we needed to act swiftly and smart about how we invested the Federal CARES Act dollars to ensure that our small businesses, our working families, our kids got fed during this pandemic. So thank you so much for the work. Again, a tremendous career with all the policy that you were able to author. And just, wish you good luck as you now get to enjoy the fruits of your labor, not only as previously as a businessman, but also your work here as a policymaker. So congratulations. And now you can really enjoy your family, the grandkids, and your wife. So farewell to you and enjoy, again, all the fruits of your labor.
Thank you, Esmeralda. It was my pleasure. It was my pleasure working with the CARES subcommittee this past year that had the responsibility to distribute $92 million in a very compassionate way that reached many suffering people in this city. And I'm proud to be part of that. Now, like you and Councilmember Chavez and Council President Arias, I think all did a good job, as well as the entire council. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President. Lee, you and I have had this conversation already offline with what this means to you. And, the other day I posted something on social media about what you have done. And I told you it was about last year when I was going through some of the city documents with regards to policies and kind of trying to figure out a little bit more why we do business the way we do business. And I remember I talked to you about that. And then I said, I know what you did. And I said I wasn't going to oust your secret sauce, but with your, ordinances and legislation that you pass, you fundamentally change the way that the city of Fresno does business. And in looking at that, you very quietly, and because like you said, that's your personality, very quietly change the fundamental functions of this building and what it means to be a council member, what it means to be a mayor. And we've gone back and forth on just your accomplishments, some things that you wanted to accomplish, some things that you did accomplish. But I'm also a little bit extra sad just because I'm losing the last Rough Rider here too. So there were 3 last week, and then there was 1. So I'm the only Rough Rider now from Southeast here. But I just wanted to thank you for your advice, for your friendship, for your work, for your service. I think it's not unknown that you're a very successful business person, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why you would want to come into the Thunderdome and do what you did for so many years. But it was because you wanted to serve. You wanted to, engage in that public service. And when we were up in Montana, and you shared with me.
Don't say too much.
Yeah, I will. You shared with me that when we went on that fact-finding expedition to your family history, I'll say it that was actually pretty insightful, because I think as and I won't even put myself as a younger man, because now I have millennials right behind me, but I'll say as a middle-aged millennial, so to speak. That's very important to know, because we always have that saying that we stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, and we build on what the previous generation built. And I think we're in transition right now, where we have the next generation coming up, and that doesn't happen in a vacuum. And what I'm trying to say to you is the way that you conducted business as a person, as a human being, as a politician, because to some degree we're all politicians. It was always very respectful. It was always very businesslike. But you also had your human side, and people don't necessarily get to see that. And I learned from both of those. Appreciate your advice. You're right. This was one of the most challenging years that the city of Fresno has faced, and I'll never forget that phone call that we got in March when the state called us and informed us of what was happening in our state, in our country. And everybody has their own personality, as you said, but you've always been the workhorse, the calm demeanor. And I think during that time, that was very, very helpful to have that steady hand. And your old saying of measure 10 times, cut once, I think was just symbolic of what your approach has been. But you and I will continue to work on other things. Your post or mayor emeritus status, I know you're not going too far from City Hall, and I won't oust what your announcements are going to be or steal your thunder, but I'll say this, that the community of Southeast, the community of Roosevelt, deeply, deeply appreciates what you did and what you will be doing and announcing soon. And I just want you to know that we appreciate the work you did, the sacrifice. It hasn't been an easy year. You and I have been on the phone at midnight or 1 a.m. sometimes, just going through what the city's next move should be and the works. And I just wanted to thank you publicly for your work and your many years. And now you can take that trip with your wife, hopefully here soon, and travel and actually enjoy life. But once again, Lee, thank you. We appreciate your service. More than anything, we appreciate your dedication to Southeast and what you will be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. And for all of us here, even during the pandemic, when we were most of us staying home, I was working 7 days a week, sometimes from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and I was talking to you guys on the phone. So to the public, all of us put a lot of time, a lot of hours behind the scenes to make this all happen. I was glad to be part of it.
Thank you, Chavez. Member Maxwell?
Thank you, President. Mayor, just wanted to say sincerely thank you for your service to our city. It's unfortunate we never had the opportunity to work alongside each other, but it's very fortunate for me that I'm coming into a city that was left in good standing by folks like yourself. Like you mentioned, our credit rating, the $35 million in reserve, fully funded pension. That all happened because of folks like you. And, you know, you mentioned we've had one of the hardest years, certainly in my lifetime, with everything going on. You would think it would be more daunting coming into this position, but it's not, because I'm truly standing on the shoulders of giants such as you and Councilmember Capriolio. You've really paved the way for people like me and for our city to succeed. And so thank you for your service to our city. I look forward to seeing what you do next. Take care, Mayor.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Member Esparza?
Yes. So Lee, what I want to do is very straightforward. I just want to thank you for stepping up, and thank you for serving. I think all of us who are on this call right now, who have served or are serving in elected office, know that you know, traveling this path, it can be a difficult one at times, and I think that was profoundly sort of revealed this past year in 2020, where we had one of the most challenging years ever, as you noted on the phone with me just yesterday. And so I think, as much as we disagreed, you know, coming in, as I came into the building, you know, this crisis, I think, really brought us together as leaders, and we did what we had to do to protect the public health and the economy to the best of our ability here in Fresno. And so I really come to appreciate your leadership the last 9 months or so. And I think the actions we've taken have saved a lot of lives. You know, everyone on this call knows that I'm a supporter of doing more, and I think we could do more, but there's no question that we've saved many lives throughout the last 9 months, and that's thanks in great part to your leadership. So thank you, and I wish you well, and we'll be seeing you around the building, around the city.
Thank you, Nelson. Hopefully not.
Mayor Dyer?
Yeah, Lee, I made some comments earlier, you know, during my speech, thanking you, and I thanked you out in the hallway, but I want to say it again. I've learned a lot from you, your style of leadership. You're not an individual that seeks credit. You work quietly through others getting things done, and I've never questioned whether or not you have the best interests of this community at heart, whether it's the making sure that we are fiscally responsible and making sure that people in this community remain healthy, based on some very, very difficult decisions that you made during this last year. And I know you and I spoke many times a week over the last year with those decisions and how hard they were for you and how much you wrestled with them. And so a lot of people don't get to see that, but I did. And so I want to say thank you. And, you know, you gave me some advice one time that I'll always remember, and I've said it many times, but you said, as the mayor, if you want a friend, buy a dog, because pretty soon everybody will be mad at you. And so, you know, I've only been the mayor a couple of 3 days now, and I've managed to do that more than I had thought. So, but you are a true friend, a great servant, and a great human being, and I appreciate you and wish you the best.
Thank you, Jerry, and wish you the best of luck. And I'm only one phone call away if you need any advice. It's free.
Thank you, Mayor. And Lee, just let me close this off with saying that.
I wanted to say something, Miguel.
That's right, Councilman Butterfield. Go ahead.
Lee, I just want to wish you the very best. You've given, I believe it's 12 years, and then I don't know how many years on the Planning Commission. So you are a true public servant, and I respect that tremendously. You have a great family. I think you're going to enjoy your retirement tremendously. I know what it was like when I served the first time and left. You kind of feel like you get your life back, and you certainly will. And so great work here in terms of the fiscal work that you did on the city. We are in great shape. You played a big role in that. And I just wish you and your family the very best.
Thank you, Gary. Wish you the best too.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mayor, let me just finish off with saying that, in my 42 years, I've had the unfortunate experience of having some memorable moments in our country. There's moments and tragedies where you remember where you were at that moment. For me, it was 9/11. We're working in DC, seeing the national shift that resulted in that. But I was a bystander and watching policymakers make decisions and questioning the wisdom of those decisions and seeing policymakers and leaders break under pressure and seeing people suffer and now we've had the pandemic and now we're in the seat of being those policymakers and those leaders making those difficult decisions. But I can tell you, Lee, that not one time did you raise your voice at us, not one time did you curse at us, not one time did you impose your personal views of the world, but you always thought about what was the best interest of the whole, how we protected the most vulnerable in our community. And, people ask me all the time, why didn't we touch the reserve? And the simple answer is because Mayor Lee Brand, he found resources for what the residents needed. He worked with us to distribute $100 million directly to relief to those who are being impacted. As Member Soya pointed out, businesses, food relief, COVID testing, grants for nonprofits and museums and cultures and arts. Unlike any other city, most cities just said, let's give all the money to public safety and close a budget hole. Mayor Brand said, no, everybody is suffering and everybody deserves a hand up and opportunity to survive the pandemic as best as possible. And that's why we didn't have to go and touch the reserve, because the mayor came forward with solutions and compromises. In a time where we needed calmness, he gave it to us. And so, Jerry, that $35 million reserve, that's Lee's reserve. It's a whole new world for you. I know, Lee, we spent midnight hours. Yesterday was our last probably late night phone call about city business. And we worked on Saturdays and Sundays in this building trying to figure out the best plan for helping our community. And you worked those long hours. And I heard Mayor Dyer say that he's worked 36 hours in the last 3 days. He's slacking off, Lee. We're working 24 hours a day. We need to get on Jerry to make sure that he knows we're gonna run him down, and that stallion is gonna end up more like a pony at the end, or by the time we're done here. But with all seriousness, Lee, you led us the way we needed it in this national tragedy. As you pointed out, we had a mass shooting, we had fires, civil unrest, racial tensions, budget crises. And each time when we confronted those things, you led us with civility, with respect, with cooperation, and with keeping the interest and the heart of the city at the forefront. And if we had more people like you, I don't think what happened yesterday in our capital would have happened. So thank you for the years of service. And I really do appreciate the fact that you put in so much time and so many years. And I hope that Jerry can, take some of your magic sauce. And Luis, we know all the secrets on how you tied our financial hands. So we're gonna do some of our own magic. But we know one thing, that we will always honor your leadership, your contributions, and make sure that we honor the fact that we have to be in a strong financial foundation in order for us to thrive as a city. So thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Miguel. And I'll miss all of you guys. And I'll never forget all of you. And I'll never forget my years here at City Hall. I came on as a councilman in 2009. I didn't think I'd get past one term as a councilman, let alone mayor. So things just evolved. This was God's journey for me, and I'm humbled by it, and I'm sad by it. So thank you all for everything you've done over the past 4 years, a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
There's some gifts that Councilmember Corbasi is going to hand to you, Lee.
Right. Mayor, this is from the City Council. So first we have the ceremonial gavel, thanking you for your years of service as mayor. This is one of my favorites, and this was a brainchild of District 5 staff, a golden calculator.
You guys need.
You are the golden calculator. You're like a human abacus, Lee. And lastly, this is a fun one. This is I'm going to unveil his book. You all know he's been writing a book. This is Lee Brand's City of Fresno Legislative Acts: How to Be Great in City Business. or How to Run a City for Dummies. We should all read it. There you go, Lee.
Thank you.
If I can add a few words, Mr. President. First of all, this is a magical morning. Now all of a sudden everyone wants to protect the reserves. That's great. I'm so glad.
Just for the moment while Lee's still in the building. While Lee's still in the building.
Well, what I'd like to say, you did speak about our city employees. And this was a tough year. They outlined why. But this city didn't fall. We continued in the pandemic to provide clean water, to provide garbage collection service, utilities, safety, and as best as we could, parks because of the pandemic when they could be open. And I wouldn't describe you as a flashy person, Lee. Maybe more humble and reserved. But that's good. That's an example for all of us. And I really appreciate everything you've done. It was a tough year. But lucky for us, you were at the helm. You worked with both sides. And it just goes to show partisanship isn't necessary in a pandemic or in a situation like we had yesterday at the Capitol. It's about coming together as a community. And thank you for that. Thank you very much, Lee.
In the end, just do the right thing.
Ditto.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Bob Barker, also known as Councilmember Carbasi, for your service today. We really appreciate you helping out today and making sure we all stay safe. For the general public and for our press, now our outgoing Mayor Lee Brand, Council Vice President Capriolio, incoming Council Member Maxwell, and Mayor Jerry Dyer will be going into the Fresno City Council chambers. And from the dais, socially distanced, they will take questions and answers from our local media and press. And that concludes our ceremony. We will see everyone back. Oh, and Councilmember Bredefield too, I'm sorry, will be in the chambers. And we'll come back at 1:30 to begin formal roll call and the beginning of our January 7th council meeting. So thank you all for joining us. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Who have gone before me to put this city on solid ground. From Jim Patterson to Alan Autry to Ashley Swearingen to Lee Brand, all of them who I've had countless conversations with during this transition. And all of them have led well. They've led with their individual styles. And hopefully I can portray some of those styles over the next 4 years. So, Lee, thank you again for your service. You're an incredible human being. Quite frankly, and family man, and I've grown to admire you and respect you, Lee. So thank you very much. God bless you.
kind of moderating the questions. We're asking all media members to raise your hand electronically, but we'd also like to ask, first of all, that we direct all of our questions immediately to District 2 Councilmember Mike Carbasi. Then once we're finished asking questions of him and getting his answers, then we go to Councilmember Tyler Maxwell from District 4, Councilmember Gary Bredefeld from District 6, and then finally Mayor Jerry Dyer. So with that, we'll open up the floor to questions for media members. Raise your hand electronically, and we'll go with David Taub from GB Wire first.
Councilman, congratulations beginning your term. Just wondering if you can give us an update on how the fundraising has been going for the victims of that street racing crash.
Thank you, David. Actually, we've accomplished our goal. Within 5 days, the community came out and we raised $30,000. And that money's in the process of being transferred to the families of the victims. I have also spoken to the family of the driver because they're having a very difficult time. And I have called the driver of the Mini Cooper to make sure she's doing okay. But we have achieved our fundraising goal. And Dr. Irwin, his last name escapes me, a local pharmacist actually donated 3 burial plots so the families can be together in eternity.
Are there any other media questions for Councilmember Carbasi? Please raise your hands electronically. All right, seeing none, we'll go on to Councilmember Tyler Maxwell, who's our new member of council here today. If you have a question, we will go to Medeiros Bab from KC24.
Congratulations, Tyler. I just wondered, with obviously the transition happening between you and Paul today, what exactly his advice was to you, and how much of Paul's work do you plan to bring forward? I know you spoke in your speech just about the fact that a lot of people in the district said to keep on doing what he was doing. So can you talk about the future of the district and how that compares to how it was held before?
Yeah, thank you for the question. My family, both my mother and my father's side, myself included, raised on First and Ashland, that southeast corner. And I remember what it was like growing up as a kid. It was a little rough. And you go by there now, or you go by where I live currently, around Fresno State, it's completely transformed. And a large part of that credit goes to Paul Capriolo. He's been there for a decade. You know, that's a third of my life that he's been in that seat making improvements to the district. I'm really standing on the shoulders of giants here when it comes to our infrastructure, when it comes to the public safety, especially in places like the El Dorado neighborhood, when it comes to our airport part of our district. Now we have Southwest Airlines, and we have a growing section of our district east of Fowler Avenue with some beautiful landscaping, beautiful roads. All credit goes to Councilmember Capriolo. He left me in a really great spot, and I look forward to the challenge following in his footsteps.
The next question for Councilmember Maxwell from David Taub from GB Wire.
Councilman, congratulations.
Thank you.
Later today, you plan to introduce a measure to officially, or at least start the process to officially recognize Measure P as having passed. And a few questions related to that.
Sure thing.
Last year, during a forum, you were a little uncomfortable with Measure P as it was at 30 years. Do you think there may be any changes to language of Measure P moving forward if it is officially declared passed and starts being implemented?
I don't believe so, David. I think Measure P as a package is solid. I think there were different portions or sections of it certain folks maybe weren't favorable of, but altogether a solid package. And the people of Fresno have spoken, our judicial system has spoken. So it's no longer a question, is Measure P passed? We know the answer to that. The next question before us is, what are we going to do to start reinvesting back into our neglected parks? We have over $200 million in deferred maintenance to our parks. We're continuously ranked at the bottom of the list of top 100 American cities when it comes to our parks. We spend less than a third on our parks when it comes to cities of comparable sizes in the state of California. So this will be a boon for our city. I'm glad to see folks like incoming Mayor Dyer and the Chamber of Commerce come on board with support of this. As we come to, knock on wood, in these coming months to defeat the coronavirus, it's going to be important that people have a place to go publicly. and that's going to be our parks and our green spaces. We need to start reinvesting in them today.
Now, is there going to be any consideration to wait whether the Supreme Court decides to take the case or not? There could be a situation where you start collecting the tax and then somehow Measure P gets invalidated. Has there been consideration for that?
There is, David. That is a factor in the resolution that was put forth on today's agenda, which is simply to reverse the city's stance. A couple years ago, we took a stance to not support Measure C and not recognizing it as valid, legitimate, have passed. Today's resolution is to change that. It does not initiate any of the tax collecting arrangements at this time. We do expect this to go before the Supreme Court of the state of California, who has indicated that it's likely to not hear the case, but we will wait to see what they say officially before we move forward on Measure P.
All right, we're moving forward to Councilmember Gary Bredefeld from District 6. Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand electronically, members of the media. And we're back to Medeiros Bab from KC24.
Hi, Gary. I do have a question in regards to what happened yesterday, speaking about the events at the Capitol. I know that you always give your opinion on things, so I was wondering, just in getting reaction to what you saw, what do you think went down, and are you vocally condemning what happened?
Well, I already did condemn any violence, any destruction of property, no matter who does it. Now, there are people who are looking into whether Antifa was involved. I don't know whether they were involved, but whoever was involved, I condemn that kind of violence and that destruction of property. Whenever it occurs, wherever it occurs. I condemned what took place all summer long throughout our entire country, in Portland and Seattle. That needed to be condemned. What I find very troubling, though, is that, and I'm not mentioning you specifically, but the media, which is often corrupt, never really condemned all of the violence that took place in the summer. In fact, some called it a peaceful protest. Joe Biden calls Antifa an idea. And the reality is that all violence should be condemned. It wasn't across the country in the summer. In fact, they were calling for the defunding of the police. And it's nice to see that the Congress people who were worried about their own safety today are not calling for the defunding of the police, but actually are thrilled that the police were there to protect them. So I just ask for people not to be hypocritical about this. I know there's a pile-on right now on Republicans and the president. Again, we always should condemn violence. I do. What occurred in terms of infiltrating the Capitol was outrageous, a disgrace, should never happen. But let's also condemn all violence, wherever it occurs. We have billions of dollars of property destruction that took place in those cities, and that's a tragedy. People who lost their lives, people who lost their businesses, police departments that were burned down. We had some in our community that celebrated that. So I condemn it wherever it occurs, including yesterday.
Okay, once again, if you have a question for Councilmember Bredefeld, please raise your hand electronically. I do see Medeiros Bab again from 24.
I do have a follow-up question to that, Gary. Just when we speak about these certain things, whether it comes to the media, I know you did just mention the media right now, but when speaking about these ideologies that really start to attack people and in some ways incite violence, don't you think that that could be dangerous when we're talking about, I mean, we've had some incidents locally where things have escalated. What do you think that the message needs to be coming not only from our nation, but coming locally?
Well, I would love to see the rhetoric, taking a step back on both sides. But there's a lot of anger. We're a very divided nation. There are many people who are troubled by what's happened in the presidential election, have little faith in it. They've done polling where it's nearly 40%. The media said there's nothing there, but go away, don't need to look at it. But in 2016, it was Russia, 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 which was an entire hoax. So I believe in being honest with all of us as a community, as a society. And I don't think that many people feel that they've been treated fairly. oftentimes in our country, if people have opinions that others don't like, people are called names. There's an effort to silence conservatives. That happened with big tech, with Google, with Twitter. We now have a president who has the nuclear codes and access to the nuclear codes, but not to his Facebook page. He's been shut down by Twitter, but he has the nuclear codes. So if you don't think that there are troubling things going on in our country with silencing conservatives, you're blind, or you're ignorant, or you're a phony, because that is actually what is happening. And conservatives aren't going to be silenced. I'm not going to be silenced. I'm going to continue to speak out. And I'm talking about the hypocrisy of criticizing what took place, which is certainly appropriate, and I've done, but ignoring all of the destruction that took place throughout the summer. And that was done. We witnessed buildings burning and correspondence with burning buildings behind them saying this was a peaceful protest. So that's what I'm talking about.
All right, we'll move on to Mayor Jerry Dyer. If you have a question for the mayor, please put your hand up electronically. And we'll start with David Taub from GV Wire.
Thank you, Mark. Mayor, congratulations.
Thank you, David.
There seems to be a controversy now about the sale of the Tower Theater and Adventure Church being right now in escrow to purchase that theater. Just want to get your thoughts on a notice of violation that the Code Enforcement Department sent to the theater about the indoor services that Adventure Church is holding, and then whether the church is going to need a zoning change. There's a federal law that says they may not need it. So just want to get your thoughts on what is becoming a controversy in the Tower District.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. You know, it's unfortunate that there was some initial miscommunication that occurred, at least with the buyer of the Tower Theater, in causing him to believe that perhaps, that he could operate that church. But I can tell you that I had a conversation with him yesterday, and I think the miscommunication has also been with the public, in the fact that not only do they intend to have a church service on Sundays 4 times a month and twice during the month on a Wednesday, but their intent was also to continue to host the events that have traditionally been held at the Tower Theater. And I know there's some legal issues that have to be worked through to determine whether or not zoning is in play. But I do support a person's ability to worship freely. Of course, we have to work with the neighborhood and make sure that good communication is occurring so that they understand what the intended use is of that facility, well beyond the church. So we will work through it. Again, I've been in communication with him. On a land use issue like that, unfortunately, it is a council planning commission and council decision. The mayor does not have veto power on land use issues, but I can assure you that I'll be involved in the communication as we go forward.
Our next question coming from Thaddeus Miller from the Fresno Bee.
Thanks for taking my question. So under Mayor Brand and Chief Hall, there's been sort of a hands-off approach about enforcing mask rules or other coronavirus-related guidelines. I'm wondering if you, under your leadership and with the new chief, do you expect to change that? And please explain.
Well, let me just say first that the primary role of the police department is to keep our community safe. And unfortunately, this last year, we have seen shootings in our city double. We have a police department that has fewer officers than it did 12 years ago. And the workload has increased over that period of time dramatically. We've seen the number of homicides occur go from 45 to 74 in last year. Recently, we had a 14-year-old girl who was shot and killed in our city this year, as well as a shooting that occurred in broad daylight in our Fashion Fair Mall. I really believe that our police officers today need to be focused on violent crime, and they will be. And that's the reason I had asked Chief Balderrama to put forth a plan to violence reduction strategy that will, as we can keep our folks safe. Now, I also want to say this. It's interesting that we had a police commission meet here this past year. And the commission clearly stated unanimously that police officers involved in too many duties outside of their normal realm, which is taking them away from the duties that they were initially trained for. And I totally agree with that. And so our police officers are going to continue to focus on keeping neighborhoods safe, reducing violence in our city, and being responsive to 911 calls. I would hate to think that we're going to pull them for other duties and prevent them from responding to a life-threatening call.
All right, let's go to Sarith Haq from KVPR.
Hi, Mayor Dyer. Congratulations. Thank you for taking our questions.
Thank you, Sarith.
I just wanted to ask you about, I know you put out a statement yesterday about what you witnessed at the U.S. Capitol, but can you give us your reaction on the security that happened yesterday, especially given your background in law enforcement? Do you think that it would have been different if the protesters were people of color? What was your reaction to that yesterday?
Well, number one, I was shocked and disbelief, knowing that could happen at our U.S. Capitol and happen in the United States, quite frankly. But I've seen a lot of violence this year that has occurred that causes me to be in disbelief as well. But I will say, in terms of security, it was a shock to me to know that people could enter into one of our most sacred governmental buildings in the United States of America and to be able to overtake it without the security measures in place to keep those elected officials safe. And I am confident that they're going to have a complete review of how this occurred. I don't know the details in terms of how it occurred and why it occurred and what led up to it, other than I know that we are a very divided country. And that divisiveness is unfortunately causing us to see things like we did yesterday. So I'll leave it at that, but I do condemn it. I think it was absolutely atrocious for that to occur in our country.
All right, let's have Medeiros Bab from KC24 as our next question.
I promise this is my last question, but congratulations, Mayor Dyer. And I just wanted to speak about two things. Number one, I asked the same question to Tyler Maxwell, but what was the advice that was given to Mayor Lee Brand, former Mayor Lee Brand, to you as this transition happened? I know you guys have been speaking quite a bit, but how did you take that advice? Do you plan to implement that in the first part of your term? The second question, we talked before about getting the youth involved. When do you plan to put together these communities, and how important is it to get the youth involved in the local government? I know that you were pretty involved with getting speaking and working with DeAngelique Jackson as part of that commission.
Yeah, thank you, Medeiros. And you can answer or ask all the questions you want. You know that. But let me just touch first on the advice that Lee Brand gave me. I jokingly said earlier that the advice he gave me was, if you want to, as a mayor, if you want a friend, buy a dog. But I was jokingly saying that. But the truth is, Lee is told me to listen, and I have done that in the last 10 months. I've listened to people who were opponents of mine during the campaign. I've listened to all my council members. I've spent honestly some backyard meetings this year for hours with individuals who have a different view. And that is what's helped me to shape a vision that I believe is important to the entire city and reflects the views of this city. And so listening is critical. I'm going to continue to do that, listening from my council because they know the neighborhoods better than I do, quite frankly. And secondly, to listen to those people in the community, which leads me into the second part of the question in terms of our youth. Our youth of today want to be heard, and they should be heard. When I was a police chief, I had a youth advisory council, and I did youth forums. And I can tell you that the youth of today are very creative, very innovative, very solution-oriented, and I want to take that into the mayor's office. We saw this year what happens when we do not listen to our youth, or we do not give them an appropriate forum. ultimately they're out there on the streets allowing their voice to be heard. Yesterday, I met with the YLI leadership. These are young leaders in Fresno. Each of the council members appoint 2 members, and I appoint 2. This coming Thursday, they're going to be meeting as a group. I will be meeting with them, and I've asked them to put together and host youth forums for me over Zoom so that I can share my vision, but also to hear from them and the concerns that they have. There'll be topic specific, each and every one of those forums. And then as a result of all of those forums, I'm going to choose from those individuals who participated from all walks of life and create a mayor's advisory council for me and for my team. I, again, believe they are not only the leaders of today, but our youth today are the leaders of tomorrow. And it's very, very important that we give them a voice, and I will. That's my commitment.
And that concludes our question and answer session and wrapping up the ceremonial portion of this morning's proceedings. Welcoming our new elected officials to the city of Fresno. I want to thank the media for taking part here today. And for everybody that's been watching on this particular Zoom broadcast throughout the morning, we're taking a lunch break for about an hour and a half. We'll return at 1:30 this afternoon for the official city council meeting for January 7th, 2021. Again, thank you, and we appreciate your interest.
Start with roll call. City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Soria. Council President Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
All right, Council. Now we're going to move on to the election of the leadership, after which we will turn it over to the new leadership, and they will take over with setting the agenda. So any changes to the agenda will take place at that time. Let me begin by nominating Councilmember Chavez to be president and Councilmember Esparza to be vice president. Is there a second for the nomination? Second by Member Soria. All right, let's say roll call, please.
Okay.
Well, there is discussion, isn't there, Mr. President?
Sure.
So I'd like to split that because I'm happy to vote for Councilmember Chavez. I think Councilmember Esparza would be a fine vice president, but I just feel that at the very least, the next person in line deserves an up or down vote.
Councilmember, would you like to make that in the form of a motion?
I move to separate the ballot.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, roll call on separating the ballot and the motion.
Okay, so the motion is to elect Councilmember Chavez as president.
The current motion is to vote on separating the 2 positions.
Okay.
So we got to vote on that motion first.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Split positions.
What? This is on Councilmember Carbasi's motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
So just to be clear for everyone and the public, a yes vote would split the 2 positions for separate votes. A no vote would keep them intact. So we're voting on the motion to split.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Nay.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza.
Nay.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Soria.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
2-5. Failed.
The original motion is on the floor. Roll call, please.
Council President, this requires public comment.
I'm sorry. Is there any members of the public wishing to comment on the selection of the leadership? If so, please raise your hand and we will identify you. I'll go to Lisa Flores. And then City Clerk, can you make sure afterwards we take a 5-minute break to make sure that the right leadership has our co-host so they can unmute the public during public comment? Okay. Lisa Flores.
Okay, first off, I want to thank Yvonne for doing my oath yesterday. Your office worked very, very well. Thank you very much. Personally, I look forward to the leadership of Chavez and Nelson. Both have excellent reputations, and I've worked with Nelson before in the past in the community. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in a more a higher level of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next person we see on here is Clinton. Clinton, please identify yourself and you can address the council.
Thank you, Council President. I am here for a different item today.
All right, we'll get back to you then, Clinton. Give us a second. All right, seeing no more members of the public, we'll come back to the council for a motion to select Member Chavez, Member Esparza as a council leadership. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
No.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
I'm sorry, Luis, and no.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council President Arias,
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. So that is 4-2.
All right, the motion carries. Congratulations, Member Chavez. I'm going to officially change my voicemail to include your cell phone number. Councilmember Esparza, congratulations. You get to spend a lot of time with Mayor Dyer. So with that, council, I'll turn it over. And Member Chavez, do you have the floor?
Thank you. Just want to thank our outgoing President Arias. It's been probably one of the toughest years to try to steward our city, our council. We appreciate the work. I know there's been a lot of long hours, or as you put it the other day, burning the midnight oil. And I know we're all trying to row in that same direction, even if we're not on the same boat. But I just want to thank my colleagues for entrusting me with this job. We joke about landing the plane. I will guarantee you that we will land the plane. It might be bumpy, it might be smooth sometimes, but we will land this Boeing 737 at times. So with that, our first item that we have will be the election of the chair and vice chair to the successor agency for the RDA in the city of Fresno. Do I have any motions for this?
I'll go ahead and do the nomination of Miguel Arias, Councilmember Arias for president, and Councilmember Esparza for vice president.
All right, I got a motion by Councilmember Soria for Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Esparza. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, motion's been made. Second. I am just getting pinged by our legal counsel that we have to actually approve the agenda. Is that correct, legal counsel?
Yes, you can finish this item.
Okay. All right, roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Next item, we are going to move
I'll make
to
a motion to approve the agenda.
motion made by Councilmember Esparza. Do I have a second?
We're not going to pull, we don't pull the consent at this point, right? It's during consent?
We need to approve the agenda first. And I actually need to read the changes to the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the following items being removed. Item 1G is in George, consideration of an amendment to sections 9-2102 and 9-2115C of the Fresno Municipal Code regarding the permitted location of card rooms.
City Clerk, can we please verify, is that being removed at the request of who put it on or at the request of one of the council members?
It's being removed by the request of Council Member Maxwell.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is item 1J as in Jack, and that item is being removed by Council Member Arias. And the final item is item 1K as in Kite, actions pertaining to adding one full-time position to City Council Support Division is being removed by Councilmember Maxwell. So those are the three items that I have that are changes to the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a question.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, the issue is that was put forward, 1K. I'm not sure who was putting that forward, but did you want to hear that today, or is it fine to delay it or have it pulled?
Yeah, Councilmember Maxwell made the request to delay it, so he pulled it off.
Okay, and so I don't know who put it on, but I was wondering if that was fine with whoever was trying to do it. It's okay with me, but if you wanted to keep it on, I'm fine about it too.
And who is the author? Because it's not clear. It says council, but I never approved it.
Councilwoman, it's a previous administration that put it forward.
Yeah. Either way, we're going to continue it unless anybody wants to make a motion to keep it on.
Move on.
Okay. All right. There was a motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilwoman Soria on approving the remainder of the agenda. Roll call.
Just a quick question, Luis. So the pulling consent will be when we deal with consent, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Ready for a roll call? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Carvasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
7-0.
All right, we are going to go to ceremonial presentations, but before we do that, Councilmember Esparza had a special item on there with regards to a resolution expressing solidarity with farmers protesting the passage of farming bills in India and in support of affected members of Fresno South Asian community. And so with that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you, Council President. As the first resolution of the year, while we've seen a lot of social and economic injustice nationwide and globally, today I want to hone in on an international issue that is impacting our local Indian community, our Fresno South Asian community here, right here in Fresno. So you did read off the title, but I did want to provide just a very light background. Obviously, when we get into some of these geopolitical issues, it's very complex. The economics are very complex, but the summary is that the Indian government has deregulated the market for farming within the country and widely destabilized many small farmers within the country, and really invited the largest corporations to absorb and sort of decimate those farmers. And as we know, we here locally, we have a large South Asian community, Indian community, our Sikh brothers and sisters who have been impacted. And in fact, many members of these communities have participated in caravans all the way in San Francisco and in Sacramento. There have also been other Indian American protests held in support of the farmers that were held in Chicago, Indianapolis, New York, Houston, Michigan, Washington, D.C., and Atlanta that I know of. So, even though this is happening in India, this is impacting our communities right here domestically. And so I wanted to bring this resolution forward to show support for these local communities and show support for these peaceful protests that are occurring in India. Specifically, what's going on with the Indian government, there's the deregulation and the takeover of these corporations has come in the form of 3 different farming acts. And so I do want to make a motion to approve. And before the item is over, I'll have the clerk sort of read the short resolution.
Got a motion by Vice President Esparza. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call.
Well, Council President, do we have to open to the public?
Yes, public comment.
We have to open to public comment? Okay. Do we have anybody wanting to speak on this? Brianna, do we have anybody wanting to speak?
You've got one hand.
Yes, 1 second. Mr. Carr, Skeet Carr.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
All right, hello. Good afternoon, City of Fresno Council. My name is Jaskeet. I am a community member and organizer in Fresno County with the Jakarta movement and a proud former council aide. So I'm really glad that we're having this conversation that's taking place today in City Hall and in your offices because I know for myself and the families within the Punjabi Sikh diaspora, the farmers' protest or Kisan Morcha is all we've been able to think about since late last year. It may seem as if this issue doesn't affect us sitting in another country, but from the breadbasket that is the Central Valley to the breadbasket of South Asia, it is extremely crucial for Fresno to be educated about and recognize what's happening in the Middle East. What we are witnessing is one of the largest global protests in human history. We're witnessing a stand against capitalism, corporate greed, and the right to livelihood for not just farmland owners, but farmland laborers who have already been financially suffering prior to the enactment of these anti-farmer laws. Tens of thousands of farmers have marched from the states of Punjab, Haryana, and Rajasthan and have essentially gridlocked New Delhi. They have peacefully set up camp on 5 major freeways and outside the capital to send the message that they're not going anywhere until change is made. These protesters were met with tear gas, water cannons, barricades, baton attacks, and many attempts have been made to not only remove them from protesting sites, but prevent them from arriving as well. Many of these farmers are elders that are sleeping through very harsh winter conditions, and as of yesterday, reports have shown that nearly 70 farmers have died so far while protesting. To provide some foundation about the gravity of this issue, there is a very deeply rooted history of oppression from the Indian government against its minorities, and that's why our diaspora is raising awareness however we can. Like Councilmember Esparza mentioned, there have been caravans all across California, but not only California, this is worldwide. This is happening in Canada, New Zealand, England, UK, everywhere that our community resides. So it's really important that we show the solidarity and do what we can to be a voice for the voiceless in this time.
Thank you, Mr. Esquito. Bring it back to the council. Does any other council members have any comments?
I want to thank Ms. Carr for summarizing that, the complexities of the situation better than I could have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So now we have a motion by Vice President Esparza, second by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes.
7-0.
And as I had mentioned, and this is a resolution. This is the City Council making an official declaration. But similar to a proclamation, I would like for the clerk to read into the record, just for the folks listening.
Sure.
Sure.
Whereas the state of California remains a proud farming community, and whereas the state of California understands and respects the contributions of farmers in meat and feeding nations, and whereas the state of California is home to thousands of farmers who still own farmland in their ancestral countries, and whereas the Indian government proposed and passed bills in September 2020 to deregulate the sale of crops in India by dismantling minimum support prices for crops, removing restrictions on purchase of land by corporations, and removing limits on stockpiling commodities. And whereas these laws set off protests across India, particularly in the state of Punjab and Haryana, and resulted in over 250,000 farmers protesting on national highways entering the India capital of New Delhi. And whereas India's violence against peaceful protests has included the use of tear gas, water cannons, barricades, and baton attacks. And whereas many of these farmers have children, relatives, and friends who live in the United States and Fresno. And whereas 86% of Indian farmers own only 2 or fewer acres of farmland within an average income of $1,400 per year and do not have the means to bargain with large private corporations. And whereas anti-farmer policies, debt, and deteriorating financial status have led to 363,726 Indian farmers and farm laborers committing suicide between 1995 and 2019. And whereas the government of India Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been criticized for silencing religious minorities, including Sikhs, Muslims, and these policies have the most negative impact on food and economic security in the state of Punjab, home to India's largest Sikh community. And whereas protecting agriculture and farmers hurt most by the legislation should be a priority. And whereas farmers have the right to demonstrate peacefully and the City Council condemns any police brutality. And whereas numerous rallies have been held recently take place across the state of California protesting the bills. And whereas the City Council has long recognized and stood with diverse communities whose families face hardships abroad. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Fresno as follows. The City of Fresno stands in solidarity with those protesting and condemns the violence of the Indian government in suppressing the rights of peaceful protesters, farmers, and their families who have been directly affected.
Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Vice President Esparza, for bringing that forward. We are in solidarity with our Indian community. I know it's been really tough on them, so appreciate you bringing that. Council, let's go back to something we were supposed to take care of this morning, which is approval of the minutes for the month of December. We didn't get a chance to do that, so let's take care of that now. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Arias, second by, was it Carbasi or sorry?
Carbasi.
Carbasi.
I'm sorry, Luis, what was the motion for?
Approval of the minutes.
Okay.
So motion made second. Clerk, roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Bredesville?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Aye.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, Clerk. Moving on to the next item, we have one more ceremonial presentation by myself and Councilmember Arias, and that is a proclamation in remembrance of Miss Lavera Williams. As many of you know, Miss Williams was a icon here locally, one of the first African-American women to really engage in the early childhood education industry. She did a lot of great work in our community. I myself had family members that worked for her that she helped. So we wanted to take this opportunity and one, we will be adjourning the today's meeting in her memory and also Officer De La Fuente. But for this part, we wanted to present a proclamation to the family, and I want to thank the family for working with us on the bio. I also want to thank Trustee Keisha Thomas, that was instrumental in getting us the information and really facilitating this with our community. And so with that, Clerk, can you read the proclamation?
Whereas Mrs. Lavera Williams was born on April 4th, 1927, in Welty, Oklahoma, to the union of John and Alberta Etheridge Sr. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams and her family moved to Fresno, California in 1945. On May 12, 1946, she married the love of her life, Lonzel Williams, and had 3 daughters together. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams joined Fellowship Missionary Baptist Church in 1946, where she served on a number of boards and committees: Usher Board Secretary, Youth Choir Supervisor, Junior Mission President, Senior Women's Missionary Union President, Board of Trustees, Chairman, and the Silver Saints Founder and President. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams was an entrepreneur, dream maker, and child care community advocate who believed that a balanced life supports and sustains personal and business success. Throughout her life, she worked to better the lives of the Southwest Fresno residents and opened her first infant child care center for parents who attended school, vocational training, or were employed. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams has been recognized for numerous awards, including Outstanding Black Woman of the Year by the Gamma Eta chapter of the Iota Phi Lambda Society, Minority Business Enterprise Award by the City of Fresno, Portrait of Success Award by KC24, Woman of the Year for the 16th Senate District by Senator Jim Costa, the Martin Luther King Jr. Award for her community service, the 2018 Legacy Trailblazer Award by the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, along with many other honors and recognition throughout her lifetime. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams has served her community for more than 75 years, actively involved in bettering the lives of the Southwest Fresno community. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams is survived by her children, grandchildren, nephews, nieces, and friends. And whereas Ms. Lavera Williams will be remembered as a pillar of the community, her memory will live on through her family and friends and be remembered by our entire city for all the better for her having known Mrs. Lavera Williams. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim January 7th, 2021 to be Lavera Williams Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councilmember Arias, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, Council. I just want to say, for those who didn't know Lavera, she started in the world of, daycare and preschool and Head Start before there was any of those things. And, as a result, she's raised thousands of kids during her lifetime. And, she's not only responsible for raising them, but for setting a strong foundation for their success. And you can trace many West Fresno leaders and Fresno leaders back to that one place where they got their first opportunity to a good education. So she will be missed, but her legacy will live on for generations to come because she did such an excellent job of, raising, mentoring, and leading folks to their best and fullest capacity. So with that, thank you, Council, and thank you to their family and Trustee Thomas for helping us get to this point of recognition.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias, and thank you to the family. We appreciate, we know that it's been a very difficult time these past weeks, but we appreciate you working with us to honor Ms. Williams. So with that, we will now move on to council member reports and comments. I can't see on the screen if you have your hand raised, so what I'll do is I'll go numerically for our council members. And first up will be Councilwoman Soria, District 1.
Perfect. Thank you, Council President. Just also wanted to ask you if today we can also adjourn in memory of Sawyer Sindel. For those of you that didn't know Sawyer, he was not foreign to City Hall. He came to City Hall many times to talk about a number of issues related to our community. He was a fearless advocate for the LGBTQ community, and so he passed away during these holidays. And so I just want to make sure that the community that appreciated his leadership and his advocacy knows that the city of Fresno also values his contributions. And so just want to be able to adjourn also in his memory. And just to kind of kick it off, just want to thank the new administration, city manager, for quickly working with us. There's been a lot of press on the sale of the Tower Theater. So I do want to appreciate folks that have, and also the city attorney's office, who have worked diligently with us to make sure that we are well aware of what is going on. I know that there's been a lot of concern by the community when it comes to the sale of the Tower Theater and the icon it is and the venue that it provides for live entertainment in this unique historical neighborhood. And so our team is working with the administration to make sure that those concerns are addressed by the community, and that if there is a sale that happens, that there's proper steps that are taken by the new owners to fulfill those zoning requirements. But again, just want to express my gratitude for those folks working around the clock in a short period of time to try to get some answers to our constituents. And so I very much appreciate that from our team. And I know that the Tower community, its residents, I know that Councilmember Arias also received hundreds of emails and calls and texts like our office did. So I know that he and I have been are appreciative of the quick work on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Just a order of business. We're going to do. We forgot to do a very important award for the last year. Council member Miguel Arias has been council president, and the council would like to thank you for your service. And we have a gavel for you. Try not to beat us at the head when you get mad. Yeah, I know. But this is the fun one. And we're all going to sign this. We got you your own very pair of boxing gloves.
Oh, look at this.
Yes. So we're going to sign it, but now you can,
Diego would be proud.
There you go. Bam.
Luis, you'll be the first one to use this side of the glove.
Oh, you're gonna need bigger gloves. Those are kid gloves.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll sign it as soon as we can get it.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Kurbasi. We just didn't know where we were going to give him the gloves, and as many of you know, Councilmember Arias enjoys the art of sparring, as you know, sometimes unnecessarily. Actually, most of the time unnecessarily. But we thought that was pretty fitting, given the kind of year that we've had. So with that, I will actually move on to Councilmember Arias, District 3. Any reports or comments?
Oh, Council. Yeah, let me first just start off by saying thank you for the gloves. Diego's been asking for a pair, so I'm not sure his sister's going to appreciate the gloves, but I think he will. And, hopefully everybody will be safer thanks to those gloves. I want to start off just by saying a couple of things. One, thank you to Major League Baseball for partnering with the city and our office to do COVID testing. Just yesterday, we've been doing it every Tuesday. Yesterday's testing, we had 300 people tested. Of those, 81 tested positive. So that's the level of infection rate we're seeing in our communities. The last time we did it, a week ago Tuesday, we had a 31% infection rate of being positive. So that, as you can imagine, the infection rate continues to grow. But at least the good part is that we continue to have partnerships with United Health Centers, with Major League Baseball, with the County of Fresno, to provide free COVID testing for those who want it and those who need it to be able to go to work safely. So thank you to Major League Baseball for that partnership that's allowed us to test thousands of people in the city of Fresno. And then also to, the mayor who left and the mayor who's coming in. I think Mayor Dyer and his administration, it's been a night and day experience the last couple of weeks. Tommy has found ways to problem solve and move extremely fast on a lot of fronts for us as a city. And we appreciate the reset that we're going to have with the administration and with all our city employees. I'm hopeful we're going to have a much stronger 2021 than we did at 2020. And just to kind of cover my reflections, it's been a council member, Capriolio, reminded me that he was president twice, and not one time was it anywhere as difficult as 2020 has been for this council in this city. So as my council presidency comes to a close, I just want to reflect on 2020 and what it meant for me, my family, and my community. In just 12 short months, I've witnessed the devastation and fear and violence that has torn our city and our country apart. Our city has experienced a mass shooting, budget crisis, racial unrest, fires, historic homicides, a pandemic that we're still struggling with. And then, of course, yesterday, an attack on our democracy. The pandemic itself has infected so far 70,000 residents in our county. It's stolen the lives of 711 of our loved ones and counting, many of whom were already struggling against the injustice of generations of de-investment in our communities. All while thousands bravely flooded the streets in a historical movement to peacefully defend Black lives and seek police reform. Thousands of others also decide to take their voice and their power, but in a much very different cause, to undermine the public health, attack our most basic tenet of democracy, our right to vote, and elect the next president through an American tradition of a free and fair election that results in a peaceful transfer of power. What we witnessed yesterday in Capitol Hill was very personal to me because, as many of you know, I actually worked in DC during 9/11, and I got to see the significant change and impact 9/11 had in our capital. And yesterday was the same experience for us. But it was also a culmination of 4 years of hate and manipulation that's taken place. It's clear that those who are feeling these dangerous and cowardly actions are clinging to the past, as evident by the Confederate flag in our capital. A past when most of us on this council would have been barred from sitting here and serving the public. Unfortunately, my kids and I experienced firsthand the hate divisiveness, and danger of a similar mob under the guise of a protest, a mob carrying the American, the Trump, the Confederate, the Gadsden flags, all meant to threaten the safety and the sanctity of our home and to intimidate us as we're fulfilling our responsibility to the city. But that action of a few never outshone the hope and the inspiration that I get from all those essential workers engaging in life-saving work, caring for the sick, picking the food that is in our plate, and keeping us safe. Every single day during these COVID testing events that we have, the food relief events, I get to talk to everyday residents, and they see that the danger is real, the need is immediate, and that the city is doing what it can to protect the most vulnerable. Also, I want to thank the residents who, even though we're in the pandemic and we're going through multiple crises, they still found the time and the energy to push us to make the right decisions on police reform, on investing in parks, equitable development, even on tenant protections during this eviction crisis. It is all of them who gave us the support that I needed day in and day out to make some very hard policy decisions. When we ran for office, we all imagined the ribbon cuttings of a new business, the groundbreaking of a new school or campus or a park. But it is the responsibility that we have to make these tough decisions that none of us imagined before. And all those actions might have made me unpopular and a target among some, but as a city leader, I knew that I had to do everything in my power to protect human life and the fairness above all of it, above everything. Today, the City Council is living proof that the vast majority of our city continues to reject hate, that we are looking to the future, not the past, as together we rebuild our economy that works for everyone. And my hope is that in 2021, we're going to spend our energy not in divisive conversations, but in finding a way to rebuild Fresno and rebuild our economy that works for everyone, every corner of the neighborhood, every ethnicity, every subgroup, every family who wants a job and opportunity and wants a clean and safe park will have that in our city. So I just want to thank you, Council, for taking 5 years of my lifespan away in 2020. It's been great, but I can't wait to pass the baton. And Councilmember and Council President Chavez, for the record, I have officially put your phone number on my voicemail system. So I'm sorry for that, but I enjoyed it, and you should expect some phone calls. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Maxwell, reports and comments.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I gave my 10-minute spiel this morning, so I'll try to keep it brief. Really looking forward to working with all of you, and I appreciate the warm welcome that I received this morning. Our team has hit the ground running these last couple of days. We've already taken numerous constituent phone calls, emails. We're already starting to get to work. These are certainly unprecedented times with the economic uncertainty, the racial injustice, and the health crisis that's faced not just our nation, but our city. I would like to reiterate the closing line of the speech that I gave this morning, and that's that we must move forward from this day on, free from fear or shame, and with the assurance that history is on our side. We all saw what took place at the nation's capital yesterday. This is the People's House. This was not by foreign enemies or hostile nations. It was by Americans. It misguided Americans, but Americans nonetheless. It was disgusting and it was disheartening. And I find solace in the quote from MLK that the moral arc of the universe is a long one, but it bends towards justice. We have to keep in mind that our best days lie ahead, and that we as a council over this next year have to continue making decisions that place us on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Next, Councilmember Bredefeld, reports and comments.
Yeah, I want to say a couple things as well, similar to what I said this morning. Yesterday, I certainly condemned and do condemn any violence that takes place anywhere by anyone. It doesn't matter who it is. And, what happened was outrageous. Breaking into our Capitol is an affront on so many levels. It's incredible. But the violence itself is disgraceful. And I condemn it, and I condemn all the violence that took place in the summer across cities. where billions of dollars of property was destroyed, where lives were destroyed, where businesses were destroyed, where police stations and police cars were burned down, where people were killed, where police officers were assaulted and killed. And I don't think we ought to have selective condemnation of violence and property destruction. I didn't hear a lot of people who are condemning what took place yesterday appropriately make the same statements about all of the destruction and violence that took place across this country in cities. I didn't hear those voices. The voices that I'm hearing today, I didn't hear them back then. I heard lots of talk about defunding police when cities were under siege. And yet, interestingly enough, I never heard any Democratic congressman yesterday who were calling for defunding the police in the summer when they were under siege and protected by the police, saying that the police needed to be defunded. So I think perhaps we need to make sure that we keep hypocrisy in check. We ought to condemn violence wherever it is, by whoever commits it, whenever it occurs. That's what I intend to do. And I hope that we can get to a place where this country is less divided. I hope the rhetoric can be less intense because it does divide. I hope the name calling can stop when people disagree. So that's my hope. Frankly, that's my prayers for our nation. And I hope we can get to a better place in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Vice President Esparza?
Yes, today we're turning the page on a new chapter in our city, and so it's been a good day. It's been a bright day here in Fresno, but unfortunately, we can't ignore the dark cloud sort of hanging over our nation right now. In the seditious act of domestic terrorism yesterday at and inside of the U.S. Capitol was appalling. It was incited by the president and his blatant lies, and it was carried out by, I think, his most ardent followers who live in the president's alternate reality. We all witnessed the same horrific images yesterday of our federal representatives under siege. There were many symbols on display yesterday at the Capitol, including the appalling and disgusting display of the Confederate flag inside the United States Capitol. But what was probably most offensive to me was how proudly we saw some folks wave our nation's flag next to all of those other symbols. It's incredibly offensive that they would hijack the American flag as a symbol of their hate and their treason, because that flag belongs to all of us who live in this country, including the many diverse faces in our communities all across the nation that get up every day and make this country what it is. So, this morning as I got up and I was getting dressed and trying to decide which lapel pin to put on, I chose to wear our nation's flag to the city council meeting to remind folks of the great democracy that it really does truly symbolize. And I bring this up because, again, our city is a bright and special place in this great nation. And there's no doubt that the pain of yesterday has seeped into our communities. So, we'll continue to stand strong here in Fresno as we hopefully move toward the healing that our country desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. I'll just keep mine brief. I want to continue to thank our partners, United Health Centers, all the CBOs that have been working and trying to really address the needs in our community, especially thanking our organizations that have been entrusted with the food distributions. I got a number of calls and texts and messages this past couple of days on our residents that are really grateful and appreciative of the support that they're getting. Especially right now, we know that right after the holidays, things slowed down, but with the pandemic, things are slowing down even more, especially with our small businesses. I think that's going to be one of the issues that our council tackles along with the mayor in working and trying to support and help our small businesses here in our community. They've really taken a pounding, and we know that there are going to be a large percentage of them, sadly, that are not going to be able to reopen after the pandemic comes out. So I think we're ready for that challenge and augmenting what we have been doing for our small businesses. But I really want to thank our partners that have been at the forefront of this pandemic. I was doing a lot of thinking over the break, and I think our outgoing mayor phrased it well, where he said that this past year was the year from hell, 2020. It was very challenging for a lot of us, for a lot of our residents. Some of the effects, I think we won't really understand and feel what they are until a little bit later this year. But I think we have some time. Having said that, I think I'm really optimistic about what this new council, about what this new mayor are going to do for our city. I've often described it as the year that we're going to rebuild, but we're going to rebuild not just the infrastructure, the brick and mortar, the streets. We're also going to rebuild the relationships that have taken a toll this past year. With the pandemic, I know a lot of us have really sheltered in place, stayed home, not seen our friends, family. I think that's something that our residents are looking forward to. And the more we can do on our end to facilitate and help that and make that actually materialize sooner, I think the better off our city will be. The vast majority of the votes that this council will take this upcoming year are going to be fiscal in nature. And we know that that requires 5 council members to vote in the affirmative, vote yes on this. And so I think that's going to be the challenge for this cohort, to really work together, to collaborate. Yes, we have disagreements. Yes, we're going to have debates. But at the end of the day, we're all trying to row in the same direction, even if we're not in the same boat. I know that's true for many of our colleagues, and understanding that, we have 7 council members. We have 7 different personalities. Some of us have more than one personality, myself included. We have the mayor, but I'm really optimistic about the investments that we're going to be making this upcoming year. And I'm looking forward to working with every single one of you, with the mayor, with our new team. And I can't stress that again. The optimism that I feel working with you guys is going to be here. And that's what we're going to need to keep fueling us going forward. So I'll say this, and I said it in, I think it was 2018, 2021 will be epic in a good way. And I really do mean that. So thank you to my colleagues. Thank you and welcome to Councilmember Maxwell, to incoming Mayor Dyer. Appreciate you guys wanting to serve, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys.
Council, do we want to potentially give the mayor just a couple minutes if you wanted to say a few words? The first meeting of the year, we're feeling generous, I think, so we'll give the executive branch a seat at the table here at the council.
Mayor Dyer, do you want to say a few words?
Sure, Council President. Thank you, Council Vice President Esparza. I wanted to say a couple of things. I said it earlier in my comments, but what happened yesterday at our Capitol was absolutely disturbing, shocking, and it's something that we would see in another world, another country, and certainly not the United States of America. And so I think we all agree on that. If there's one thing that we agree on in this, between the council and my office, that all violence should be condemned. And that is something that I hold near and dear. And I want to say, Nelson, thank you for choosing to wear that flag today. We do have a great country, the greatest country in the world. But there are some things that we need to do better for sure. I also want to compliment you. You have the best of the best sitting with you in Tommy Escueda, our city manager. And Tommy and I have had a lot of conversations, and one of them is we want to communicate with the council frequently. We don't want any surprises. We want to make sure that we're working together for the common good of the districts as well as the whole of the city, because I really believe that we have an opportunity to change the trajectory of this city for many, many years. I said earlier that, yes, we have a lot of challenges that confront us as a city with the pandemic and the recent surge. We certainly have seen skyrocketing crime. We have seen the impact of the fires and some of the social unrest. But in spite of all those challenges, we have tremendous opportunity, far more opportunities than we do challenges. So I want to commend and thank each and every one of you council members. You work hard, you work tirelessly. Again, we may not always agree on issues, but I promise we're going to communicate and we can agree to disagree civilly. and I want to make sure that we do have stability at City Hall. So appreciate you guys and look forward to a great year in 2021.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate those words to kick it off. So now let's move on to consent. The city clerk has flagged for us items 1G for the public's benefit has been removed. Item 1J has been removed, and item 1K has been removed. Are there any items that council members want to pull? Councilmember Bredefeld?
I'd like to pull item 1L as in Larry and 1M as in Mary.
1L and 1M as in Mary. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Okay. Any other items?
Yep.
All right. Do I have a motion? Actually, we need to go out to the public, right? Legal counsel?
Yes, we take public comment on the consent calendar and unscheduled at this time.
All right. Brianna, do we have any folks?
Yes, we have Clint Olivier.
Councilmember Chavez, I do have 2 items to pull from consent.
Hold on just a second. What items are those, Councilmember Arias?
1B as in boy and 1C as in cat.
1B as in boy and 1C as in cat?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Duly noted. Items have been pulled. Okay, Brianna, who do we have up on the queue to speak?
Clint Olivier.
Mr. President, can you repeat what's been pulled?
Yep, items 1L, items 1M as in Mary, items 1B as in boy, and items 1C as in cat.
Thank you.
Mr. Olivia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Chavez, Vice President Esparza. I wanted to first congratulate the 2 of you on the achievement of holding those positions. Very well done, and good luck to you in the year. I also want to congratulate Mayor Dyer on being inaugurated for his term. Good luck to you and your administration as well, the city manager. Also wanted to thank outgoing Council President Arias for the good work that he did during a very trying time. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Clint Olivier. I'm the CEO of BizFed Central Valley. We're a grassroots alliance of more than 60 businesses and organizations representing 30,000 diverse employers and nearly 400,000 employees here in the Central Valley. And many of those, of course, are right here in Fresno. I'm here today in response to a resolution on the consent calendar directing city staff to prepare and negotiate a project labor agreement for all citywide public works and improvement projects. PLAs and our board voted unanimously yesterday to take this position, save one abstention. PLAs not only dissuade non-signatory contractors from bidding on city work, but they also have been shown to increase construction costs by as much as 20%. There's also a direct cost to the city to negotiate and monitor PLAs during the life of the project. More importantly, PLAs prevent fair and open competition and prevent local contractors from doing local work. BizFed would like to request that the city adopt fair PLA provisions that put all contractors, journey workers, and apprentices on a level playing field. Those provisions include, number 1, permit local business associations to participate in the negotiations and have a seat at the table. Ensure that core workforce provisions do not apply to local contractors, however local is defined. Number 3, establish that no contractor will be obligated to make double payments for health and pension. Number 4, determine that union dues are voluntarily for non-union core workers. Number 5, guarantee that all apprentices in state-approved apprenticeship programs are permitted to work on city projects. And so the board of directors of BizFed Central Valley urges a no vote on this. Thank you all, council members, for your time and consideration, and good luck this year.
Thank you, Mr. Olivier. We have next up Mr. Richard Markison.
Council President, I did want to note for potential speakers on this item, I believe it was pulled from the consent for individual discussion, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, so folks are welcome to comment here on the unscheduled portion, but we also have additional opportunities when we hear the actual item.
Yep, duly noted. Mr. Markison, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll wait until it's scheduled item. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Joe Lubas. are you also wanting to speak on the PLA or another?
Yes.
consent-
Oh, actually, in fact, if you could maybe just like when it's scheduled, that might be best.
Okay. Miss Lisa Flores, you have 3 minutes. Ms. Flores,
You did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Great, because my oven was about to ding. I have some stuff baking. I really love these Zoom meetings like this. First off, I would actually like to address the hypocrisy of one of your council members of basically stating publicly of, let's not call each other names when I was called a cuckoo bird troll on Twitter by this gentleman. Yes, I call you the death dealer on a daily basis, Gary, but you gotta quit doing the pandemic spread. And I'm not a troll. I'm a citizen who votes, who knows the difference between hanging out with white nationalists and knows the difference between sedition, treason, and peaceful protest. So you need to get your information correct before you call me a cuckoo bird troll again, because I'm not cuckoo, I'm not a bird, and I think it's really disingenuous for you to say that I need mental health assistance when obviously you actually might. But anyway, I look forward to working with the city council and, making the community a better environment and a better community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up is Ms. Janine Nkosi.
Hello there. Good afternoon, Council. Is a workshop that's scheduled for later going to be, will there be an opportunity for public comment at that time?
Workshops are usually not for public comment. If you wanted to comment, now would be under unscheduled.
Council President, I mean, it's not required, but I think it's at our discretion. It's something I think folks might want to chime in on. Would you mind doing a public comment at that time?
Yep, that's fine.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Valenzuela. A second here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Valenzuela, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm along with the PLA. Is that scheduled for later today? Or
That item is going to be heard here in a second, and you're welcome to comment now or welcome to comment later.
I'll go ahead and wait also. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any more speakers on that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So with that, we will take these items in order. Actually, I'm going to do them in alphabetical order.
We need to vote on the consent calendar first.
Say that again, City Clerk.
Vote on the amended consent calendar.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that. We had a motion and a second on that.
No.
Can I get a motion and a second for the consent remainder of the calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Arias. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
7-0.
All right. Consent calendar is passed. We will now take these separately. Item 1B, as in boy. Councilmember Arias, you pulled it. To the floor.
Is there staff available to address this item?
Yes, we brought in Scott Mosier to talk about 1B and 1C.
Great. I got a couple of questions. So Scott, I know this item basically is a summary of all the impact fees that the city has waived for the year 2020. And I noticed on the actual report that we waive a significant amount of fees of police and fire impact fees. And maybe this is a question, it's less than a question and more of a comment to the city manager. I know we're pretty strapped with the limited budget that we have. So does the administration plan to continue waiving police and fire impact fees?
That is not the intent to keep waiving the fire and impact fees, but we do have some contractual obligations with some of these, like the DDAs and other projects where, as part of the incentive package, we've talked to folks about different kind of adjustments on their impact fees. But I'll let Scott talk about in detail what happened last year and kind of how we're managing some of these waivers.
Thanks,
Scott. All right. Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. I want to clarify, in the past year, as far as the discretionary fee waiver programs, $0 were waived in the fire impact fee. The police impact fee waiver amount was $180,290. So the fees that are listed in the report under fire that were waived are not really discretionary. There was a residential build act adopted by the council. That was the first one. And what that did is it allowed a developer of 1 to 4 single family residential units to count as credit any residential structure that was ever on the property. Previous city policy had been if it's demolished within the past year, then there would be credit. But if it were an older building, say 40, 50 years ago, it would not be counted for credit. Council changed that policy, and so the report does list those amounts which were effectively waived or rather credited against the previous buildings on the property.
And Scott, my other question is, I know that there's some fee waivers for infill development, but I see quite a bit of fees being waived in kind of the outskirts of the city. Are these fees being waived at the administrative level? And who signs off on these fee waivers? Is that the city manager or the planning director?
Council, those waivers, they are signed by the city manager. And the only real program that has waivers in the growth area would have been I-Defer for the industrial job creating developments.
Got it. And am I reading the report correctly that we have waived $5.8 million in developer impact fees, or $5.6 million?
Yes, Council, that is correct. That is a life to date from the first waiver incentive program in 2014 up through June 30th, 2020.
Got it. So it's not strictly 2020 then? That is correct. Oh, perfect. That's a clarification I was thinking. That's a pretty big amount if we did it in 1 year. But okay, well, thank you, Scott, for the insight. And I'm paying attention to the fee waivers, city manager and mayor, because as you know, when we get to the infill development, we tend to ask infill development to pay for the reconstruction of 5 blocks in the downtown area in order to build 1 housing unit and replace, 5 miles of water and sewer pipes, all exaggerations, but that's probably how the development would describe it. So I just want to be thoughtful about where we're waiving things. And if it's possible to waive development fees for Amazon, then it should be possible for us to also waive some fees for housing projects that are truly infill. But with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilmember Arias. Do we have any council members that want to speak? Councilmember Soria?
Second on that, but I just want to give, and I know that you asked some good questions, Councilmember Arias. I was actually author of a couple or a co-sponsor of a couple of these policies or types of initiatives to try to incentivize development. It's a huge issue, especially for some of the neighborhoods that are disadvantaged, like many of the neighborhoods that you and I represent with no infrastructure, to do some of those waivers for those reasons, because a lot of times the projects don't pencil out, but for some assistance. And so it has provided some mechanism to help projects like the TOD development that is happening on McKinley and Blackstone and so forth. And so I think that beyond this, we have to explore other things to figure out how we're going to attract real investment, and so that people are not holding on to their properties like they have been in downtown, because these things don't pencil out. And that is not only in downtown, but that's in other areas. And so this was a minor attempt. It has helped a little bit, but I don't think it has been good enough. So I think, and I'm hopeful that this administration is going to be creative as to what are other things that we can do to make sure that good investments are happening in our community, that we're not waiving fees just for liquor stores, but that it's for healthcare clinics, that it's for affordable housing, that it's for those types of amenities, that areas that you and I represent that don't have those type of amenities, grocery stores, actually get the benefit and will come to our neighborhoods.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Soria. Any other council members want to speak? All right, seeing none, a motion was made by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Soria. Let's go out to the public. Brianna, do we have anybody wanting to speak on this item?
Does not appear so.
All right, none. So with that, motion was made by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Kravasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
All right, next item is 1C, cat pulled by Councilmember Arias. Do we have staff to address those questions?
Yes, we're going to, again, call on Scott Mosier, Department of Public Works.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Scott, I was looking at the backup, and the backup is literally one-page document. It looks like the original contract for the police station was $6.4 million, and then there was a change in the price by $154,000 increase. So the final price is $6.559. But the agenda item, as I read it, has no cost increase, but is providing additional time for the construction to be complete. Can you explain if I'm understanding that correctly?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. There were previous change orders, as noted in the staff report, totaling $154,000. That was well under the 10% contingency that the council had approved, and those change orders were within the administrative authority, some being very small within the director's authority and others within the city manager's authority. So we've thankfully not had to come back on that. However, with respect to the contract time, the change order resolution that the council has put in place, this was last updated 2017, only allows administrative authority up to a certain amount of working days in the contract. So this 78-day increase is beyond either the director or city manager's authority, and as such, staff needs to return to council. Of course, the project is complete, and we are just closing it out. The reason for requesting council to increase the working days is without that, then there would be liquidated damages for late completion that would be assessed of $1,000 a day. In this situation, the contractor is justified in that. The delays were due to COVID-19 supply chain issues. And again, staff would recommend this. We've been very happy with their completion of the project, and the police department successfully moved in.
And just to be clear, the original date of this project's completion was supposed to be April 24th, and you're now requesting, it had originally got extended to September 21st. So now when is the official completion date, or are those dates correct?
And council, let's see, the official completion date, we had substantial completion September 21st, so 78 days would bring us to that point. If that change order were not approved, then the completion would have been June 2nd, 2020.
Okay, so, all right. So the 78 days is not 78 days from today, right? It's the 78 days that gets us to September 21st?
That is correct.
All right, perfect. Thank you for the explanation. As you know, we're going to be discussing project labor agreements later. So one of the things that we're always looking at is our projects within cost and within time. So thank you, Scott. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion made. Do I have a second? All right, I'll make a second. And with that, Councilmember Soria, you had your hand up? It's up here. All right. Motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by myself. Anybody for the public want to speak? I see a Mr. Bill Herr. You have 3 minutes.
I'm an assistant director. I was going to back up Scott. I don't have anything to say.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Bill. Thank you. So with that, motion's been made. Second, roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Kabasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes. All right. Next item will be 1L. Item was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Who's the staff that's going to answer questions about this?
That's my item, so I can answer.
Vice President. All right. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Question I had, Nelson, was how big is this parcel? You know, what's the goal of bringing it to surplus, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't have the exact square footage on me, but it's literally a small strip of grass that I think the city has classified as kind of a pocket park, though none of the residents who live in the neighborhood consider it a park. Only kind of, so we had a community meeting in mid-December via Zoom in the neighborhood, and what we heard from those residents was that they expressed their concern with some of the litter and disturbances that occurred there at that space, and so the feedback we received overwhelmingly unanimously from the residents was that they want to move forward with seeing that property put to a different use. So we're talking a small strip of grass. Really doesn't qualify as a park. There's no parks programming. There's no amenities. There might be, I think the tree might still be there, but the neighbors have a desire to see it put to a different use. And there are a couple of, at least one or two, potentially interested in purchasing it. But obviously we're going through the correct and appropriate process here before any of those conversations occur.
Okay, thank you. It's your item. You can make the motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Vice President Esparza, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. And I see Councilmember Maxwell, you had your hand up? Nope, not anymore. He's waving me off. All right, motion was made. Second, do we have anybody from the public that wants us to speak? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Kabasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes, because after Measure P passes and we collect, we're not going to have strips of grass anymore. We're going to have real parks.
here we go. Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes. All right. Next item was 1M, pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Yeah, we have staff available for this. Oh, this is, I guess, the three council members. There's staff to address it at all?
The sponsors would be happy to address any questions you have, Councilmember.
Yeah, I don't have any particular question. I know there are people who want to speak to this, obviously. My struggle with this is not PLA specifically, because I've supported a PLA for the airports, but I do have a problem with a citywide policy mandating that city public work projects will automatically go to a PLA. Now, I understand there'll be discussion and we'll see what the devil of the details are, the devil's in the details. But I don't want to go to a policy that any project ultimately becomes a PLA. That's unfair to many in the private sector. And I think every project ought to be reviewed on its own merits as to whether or not a project, first of all, is large enough to have a project labor agreement such as the airport, So I'm not going to support anything that's a citywide policy. I'm willing to look at projects on their own merits, determine whether it's in the taxpayer's interest for it to be a PLA or not. So as this is written, and I know the motivation is to make it some citywide policy with, I imagine, some number in mind of what the cost of the project would be, but I won't be able to support any kind of policy-wide PLA.
That's fair, council member. And just for the public's benefit, this resolution initiates the process and directs the city attorney to start working with the council committee and the administration on drafting a proposal that would be fully vetted by the public and by the council. It's similar, and it builds upon what we did with the Fresno Airport expansion, where we established a committee. There was multiple stakeholders. I think that one took about 6 months to get to a point of being able to present to the council for consideration. Ultimately, the council approved it unanimously, and the project thus far is on time and on budget. So our overarching goal is that as we hopefully exit the recession, to try and expedite the exit of the recession, and as we have a more supportive federal administration, we anticipate having significant resources to rebuild Fresno. And we think we ought to be rebuilding Fresno with Fresnans, hiring local, making sure those who need a job can get a job, and that we also keep local taxpayer funds here in Fresno. Too often, we find ourselves hiring out-of-town construction firms that, drive in or fly in their workers from the Bay Area to stay here for a couple of months' work, take the revenue back home, and then all we got from it was a motel tax revenue, when we could be hiring Fresnans to help rebuild Fresno. So it is going to be a lengthy process, and I appreciate your feedback and your position, and know that this is just the initiation of that work, and we'll have a robust debate as we have something to present to the council's consideration.
But ultimately, Councilman Arias, this is about establishing a policy to have PLAs be the policy for these public works projects. I just want to be clear about that. And everything you just said, where people come in and do the work and leave, that can happen under a PLA just as it can happen with a private sector bid job. So
and yes, you're right. We are pursuing a citywide policy to create uniformity. And those are the issues, whether labor or private contractors fly their workers in and fly them back out. As you know, one of my pet peeves has been that Amazon and Ulta got billed by workers from Arizona and Texas when we subsidize the construction of that facility and the operation of it. So those are the kind of things that we're trying to avoid, given that we have a huge employment base that's equally capable of engaging in these construction projects. But we will dive into all those details. And as you mentioned, the devil is in the details, and we'll be fully prepared to publicize whatever recommendation we come up with after months of dialogue.
And for the public's benefit, we went through this, as Councilmember Arias mentioned before, with the airport, where we started off with the initiation. We subsequently went to conversations, negotiations of the draft language, and then it came back to council for debate, discussion, and ratification or not. We will be utilizing that same process here again. And so with that, I have quite a bit of people that want to speak. Do the sponsors want to make a motion now, and or do you want to wait?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Soria. We have first up Mr. Richard Markison. And we're going to take these in order, Brianna, that I'm seeing them on the screen.
Excuse me, President Chavez, I think Mr. Carbasi had his hand up. I'm sure you'll want to take council members first.
Yeah, actually, we'll come back to the council because there's going to be some other conversations. So why don't you go ahead, sir? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, President and members of the council. I'm Richard Markison, and I'm representing the Western Electrical Contractors Association. WECA is establishing an apprenticeship training center in District 2 to train apprentices in both the electrical and the low voltage trade to supply the contractors in this Fresno area with trained journey workers and apprentices for projects such as projects for the city of Fresno. However, we're very concerned that if you were to adopt a project labor agreement similar to the one that you adopted for Fresno, that the apprentices in our state-approved apprenticeship program would not be permitted to work on your city projects because they are excluded by express terms in the Fresno PLA. I think Mr. Olivier with BizFed made a number of excellent recommendations to you earlier, that it is important is in the course of your negotiations that you have representatives from both the business community, but also the non-signatory contractor community who can participate and share their input and help guide the decision by the city. And furthermore, that the council provide direction to the ad hoc committee on some important considerations. As Mr. Olivier pointed out, dues and fees should be voluntary. We agree that there should be no requirement for double payment of fringe benefits that a non-signatory contractor would be obligated to make, and that a core workforce for a Fresno area contractor, they should not be required to lay off their core workforce in order to hire out of work signatory or union employees. With those provisions, we would encourage the ad hoc committee and the city staff to take those into consideration, and we hope that you will give that direction to the committee and staff to incorporate those fair PLA provisions in your draft project labor agreement. And I thank you for the opportunity to share this with you, and I wish you the best of 2021. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Markison. Next up, we have Mr. Jose Leon Barraza. Mr. Barraza, you have 3 minutes, sir.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilmember President Chavez. I want to point out, I want to thank the sponsors of this resolution, Councilmember Arias. I think that this is a very, I'm sorry, the phone rang at the wrong time. This is very good because it is true what Councilmember Arias pointed out, that a lot of our projects are being built by the labor force of San Francisco and LA. We have a lot of poverty in our community, and we are not using any tools to improve the wealth of our workers in our community. And this is an exciting idea of finding ways of training, preparing our labor workforce so that we can hire local people for these jobs. SEPSIDA has been a partner, and I'm the CEO of the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. We have been partners with high-speed rail, for example. We made referrals to the Workforce Connection, and we prepare people to be considered for training. We screen them. We do with initial preparation. This is very necessary. And I noticed that this is kind of limited to public works projects. It would be nice to also have a policy for private development projects, especially when your council changes the zoning that increases tremendously the ability to make money on projects. How about spreading the economic benefit to local workers? And there are many ways of doing it. We partnered with the Cesar Chavez Foundation on a multi-apartment complex, and we actually were able to hire local people. This is very good, and I thank the sponsors of this initiative, and we hope that it gets approved, and we welcome the opportunity for our nonprofit to be a partner in whatever way we can in this effort to hire local people and to improve the wealth of our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barraza. Next up will be Mr. Joe Lubas. Joe Lubas. Mr. Lubas, you have 3 minutes, sir.
I am a okay, close.
Mr. Lubas? Did we lose him, Brianna?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, okay. Yeah, my name is Joe Lubas. I am a concerned citizen, and I just want to highlight a few things about project labor agreements, specifically ones in the area here. At the Fresno Unified School District, the Juan Felipe Herrera New Elementary School it was had an engineer's estimate of 34 million, and despite there actually having been 5 bidders, the quote unquote lowest responsible bidder was $3.6 million above estimate. We talk about the importance of local hire. Well, at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport, their $73 million terminal expansion, their design build project, it was given to QND Construction, not only out of the area, but out of the state. At the city of Selma, they were doing their police station. They received 1 bid for $7.9 million. That far exceeded the construction estimate of $6 million, and the city subsequently rejected the proposal. The proposal was rebid on March the 14th, and the city again received just 1 bid for $8.6 million, and this time they had to accept that proposal, and the contract itself was covered using precious ambulance funds to cover the shortfall. Another thing I want to highlight are that ways we can make PLAs more inclusive for the community so that everybody gets a fair shot. The word joint needs to be removed for all state and federally approved apprentices to be used. Otherwise, it's only approved union programs. Another concern is that when we have contractors who are non-signatory, the employer should not be required to pay union dues and fees. Furthermore, non-signatory contractors should be allowed to come from their own core workforce and not have to deal with the union hiring hall. And furthermore, non-signatory contractors should be allowed to compensate any workers for any excess of the basic hourly wage in accordance with the applicable prevailing wage determination established by the Department of Industrial Relations pursuant to the California Labor Code and the city's prevailing wage policy. And the contractor gets a choice of contributing either to the contractor employer sponsored health benefit plans on behalf of the worker or contribute to the union's established employee benefit plan on behalf of the worker. So that's all. Please take these into consideration as you look at a PLA.
Thank you, Mr. Lubas. Next up is Ms. Catherine Bremer Baumann. Ms. Baumann, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. Hello, my name is Kate Bremer Baumann, and I'm with Harris Electric. We're based here in Fresno and have served the Central Valley for over 50 years. We've done work for Fresno Convention Center, Fresno City Hall, and including the Fresno Airport, among several others. And most recently, I'm proud to say that we completed the Poverello House Village of Hope, which provided 30 upgraded emergency shelters for our at-risk homeless residents. And we did this work at cost. We love having the opportunity to build up the community where we live and work. So it's very discouraging to hear that a blanket citywide PLA is being considered for the city of Fresno. I watched throughout the process as the PLA for the Fresno Airport was being ushered through this council. We voiced our concerns about how typical PLAs can end up hurting the very same people you aim to help. If you want to support apprenticeship, all state-approved apprentices must be permitted to work. This was not achieved with the Fresno Airport PLA. At Harris, we hire new apprentices, support them throughout their 5-year program, and watch them develop into project leaders. Yet our own ABC apprentices are arbitrarily banned from working under all typical PLAs. Local workers are being shut out of local jobs. If you want to support the local construction workforce, you must exclude local contractors from the core worker provisions. This was not achieved with the Fresno Airport PLA. Our business grows alongside our employees' careers. Some have been with us for decades. We have fathers and sons working side by side on job sites. It's a legacy not for only our family business, but for our employees' families as well. We've hired individuals who are formerly incarcerated, refugees, English as a second language, and even those working with disabilities. People that have proven to be great assets to our family business. But under typical PLAs, including the Fresno Airport, severe restrictions are set in place that prohibit us from using all our own people on these projects. This is simply unacceptable. If you want to see people benefit from these high-paying prevailing wage jobs, do not force workers that have chosen to be non-union to pay union dues and benefits. Under all typical PLAs, including the Fresno Airport, money is siphoned off every hour to support union dues and benefits packages. that a Merit Shop employee will never vest in. They will never see that money come back to them in any form. If no PLA is implemented, employees still receive prevailing wage, but they get to use the full amount to support themselves and their families. Statewide in California, about 85% of the construction force is open or Merit Shop. So please consider that seriously if you decide to negotiate a PLA on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baumann. Next up will be Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon once again. I just want to talk about this PLA. You know, there's been a lot of talk today about, you know, creating better jobs and the low wage jobs that are here in Fresno. Fresno needs to decide if they're going to be a union city or not. I think that Fresno needs to be a union city. I think that prevailing wage needs to be the standard. And, you know, $15 is not enough to live on in Fresno, as food prices, as I've noticed, food prices have gone up this year, as well as delivery charges, as everything else. So, you know, the talent is here. You need to train them. You need to get them working. You need to get them to have the high wages, because that encourages your tax base. We all know this. But also, too, I'm very disheartened by a lot of the speakers that are coming up here and disparaging unions. What unions do is unions bring up the community. They bring up the community by providing health care, which no longer taxes the government to provide those services. Unions provide not only health care, but they also provide retirement plans. So people are taken care of, like myself. I retired young, you know, and it's because my union and my retirement. I walked away with both health care and a retirement. So, you know, I say don't listen to these anti-union people. Listen to the people of Fresno that want good, high-paying jobs. They want a retirement. They want to belong to a union, you know, and they want to work here and stay here. We should not be hiring people from other towns and other cities and other states to rebuild Fresno. So I thank you for this opportunity this afternoon to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up will be Norma Villagrana. Ms. Villagrana, you have 3 minutes. Ms. Villagrana?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. So I'm just coming on here as a former ironworker. And I just want to say that the ironworkers have provided a lot for my family, and they still continue to. The benefits, the wages, everything, skilled labor, trained labor, workers' rights, health care. I mean, I can go on, and I'd appreciate it if you guys considered this, making it a PLA, because it provides for a lot of people. Not only does it get people off the streets, but it's also changed my husband's life. He's also a political coordinator, actually the president of the local, and he's also a, it gets me really frustrated that people come on here and try to down unions, and it's not the case. The unions have provided a lot for working people, and they still do. There's a lot of people that come off the streets and get trained and get skilled. And I'd appreciate it if you guys would really take in consideration with what we're going to try to pass here. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and you guys have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Villagrana. Next up is Nathan Ollie. Mr. Ollie, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council President, members. Welcome to Mr. Maxwell. Nathan Ollie on behalf of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to echo Mr. Bredefeld's comments relative to the blanket nature of a project labor agreement. It's good to hear from Councilmember Arias that a subcommittee will be formed and a process will be able to go forward. The Chamber certainly has no intentions of disparaging unions or union workers. We think there's plenty of work to go around, plenty of jobs for everyone, and we certainly appreciate the desire to get local folks to work and build local projects. But with that said, would echo Mr. Bredefeld's comments regarding the blanket nature of PLAs. So with that, we offer to participate in the process when and where we can. We certainly hope that this ad hoc committee will allow as much public input as possible, and it's pleasing to hear that that's the case. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Next up, Ms. Christina Flores. Ms. Flores, you will have 3 minutes. Ms. Flores, you're on mute. There you go.
Hello?
We can hear you, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Christina Flores. I live in the city of Sanger, located in Fresno County. I'm a state and federally approved apprentice, and I'm enrolled in the ABC NorCal Trade Painting Program. I work for Rose Precise Painting. I'm very thankful that I was given this opportunity to work through ABC and Rose Precise Painting. Growing up seeing construction as a male-dominating industry, I didn't give painting, let alone construction work, a second thought. I was blessed to be offered a job and this wonderful opportunity. I, not only as a woman, but a mother, am proud to do what I do now. Through this opportunity, I learned how much I genuinely do love painting, and it can be for anyone. And getting to brag about how good I've gotten to the men I work with is just an added bonus. I get to work in schools that I used to run around in as a child. I get to help my community grow and become such a beautiful place. On top of that, I don't have to spend hours driving to other towns just to work. I get to spend time with my wife and my kids every single day, since my workplace is usually my own community. And that truly is a blessing. I worked at the New Sanger Complex, the Roosevelt and McLean High, and even the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. Some of the new projects that we're about to start on include the new Student Center at Fresno State, the Ambassador Building, and the Pontiac Building, 5 county buildings. If the city of Fresno approves a citywide project labor agreement, I will not have the opportunity to work on projects in my community because of the joint language that specifically excludes me and other local apprentices. Please remove this language and allow all apprentices to have the opportunity to build their community. I want to work in my community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up will be Mr. Jeffrey Roberts. Mr. Roberts, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I believe that's me, sir.
Oh, okay. I think it's Mr. Chuck, actually.
Yes, this is Chuck Riojas. I apologize, I got forwarded a link. But Chuck Riojas with the Building Trades in Fresno, Madera, Tulare, Kings. I too would like to welcome Councilmember Maxwell to the council. It's good to see you, sir. Regarding this thing, I would like to commend the council for at least exploring this avenue to discussing a PLA. And I'd like to reiterate some of the comments that were made, that this is the first step. It doesn't say what's going to be in it. I know some of the comments from others are basically, they know what's going to be in it. It's going to be done. It's going to isolate. It's going to weed people out. I don't know how they can prognosticate. I don't know how they can see the future, but we don't know what this agreement is going to look like. It's going to be a sit down. It's going to be a negotiations between all parties, all interested parties. I'm open to suggestions and open to negotiations. We in the building trades have been doing it for decades. So again, our job is to bring about a project labor agreement that the council can vote on and hopefully get a majority vote and see where we come up with. There's nothing that's been settled yet. There's nothing that has been agreed to yet. This enabling language that hopefully gets passed today just starts the conversation and starts the ball rolling. A little bit was said by a gentleman in the beginning about other PLAs. I'd like to acknowledge that the Selma Police Station was done under a project labor agreement. It was done under budget. It was done on time. We were successful in getting 2 Selma residents on that project into apprenticeship. And so when we have these specific needs and wants in a project labor agreement, we deliver. The Fresno Unified School District, Juan Felipe, the bid was awarded to a non-union general contractor. A plumbing bid was awarded to a non-union plumbing outfit. So I don't know where they're getting their facts from, but the situation is it doesn't exclude the non-union. They were successful in that. That same non-union plumbing outfit was successful on the State Turner Community College West Fresno project. And so they secured the work there. We are working just fine with them. We're securing the apprenticeship opportunities for them. The apprentices come from the local area as well as the workforce. So some of those things I'd like, and also I'll note that the City of Fresno Airport is on time and on budget, and it is working within the parameters of the project labor agreement, and I'd like to applaud the City Council for their foresight in that last year in coming about and engaging in those conversations. And so to that end, and, I'll have conversations both publicly and privately with anybody, but to Councilmember Redfield's comments, there's nothing that has been said just because the word policy is in this particular language doesn't mean we're going to end up with a citywide policy of any kind. Everything is negotiable. Everything is put up when we're doing there. And so, again, all of those projects that I've named, every one of them, and this can be looked up, has come in at or under the engineer's estimate, or within 1% or 2% of it. And so I'm very proud of that. And all of them had multi-bidders. They had 3 or more bidders on every one of those projects. And so that made this kind of give you food for thought there. But we in the building trades, we stand ready. We hope this policy or this particular item gets passed, and we stand ready to engage in the process. And hopefully we'll negotiate a project labor agreement that will be effective and productive for the residents of the city of Fresno. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up will be Mr. Pablo Villagrana. Mr. Villagrana, you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pablo Villagrana, and I have lived here all my life in Fresno. Born and raised 1985. Went to high school. Went to all the schools here, elementary school, middle school, high school, and I got into the trades. I was in a bad situation, bad neighborhood. District 3, got into the trades, and it changed my life. Being part of the union allowed me to buy a house, car, have insurance, give my kids a better opportunity. It upsets me a little bit to hear people talk down on us. I actually worked out there in the field. I went through the apprenticeship program. I know the pain that we go through. Hard work that we do. Excuse me. But it also gives opportunity for other people in the community to get into the trade and do the same thing I was able to accomplish through the apprenticeship program and through the ironworkers or any other trade. I know multiple ironworkers, other electricians, sheet metal workers, carpenters that got into the trades, changed their lives, and being able to buy a house in this community, in Fresno. They don't live anywhere else. They work here. Some of them have to travel. And I believe a project labor agreement citywide would give more projects and us opportunities to working more in town other than traveling 2-3 hours to go to work, miss out on school events for our kids, especially these Zoom meetings that they have to do or these classes on Zoom. A lot of our apprentices and ironworkers are struggling with that itself. So I hope you guys can consider making this committee for the PLA so you guys can have an option to decide if you guys want to approve it or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Villagrana. Mr. Jeffrey Roberts, you will have 3 minutes, Mr. Roberts. You're muted, sir. You need to unmute yourself. Mr. Roberts?
I think you got me confused with Michael Lopez. I am Michael Lopez, 5640 North Delmar.
Mr. Lopez, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello, Mr. Maxwell. Welcome to the council. I was appointed to the Fresno City of Fresno Capital Projects Oversight Committee. And while I was there, I was a chairman. And while I was sitting there, I seen all these projects going over budget by millions and millions of dollars. More recently was the animal shelter. As a citizen, I want these projects to come on budget, on time. I don't want to see our lawyers fighting with every contractor that comes to town for millions of dollars that our taxpayers are paying. So we need these future projects to be on time and on budget. And I'd like to also see them go to local residents, unlike the water treatment plant. That was really sad to see all these out-of-town contractors coming in town. So here in Fresno, we do have local apprenticeship training facilities. They could provide local apprentices jobs to these projects in Fresno. And like Mr. Rojas said, we're not here today to approve a PLA. We just want to negotiate one, and I think we can negotiate one that will fit everybody's needs. So, again, you know, as being a taxpayer, I'm tired of seeing these projects overrun with costs, and you know, it's in the millions of dollars. So let's try this citywide PLA. Why not? But first, let's negotiate one. And I want to thank you for letting me speak today. And you guys have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Next up will be Juan Rosales. Mr. Rosales, you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Juan Rosales. I actually grew up, born and raised here in Fresno, California. I work both union and non-union. Currently, I am an organizer with District Council 16, Local 294. Entertaining a PLA through the city of Fresno, I believe would be a great opportunity. Working non-union, I did travel here and there working, being able to be a part of the community and working in the construction industry. I've seen both sides of the deal. So if we had a PLA in place, it does entertain a lot more local hire. I did have to travel quite a bit when I was working non-union, out of town sometimes. Sometimes it was when I was with the union. So I just had to say a PLA would probably be a great idea, fantastic for a lot of the members in Fresno, a lot of the people here. As far as how keeping the money local and keeping the apprentices and all that good stuff local, everybody here. So I just wanted to say I hope you guys do entertain the PLA here, and good afternoon to everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales. Next up is Mr. Chris Smith. Mr. Smith, you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the Fresno City Council. My name is Chris Smith, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California. We represent over 1,000 union and non-union general, specialty, and associate contractor members throughout the state. But before I get started, I would like to give a congratulations or condolences to newly elected Councilmember Maxwell and Mayor Dyer. I'm certain you're going to figure out which one of those it is over the next 4 years. But in all seriousness, welcome, and apparently right into the fire on some very important issues. We're here to speak about this very important item today, the proposed project labor agreement for the city of Fresno. Now, you should have all received a letter from us yesterday on this topic, but I wanted to speak on this. AGC and its members, we're committed to helping cities, counties, and the state build on time, on budget projects that don't compromise design or safety. An example of that is AGC. We meet, and our members, we meet on a quarterly basis with the City of Fresno's Public Works Department. We'll work to resolve issues and preview some projects, that are coming before the city. We were also brought in for a small Q&A session with city staff and the Fresno Airport PLA group, as well as the drafting attorney, and we're more than happy to do that again in the same manner. Again, back in 2019, this council discussed a similar issue for the Fresno Airport, and wisely, this body elected to have a task force made up of members of the council, city staff, and they met with various stakeholders to understand the important policies and best practices that such an agreement would need to address. Now, Councilmember President Chavez and Councilmember Soria and former Councilmember Capriolio conducted these meetings in a way that I think was a huge service to not only this city, but a shining example of how public engagement should be conducted. While the final outcome did not address all the issues in the final agreement, but it did benefit through the process. So we're here today to ask two things from the council. First, establish a PLA task force similar to what was used for the Fresno Airport. Now, I know Councilmember Arias, you said it would go through a PLA task force, but if the resolution could reflect that, we would greatly appreciate it. And then secondly, allow construction to be at the table when negotiating these terms with the PLA task force. That's so that we can address in an open dialogue and help mitigate any unforeseen issues. We think the Fresno Airport Agreement would be a good starting point for the city, but there will be several issues to address, some of which have been mentioned. Do we want to go project specific versus threshold dollar amount? What's going to be the covered and scope of work, core workers, uniform grievance processes, prompt payments to contractors, a lot of that stuff. We are more than happy to help facilitate that dialogue again, the way we did during the Fresno Airport. And we're really committed to helping the city of Fresno on this. So on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California, we'd like to thank the council for their time on this, and we look forward to continuing the conversation on this issue.
All right, thank you. Next up will be Ms. Nicole Gehring. You will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, President Chavez, members of the Fresno City Council, and welcome Councilmember Maxwell and Mayor Dyer on your first day in council. I was really pleased and excited to hear a lot about what I heard this morning in regards to Fresnans rebuilding Fresno. We're here to seek to serve everyone in the community. Fresnans need to build and rebuild their community. All great things I was hearing, and I'm hoping that that's what we can get to with this process. The processes that we have seen in the past have not, unfortunately, been able to employ certain Fresnans who have been in the community for decades working or not able to work on some of these recent projects, including Fresno apprentices. So I'm here on behalf of, I'm actually advocating, in addition to Associated Builders and Contractors, but for all the essential construction workers in the industry to be able to continue to work in their community. And I also really want to thank you for keeping construction going, as all construction workers are essential during this pandemic. And I would hate to see us go through this process now where we would pick winners and losers in regards to who can work in their community. So I don't know that a project labor agreement is the right way to stop others from coming out of the area, because there a lot have come from out of the area on project labor agreement projects and have been deemed local just through their local haul. And I think we need to lift up the community. So I would also request that all stakeholders, again, be put together and have more meetings and actually be able to have more input this time. I know we were able to provide input once last time, but I did not see that a lot of our input was incorporated. So I would encourage you to let the community have input about what they would like to see so they can continue to build their community. And we have a lot of the same goals. We hire a lot of disadvantaged people. We work at the Valley Apprenticeship Center. We have a lot of their people in our apprenticeship program. Our members hire a lot of people from Valley Apprenticeship Center. So we are definitely working closely with the community. And, you know, these types of people might not be able to work under project labor agreements, and our goal is to lift everybody up in the community. So I would just encourage this process to be inclusive and include the diverse community if you are willing to do this mechanism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Last speaker is Mr. Richard Valenzuela. Mr. Valenzuela, you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is Richard Valenzuela. I live in the city of in Fresno County. I'm a state and federally approved apprentice. I'm enrolled in the ABC NorCal Plumbing Program. I work and I'm sponsored by Fresno Plumbing and Heating. And if the city approves this, I won't be able to continue working on the jobs that I have been the past 4 years. We really hope you guys will look into that. It would only affect my family. We have over 400 employees in our company itself that it may affect, and that's just out of the plumbing department, not considering the other trades that are in these jobs that are available. I've worked on the schools, the housing authority jobs, and all them, and I'm proud to be able to drive back by there and tell my grandkids that, look, I worked right there, or I've been there, and let my kids know I've been here. I did stuff there. It means stuff. It means something to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to others also. We're also talking about rebuilding. Like everybody keeps saying prior to my speaking, yes, I believe if we keep it local, it will help build our community back faster. Hopefully better and faster. Not be bringing people from too far out, everywhere else. I just throwing this off the top of my head. I apologize. I thank you guys all very much for your time. I'm not going to waste any more of your guys' time. Repeating myself, that's sure what everybody else has already said. But I really hope you guys can come to a fair agreement with this for our public, our Fresno businesses. I thank you guys for your time. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. That concludes our public comment. I will now bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Carbasi, you had your hand punched up.
Council President, he's just walked by. He's going to his office.
Got it. Do we have any other members of the council wanting to speak on this item? Oh, Councilmember Carbasi, you're back.
I was running back.
You have the floor.
Congratulations, Mr. President. I think it's fair to say, based on our campaigns, that the organized labor knows that they have the support in this council. When we passed the PLA, I wasn't on the council at the time, but there were 5 Democrats and 2 Republicans, and the airport PLA passed unanimously. And that sent a big message. The pre-apprenticeship programs and the apprenticeship programs that come out of these agreements, especially the pre-apprenticeship programs, it's part of that second and third chance, even a great first chance for someone that I was talking about earlier in my speech when I was sworn in. Unfortunately, this issue is very controversial, as we've heard from the people speaking today. What I want to know from the committee is the assurance that there's going to be a public input process so that people from the business community and people from the public that have concerns are going to be heard. I don't want them to have a token opportunity. It's a real opportunity to help shape policy. There were some problems with the airport PLA. I think someone mentioned it earlier. Some of the firms were out of state. The design firm, for example. And the problem with that is when we're in a recession and we already have a tough enough economic situation in the Valley, we have to capture every dollar we can. And this council has been very, in my year and a half on here, we've talked a lot about making sure we keep dollars local and multiplying that money in our economy. It's really important. And we can't drop the ball on this one. But what's that? Gary, you're not muted. Okay, someone record what he said, God knows. No, I'm only teasing. So a transparent process, I think, is something that I'm a little surprised this is on the agenda. This was kind of rushed. I know we've talked about this before, but in the people I've been able to speak to that are with labor, they want the transparent process. They want to get everything out there so we can create the best policy possible. But I want to say one thing. Sorry about the train, guys. I gave a speech this morning. People are smart, and I'm gonna be real. This is not about labor. Putting it on the agenda today is about sending a message and a pot shot to the new administration, and I highly resent that. This is a very important issue. Using labor as a pawn in a measuring contest between council and administration, not good. Not a good way to start. We have the votes to support the PLA. We have the votes to start that process, but we can do it unanimously. Creating division is just going to be more of the same. We all talked about the next chapter and a better 2021. We're not going to get there playing the old games. And I'm sorry, guys, that's the way I see it. And I think that's the way a lot of people see it. That's all I have to say.
So if I could address the comments by member.
Hold on, Council President. And let me just say this because I think it'll offer context to Councilmember Carbasi's comments. Last time we went through this, we did have a very thorough process. That's yet to be determined. That's what we're having a conversation about, Councilmember Carbasi. And I just want to remind the council that yes, we'll have an ad hoc committee, but that does not prevent other council members from going and speaking with other stakeholders and having conversations, obviously being respectful of the Brown Act. And that's always an option for us as policymakers. But this now being flagged publicly, I think lets the community know what direction that this body wants to go in. And as with everything, council majority will really outline what this process and subsequent policy draft language will look like.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'm sorry, you used the term council majority, is that correct?
That's correct.
But last time it was unanimous. I think that sent a very powerful message. And I just think that it's give and take.
I'd love to get a majority all the time, Councilmember Carbasi, but as we know, sometimes that's not possible. But we're going to try to land this plane. It looks like it's going to be a little bumpy, but we will get there.
I think we've done it before. I know it's been a very interesting day with certain votes, but I think we can get there if we're willing to try. If we really at least try to get there. If it's just that, hey, we have the votes, we're going to do it, to hell with everyone else, we're going to have a very tough year.
Okay,
thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Carbasi, let me just reassure you on a couple of things. On the timing, it's not political. The timing is simply this. I was council president. I had my plate completely full, as you could imagine. So this is the first meeting where I just got to be a regular council member and finally get to the to-do list that we have all been talking about. Secondly, with the new presidential administration, Congress and Senate, we now know that there's going to be a public infrastructure reinvestment into communities like Fresno. Therefore, this is a time to lay the groundwork on how we rebuild Fresno. And then just lastly, it's our intention to have the administration at the table. So the mayor will be part of the process, like the former mayor was part of the airport project. And lastly, I just want to reassure you that our goal is going to be simply to hire Fresnans to help us rebuild Fresno and keep taxpayer dollars here while providing people with good paying jobs that provide a good salary, a good pension, and health care, because simply, allowing the system to operate as it has been in the past. And in terms of the process and transparency, when we awarded the no bid contract for the animal shelter, we did so based on the emergency, but there was no public process, no stakeholder process, no input from the business community. So we've done the police station and the animal shelter in the opposite of a transparent stakeholder engagement, environment. We intend to be fully transparent, engage as many stakeholders, and take whatever time is necessary. So you have my commitment as a sponsor of this initiation that everybody will be involved, everybody will have a say, and that our ultimate goal is going to be to make sure we can hire as many Fresnans as possible to rebuild our city.
Thank you, President, Councilmember Arias. Now we have Councilmember Esmeralda Soria up.
Thank you, Council President. I want to echo the words of those that have joined in support of initiating this process, which I can imagine that will be extensive, and it will be a collaborative process. I think that we've demonstrated in the past that we can do it. And, I've had a conversation with our new mayor, and that has been my commitment as a co-sponsor of this. He will be at the table, or his team will be at the table, just like we did with the previous administration. And just to correct the record, I know that Councilmember Carbasi brought up that the planning firm wasn't local. Absolutely, the planning firm wasn't local for the airport, but it was not included in the PLA. So if we read the PLA was only focused on the construction project and the construction portion. So we could force to get a local design firm as part of the PLA, because we had to go on a competitive process. So that was the process, just for everyone, and so that facts are not misrepresented. In my opinion, PLAs are good for business. They benefit contractors, they benefit workers, they benefit the owners, and they benefit taxpayers. And the goal of this PLA, in my mind, is to really build the future workforce of Fresno. There is no shortage of human capital in our community that we need to invest. These are Fresno taxpayer money. And, I want to I think we had a couple apprentice folks or folks that have gone through the apprentice program for the ABC. And unfortunately, they should have picked someone from the city of Fresno. I'm cool with Sanger and supporting the outlying communities, but my focus right now is I represent the city of Fresno. over 500,000 people. And I can tell you that most of the people in this community right now that are unemployed would probably want an opportunity to enter into a job that is going to provide for them healthcare benefits and good wages for their families. I don't know if any of you guys have gone to any of the pre-apprentice or apprentice graduations. I've had the good fortune of probably attending majority of them, probably about close to 100% of the graduation since I've been on the council. And to hear just the transformational stories, the impact that these apprentice programs are doing for families is amazing. That's an investment in the human capital of this community. And that's what this PLA is about. It's about investing our own dollars here so that we can put people to work. We can make sure that our local folks are put first. That's what I want. And that's what Fresno needs because of where we're at today, given the pandemic. People have lost jobs. People need opportunities. This is going to help folks that come from disadvantaged areas or groups like women. I put language to help also small businesses, veterans, minorities, foster care kids. Those are the folks that I want to make sure that this PLA prioritize. Veterans, those are the folks that need those opportunities, need that opportunity to be able to get a good paying jobs in the building trade industry. And so I want to thank folks for the support, those that joined us in the call today to support this initiation process. It's not going to be, 30 days. It's going to be an extensive process because it is going to be a citywide policy. And that's what I want to see. I'm not going to be apologetic about, trying to water stuff down. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in making something that's going to be good for Fresno, good for our workers, and good for the future of this city. And that's what I want to see. We have, if you think about Fresno and what Fresno has done for decades before us, guess what? We were a city that didn't allow PLAs, that had a ban. This council or a previous council that I was a part of, we lifted a ban on PLAs. So we're turning a page and a chapter in this community where we say we value working families, we value unions, we value labor because they matter. They're an important stakeholder. And what has happened in the decades before hasn't worked for Fresno. Why do we still have the same poverty levels in our community? Because what we've done has not worked. It has not lifted working families. And I'm not about to leave this council without ensuring that working families have really a seat at the table and a voice and will be benefit from our taxpayer money so that they can build the future that they deserve to have in this city.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Next up, Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, so to echo some of the comments, our city has always struggled economically, and there are a lot of reasons for that. But one of the primary reasons is that we've struggled to hold together the middle class here in Fresno. Something called the middle class myth, where a lot of folks think they are middle class, is because they're not starving, they're not necessarily struggling to put food on the table. But the truth is, our city is made up primarily, the bulk of it, by working class folks, lower income folks, and we need to do all we can as leaders of the city to bolster the types of jobs, bolster the educational levels here in the city, so that the boats rise, right? So what's the saying? A rising tide lifts all boats, and I think this PLA is not the silver bullet, but it's certainly a major component, an effective component to raise that tide economically for all the folks. We know that when we put money and disposable income in the pockets of our working class and middle class families, they're spending it, and that's benefiting everyone citywide. So what we're doing here with this PLA is the goal is to create a framework that bolsters those families, that bolsters those workers. I mean, a project like this, policy like this, will create jobs and put working people to work for many, many years to come, and certainly have a lasting impact on the fundamental economic infrastructure of the city. So that's why I'll be supporting it, and that's why I was proud to co-sponsor this item.
Thank you, Vice President. Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a moment to clarify something, and maybe I said a couple of different things, and not all of them actually were heard. Be very clear. The opportunities through a trade is phenomenal. It can transform someone's life, and it can do it locally. I'm not questioning that whatsoever, and I'm going to support this item. I want to make that very clear. We have the votes to do these things. What I'm saying is, if we do it the way it was done last time and build unanimous support and bring everyone together, good policy doesn't mean one group wins and one group loses. Good policy means we bring up as many people as we can with us to do what's best for our community. I just want to make that very, very clear. And
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. I want to give the administration an opportunity to chime in, whether it's our city manager, Tommy Esqueda, or the mayor. Mr. Esqueda?
Yeah, so I think the message is coming through here. We would like to, you guys want to look at there's a local hire. We want to get local people hired to do jobs. And I just pulled some numbers from the last big program we did. It was the Recharge Fresno. It was $578 million were spent in that program. 63.5% of the hours billed to that project, 578 million, were people who lived within 25 miles of City Hall. And then, so that gets some people into the county, but 63, so over a million hours were local hires. So we definitely get that. That's definitely consistent with what the mayor's expectation is, inclusive economic development. And One Fresno, we want everybody to participate. We want everybody to be involved. So we look forward to, having this discussion and figuring out how can we make sure that we implement a policy where local hires there, everybody gets a shot. Everybody gets a shot at working on these projects. And I do agree with Miguel Arias, Councilmember Arias, that, we should expect that there's going to be some money flowing into the system. So if we can get some of these local hire initiatives kind of set up early, it's probably a good idea. So we look forward to working with you guys on it. Again, local hire, everybody gets a chance to play. And we make sure it has an impact on, we keep those dollars local. And again, I don't know if 63.5% is the number you're looking for, but that didn't have a project labor agreement. And a lot of people within 25 miles of City Hall got to work on that project. So look forward to figuring out how do we get that number up and move the ball on our inclusive economic development, One Fresno. Mayor, you want to add anything?
Tommy, can I just add to that, to just a comment to that 63%, which I think is great. Obviously, 63% is a good number. I'd like that number to be close to 100%, but I'd like to see it specifically to Fresno, City of Fresno. These are City of Fresno dollars. These are City of Fresno taxpayer money. And so we have to figure out how is it that we really focus on making sure that, those kids that the mayor had an opportunity to hear from that are at risk, that are, teetering and that may end up in a gang, don't end up in a gang because they have the opportunity to enter into an apprentice program or a pre-apprentice program. That's what I'm interested in. We have to be very intentional about how we craft this policy so that City of Fresno residents benefit from this policy. And that, Fresno County, that's great, 25, mile radius. But I think that I'm interested, and I know a number of my colleagues are interested in seeing Fresno residents first.
Yep, no, that sounds good. And when we did that, when that program was done, it was just building off of there's a local business advantage when they do bidding. So that's the model they use for there. So for this project, we just do tailored. If you guys are interested in with the City of Fresno city limits, we can make those, we can just make that a condition in the bid documents that here's the local hire requirement, municipal limits, and then we just specify the things you guys are looking for, the youth, the other target populations that we want to make sure get a shot at this stuff. So those are all things we can put inside in the bid documents that make sure the contractors know our expectation.
Thank you, City Manager. Just a request for my colleagues and staff, if you could just use your raise your hand button. I'm a little bit new at the technology thing, but it helps. Councilmember Maxwell, you've been waiting for a little while. You have the floor.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Council President. I just want to address something that I heard.
this discussion, this conversation is not rushed. If anything, it's late to the game. I'm coming on to a city council overseeing a city where thousands of people are out of jobs, where our economy has taken a great hit. How great would it have been if we had started this conversation a long time ago and we had this tool ready to go? Again, I want to address the misconception. What we're voting on, is not a PLA. It's to begin a conversation so we can start moving our city forward, so we can start getting people back to work, and so we can start stimulating our economy. Everybody on this call will have a say as to what the final outcome is. I look forward to seeing what it is. Certainly not rushed. If anything, it's overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. I will go last. Earlier I said that I've been in the building now 10 years. Monday was my 10-year anniversary.
I did put up my hand, but if you want to go now, that's fine. I just wanted to know that I was.
I'll go last, Councilmember Butterfield. You go up. You go next.
Okay. I just want to express a couple of things. This is a beginning a conversation not to create jobs. This is a beginning a conversation to do a citywide PLA policy. I don't want to mislead. I don't want people to be misled what this is. This isn't about to go create new jobs. This is about establishing a policy citywide for project labor agreements. Tommy, city manager, you were mentioning 63% inclusive of a project. Could you which project was that specifically where you said 63% of the people were of 63% of the people employed were city residents?
Yeah, that was for the Recharge Fresno program. So that was the 429 million plus the recycled water program. All of that was under one program. We managed it specifically for a local hire element. 63% of we're within 25 miles because that's consistent with another city policy on local vendors. So we just said, let's match that. But it sounds like we might go to the city within the city limits now.
So we had 63% of the people hired were City of Fresno residents, and that was done without a PLA.
And it was we had local hire conditions specified in the documents.
Right.
Not City of Fresno, 25-mile radius, so we don't know how many.
Of City Hall.
Councilmember Soria, let's let Councilmember Butterfield have the floor.
I appreciate the point of view. I want it to be accurate, and it needs to be accurate. So I appreciate that point, because we all want City of Fresno people hired. I want City of Fresno people hired. I want 100% if we can make it 100%. I don't want to mislead people. And again, I've supported the PLA, but the PLA is not a be all and end all. And the way it's being proposed is that if we do a PLA, we will have all these hires locally, and that's the only way we can create jobs. And PLAs are not the way to stimulate the economy. The way to stimulate the economy is to create a good business climate in your economy, to improve the business climate in City Hall, to reduce taxes, to lower regulations, and to create all the kinds of conditions that business people who create jobs, and that's what it is, small businesses that create jobs. That's where all new jobs that are created, 70% come from existing businesses that are already there. So it's not about a PLA creates the jobs, it's the business people, it's the private sector that creates jobs. I know a lot of people here love government jobs, but I like private sector jobs because those are real jobs. Those are the jobs that last. So we all share the goal of having our people employed in the city of Fresno, that when there are projects, whether they be under a PLA or not a PLA, that the majority of people are hired within our city. We all agree on that. So I differ that this is overdue or should have been going on. This is new. At one point in the city, the PLAs were banned. I think they should be looked at on an individual basis, but now we're advancing the ball a little bit here. Now we want to say that all public city work projects have to be PLAs. I know the devil will be in the details, but let's remember, San Francisco, I think, is one of the few cities in our state that has mandatory citywide PLAs. I'm not sure we want to follow San Francisco on anything. So we'll see how this unfolds, but it's not as is being portrayed. This is the cure-all for fixing the economic problems in our city. No, there are many other things we need to do to improve the economic climate in our city. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield. Now I will go last. I don't know when in our country's period did we start to look down or minimize unions. I don't understand that. I think when you look at what those folks have done in the labor movement, even those that are not part of a union, we know and understand that benefit from what they fought for, right? There's a reason why we have safe working conditions. There's a reason why we have overtime. There's a reason why we have health benefits. And so what really reminded me of that is, for me, it's never been about ideology. Whether you call something a PLA or a workforce incentive program or whatever you want to call it, at the end of the day, it's about people. And I want to really thank one of the callers that called, Mr. Villagrana, that you could feel that passion that he has. I'm not interested in just creating jobs. I'm interested in creating careers for people that they can then build on for the rest of their lives. I think for the city of Fresno, we have an opportunity to do just that. And for all the criticisms that I've heard over the last 10 years, and I mentioned earlier that, this was my 10-year anniversary on Monday being here, I have voted during my tenure here and during my tenure at the school board on thousands of change orders. So let's not use the argument that this makes projects more expensive, because I've seen expensive and it's been frustrating to see the expense cost going up and up. And I want to be very clear for folks. If you're going to come and ask me to support workers that are coming from Arizona, from Wisconsin, from other places, I'm going to tell you no right up front. If you approach me about putting our folks back to work here locally, and many of you have known that I pulled items off the calendar to grill staff a little bit about why are we not supporting local? Why are we not working with our local car dealerships, our local workers? That to me is really what I'm interested in this conversation. And many of you know that I'm pragmatic. I like to reach consensus. And for me, that priority, that will be a guiding factor. How many local people can we actually put back to work? And I'm talking about all local people. The residents that I represent in Southeast Fresno that are unfortunately going to be unemployed, this to me is a great opportunity to help people be self-reliant and self-sustained so that they don't have to go get, food at a food distribution, or they don't have to get welfare at the local welfare office. There's nothing more empowering than somebody that has a job, a good paying job with benefits that they can then provide for their families. And you heard it right there with our caller. He's been able to buy a home here in our city. He supports our local stores. He goes and buys local cars. He even talked about car insurance. And to me, that's exactly what the city of Fresno should be working towards, putting people back to work, people that come from disadvantaged neighborhoods. That number that was thrown out, the percentage, I want that to be 100%. I understand the reality and the dynamics of that, but that's really what I'm interested in. And I'll say this till this language comes back. I'm not just interested in creating jobs. I want to provide these careers for folks, for them going forward, so that they can provide for their family, so that they can be taxpayers. That, by the way, helps our coffers back up when that money comes back to the city of Fresno, and we're able to spend on potholes and street lights and parks and all the amenities that our quality of life, communities demanding right now. And so, this is the beginning of the conversation. I think the groups, the stakeholders know what my approach is from the last time they did that. I'm going to welcome, I'll meet with them, I'll listen, and I'm going to work with my colleagues and make sure that we can come through to some consensus, work with the mayor. I know that their team's going to be very involved. I appreciate that, because I think we got to get buy-in from the administration to the council member. Every single council member right now, I think, has an opportunity to provide input and feedback on what that looks like when it comes back. So I would just recommend for my colleagues to engage early and make sure that we are at the table and we're discussing these things that are going to be so important, because at the end of the day, it's about people. It's about helping people. It's about helping people help themselves, and not having them depend on handouts. That to me is the powerful tool that we have an opportunity to do right now. And I'll come back to what I said earlier. I don't know when in the history of our country did we start vilifying unions. We shouldn't do that because we know that they have fought for a lot of the amenities, a lot of the services and benefits that we have in our community. And I want to make sure that we continue those for the next generations. We're about to be hit by the results of the economic shutdown that we've had this past year. And it's going to be incumbent on us to try to get those folks back to work. And we need to use every single possible tool that we have at our disposal, this being one of them. So with that, I am looking forward to the conversation. I know that, like my colleague said, the devil's in the details. There's a lot of work to do, but I am confident that my colleagues will ensure that we come back with a draft language that helps and supports our community. And so with that, the motion was made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Absolutely, yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
6-1.
All right, thank you. With that, we will go to the next item. We're a little bit behind. It was supposed to be heard at 1:45. It is now 3:57. And yes, I am mentioning that time discrepancy on purpose. We have a hearing to consider a conditional use permit, application P20-02556. This is in Council District Number 7, Vice President Esparza's district. You have the floor.
Yes. So I appealed this denial because I disagreed with the decision at the Planning Commission. I did want to give. I'm not sure if staff is planning to do a presentation. I don't think it's necessary, but if they want to, they're welcome to. But I did want to give the applicant 2 or 3 minutes to kind of talk about the project.
All right. Do we have the applicant queued up here?
I think we have them over. We got a couple hands raised on the side here.
There's a Mr. Philip Segris and a Michael Singleton.
Yeah, who would you like me to queue up?
Michael, I believe.
Yes, Mike is here.
Hi. So I was looking for just a very brief presentation on your project.
Certainly. Well, first of all, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mike Singleton. Thank you for your time, President.
Oh, we lost him.
That was my fault. I was promoting him to a panelist.
Well,
You can unmute yourself now,
I think
Michael.
we have staff's hand raised as well. I think they might want to chime in. We can let them go first if they'd like.
All right, Michael, you can unmute yourself. I just promoted you to a panelist.
Brianna, is he going to need to share his screen or do anything like that? Do we have a presentation or is it just verbal?
That I'm not sure. That's why I promoted him to a panelist in the event that he needs to share his screen.
Okay.
I do not need to share my screen, but I unmuted. Can you everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity and thank you for the time. It has been a long day. And what I wanted to bring, and Councilman Esparza, thank you very much for bringing this to the council. What we are proposing here at the southwest corner of Chestnut and Olive is a new development of a project that's been vacant for 20 years, as I think everyone knows. This would be a brand new 7-Eleven with a Starbucks and a drive-through. The project as it sits right now is entitled subject to the matter at hand right now, and that is for the reverse of the denial of the ability to sell beer and wine at the premises. This has been in the process for quite a long time, and just so that everybody understands what we are prepared to do and what we are doing is I'm going to be purchasing the Type 21 liquor store from Didier's, which is just the next property line to the west from them. I have it in escrow. I will be buying it, and I will be downgrading it to a Type 20. So the general area will be losing a liquor store establishment, which can sometimes be looked at very unfavorably, predicated on the marketplace. And additionally, though it is not required, we are also going to retire another Type 20 license in the city of Fresno. This is a $4 million project. I am a developer who does this up and down the state for Starbucks and for 7-Eleven. It's a great opportunity to bring in new development into an area that certainly needs it. Um, the amount of sales vis-a-vis the gas, the sales tax revenue, and bringing good quality corporate tenants. This is not a franchise-driven deal for 7-Eleven. This is a corporate 7-Eleven and obviously a corporate Starbucks. To bring that type of retail to this corridor would, in my opinion, be a great opportunity. You know, the nice thing is we are eliminating the liquor store, which basically is 90% of their sales is liquor, and we're downgrading that to beer and wine. In my presentation to the planning, it's industry standard that a C store such as this with 7-Eleven, that their sales equates to anywhere between 10 and 12% of beer and wine, and the actual square footage within it is no more than 40 square feet. So we're taking basically a 5,000 square foot plus building with a drive-through on it for Starbucks and a plus or minus 4,000 square foot unit for 7-Eleven. And the plan contemplates the 6 MPDs, which is the fueling, gas fill up, and the unit there to serve the neighborhood, which obviously the tenants believe it is underserved. I am not a speculator developer. I am a developer where these tenants come to me and say, Mike, I would like to locate here. So we have the desire. We have the I believe in the financial viability of this opportunity. Frankly, you know, getting rid of the liquor store, I'm sure that would be a benefit in the neighborhood, and reducing the ability for liquor to be sold here at this intersection, and reducing that type 21 to a type 20. Plus the, you know, as I said, retiring another type 20, which isn't a requirement of the prior municipal code, but we are prepared to do that in order to virtually just move this type 21, and as I said, downgrade to a type 20 across a property line. As I said in the beginning, this project is fully entitled, subject to that. Unfortunately, if we do not get this approval of the ABC license for the ability to sell beer and wine, this project will not happen. 7-Eleven will not locate there, to be perfectly honest. I hate to say that, but it is what it is. So that's the project. It's a $4 million project that I'm personally doing on my own, and really appreciate any feedback, any questions. My architect may or may not still be on the phone. If you have any questions regarding design, I can't answer them to the best of my non-architectural ability. But once again, that's the project, and we're excited to hear your input and thoughts, and hopefully approval and support of this project.
Vice President Esparza, it's in your district, so.
Yes. So based on the presentation and based on the information I've been provided, I am, I think hell froze over because I think I'm in support of this project, primarily because of the, what we're doing is we're removing liquor from that corner and downgrading it. So we're doing away with a liquor store. We're replacing it with a type 20 license, which is only beer and wine. So we're actually seeing less alcohol. And I wanted to ask the applicant, are you also purchasing in compliance with the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act? Are you also purchasing an additional license on top of that? Michael.
You're muted, Michael.
Sorry about that. We were prior to that resolution, that ordinance that you passed, because this was submitted and gone through committee prior to the November 20th, I want to say, approval of that. But we, you know, as I mentioned, we are not obligated because we are, I guess the correct term would be grandfathered, but we are offering up the retiring of an additional type 20 license in the city. I can't guarantee that it will be in your zone, council member. Obviously, with the new Neighborhood Community Act, as far as that, they're extremely difficult. And I bode what to say what I'm paying for the liquor store, because I think everyone's jaw would drop. But we believe in the project and the fact that we're downgrading from a 21 to a 20 and retiring another 20 substantiates and falls within the limits where this should be approved, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I do believe, again, the RNMA does apply. City Attorney, if we were to approve this today, would this apply? Would the applicant have to purchase an additional on top of the one they are already purchasing at that same corner?
Yes, the RNMA now applies. it applies to all council approvals of these types of CUPs after the effective date of the RNMA, which I think was November 16th. So
Okay.
yes, to approve this, you would have to make the findings for an exception to allow one in an overconcentrated area listed in the RNMA.
So what I would feel comfortable doing here is approving this conditional upon an additional license being purchased and retired. That's what I would be looking for. Is that, are we able to make that motion? City
Yes,
Attorney?
assuming that the additional license is purchased and taken out, and there is a finding that the exceptions apply that are in the RNMA.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve, again, conditional on compliance with on the applicant's compliance with the RNMA, that they, in addition to the license they described at that current corner, that there will be another license within city limits, purchased and retired. And then City Attorney, what was the other component?
Yes, to allow an additional liquor license in an area that's already over concentrated. The council would have to make findings to approve all of the following, and I'll summarize. The use is not located in an area within which the chief of police has determined is detrimental to the public health and safety and so forth. The proposed off-premises sale of alcoholic beverages is incidental and pertinent to a larger retail use. The proposed outlet for the off-premises sale of alcoholic beverages would act as a public convenience or necessity to an underserved portion of the community. And the primary use of the establishment based upon information provided by the applicant has been determined to meet the definition of general market, including a supermarket, neighborhood grocery store, or a healthy food grocer. You have to find all of those listed.
So my motion will also include that the council makes those findings.
The motion's been made by Vice President Esparza.
Second.
Captures what City Attorney provided, and the second comes from
Second.
Councilmember Bossi. All right. Do we have any more comments from the council?
Council member, I do have some comments, but I'll go after Councilmember Butterfield.
Councilmember Butterfield?
Yeah, so you listed how many measures does it have to pass, City Attorney?
Those four findings have to be made, all four.
Okay, does it, Jennifer Clark, does it meet those four findings?
Council member, I appreciate the request. So the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act has a number of location restrictions, including location restrictions regarding near sensitive uses. The establishment shall not be located within 1,000 feet of certain uses, including schools. It is within 815 feet of Ewing Elementary. Near other alcoholic beverage establishments, not within 1,000 feet. There are 3 establishments within within that 1,000-foot boundary. Even with purchasing the 21 license, include the 3 are Family Dollar, Fresno Community Market, and the Easy Mart number 5. They are within an area defined by the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control as a high crime area, per page 7 of the staff report. There are already 8 licenses in this census tract, and there are only 4 permitted under the state concentration ratio that was adopted with RNMA. So additionally, there is the requirement to transfer and to purchase an additional license, so a 2-for-1. Fresno Unified School District did not recommend approval. They do not support the request to establish a new type 20 license, even with the removal of the type 21. So those findings, staff could not make those findings, but the city council certainly can.
No. So from city staff perspective, they didn't meet any of the 4 requirements?
So the only requirement that would be met would be the purchase of the second license, which would remove an alcoholic beverage license from the area. The second license It is incidental to a larger retail use. So one of the things that this particular area is going to provide is a larger shopping experience. But based on the definition of our market, the use, it's the establishment itself does not meet the definition of a general market, supermarket, neighborhood grocery store, or a healthy food grocer. The council obviously could find that it is a public convenience and a necessity in an underserved portion of the community to enhance the vitality or existing commercial area. We do have evidence on the record in terms of number A, proposed use not located within area the chief of police has determined to be high crime. So we would need additional information before we could make that finding. But council can certainly make their own findings on this particular item.
So it meets one of the four, according to your staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so I don't know if this is a question for you or the city attorney. If you're doing the analysis and you find that it only meets one of the four criteria, how can the city council say, well, it meets 1 out of 4 according to you, but according to us, it meets 4 out of 4?
Council, all I can say, I can provide the legal standard, but I've not personally examined the facts to apply the standards to the facts. That's really up to the council.
Okay. Well, I mean, what it seems to me is our own professional staff who do this all the time assess that it meets 1 out of 4. We have perhaps a council that wants to get it approved anyway. So then rather than accepting what is black and white, according to our professional staff, wanting to pass the project anyway, in spite of the RNMA, in spite of the fact that Fresno Unified doesn't recommend approval, today this council wants, or maybe the council, I don't know, wants to approve it. I'm not going to ignore the professional staff that say it doesn't meet the 4 criteria and should meet the 4 criteria in order for it to be a pass. I'm not going to ignore that FUSD, the school district, doesn't recommend approval. It doesn't want it approved. So for those reasons, I have a hard time finding a way to support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Councilmember. I wish staff would have shared the aerial of this project proposal that I pulled up in the background material.
Sure,
This
we
is
can
on the,
we can do that. Philip has a presentation that I believe was presented with the staff report.
Yes, I saw that. I'm seeing that on my screen. Just to give the public a really good context, this is exactly the kind of stuff we're trying to address with the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. This is a corner where previous councils and mayors approved and police departments signed off on for liquor license and alcohol license, essentially adjacent to the school within 1,000 feet. So in order for us to clean up this corner with new development, we have to have that new development willing to absorb additional licenses, not just in that immediate area, but also in the larger area of that census tract. So, you know, it's if you look at the aerial, they are purchasing a liquor license adjacent to this property. And they would have to buy an additional license, which is the intent of the Responsible Neighborhood Act to over time reduce that saturation. But you know, what I would be comfortable with, Councilmember Esparza, is that if the developer was willing to actually focus their efforts on buying that additional license within that immediate proximity, that would help reduce the amount of alcohol saturation near an elementary school. I understand the school district's position is that they don't want it. But let me remind this council too that, you know, when I was at Fresno Unified, we said no to liquor licenses across the street from McLean High School, and yet the council approved it. And that was within 100 feet of a high school campus. So in my view, if the developer and the council member are willing to buy an additional license, and you know that is actually outlined in the Responsible Neighborhood Act, in that immediate vicinity, that would further reduce the saturation of alcohol to our elementary kids, then I would be supportive of making these findings.
Yeah, and I think you summarized well. So what I want to articulate, what the point I want to make, drive home, is that I think if we make this approval today, there's actually going to be a net reduction, right, in terms of alcohol, because we're removing liquor from that corner. Only beer and wine will be left with the new development. And on top of that, an additional license. So I would feel most comfortable the closer it is within, within that radius. I am open to going a little further out within the district, but it ultimately it is conditional. The approval is conditional upon them finding that additional license, not just the current one that's on that current corner. But this is a net reduction. That's what I want to be clear about. That's the only reason I'm supporting this this project, and probably the first time I've ever supported a project of this kind because of these special circumstances.
All right. I don't see any other council members punched up, but Director Clark, did you have something to say?
Just one more item. If the council wishes to grant this, which is certainly within your purview, we would actually recommend that you continue this to the next council meeting so that we can work with the new chief of police in terms of item A. The proposed use is not located within an area in which the chief of police has determined, et cetera, because right now we do show the current chief of police has determined this isn't an area of high crime, so we would need to change that and have that reflected in the record.
Well, Vice President Esparza, you can make your motion contingent upon that if you want or not. It's up to you.
Yeah. So what are you saying that finding could potentially be altered under the new police chief? Is that what you're saying, Director Clark?
I think what I'm saying is he would need to review the evidence and make his own finding because there's currently evidence in the record. If you look at, I believe it's page 7 of your staff report, that we have the evidence from the 2019 calendar year. So we'd need to, between January 1st and September 20th, 2020. So we need to update that data for the new chief of police to review the new data to determine if it was still in a high crime area. It may have changed.
Okay, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with continuing. What I would want as well, in addition to those updated numbers, is the specific calls for service at the site and at the current liquor store that are there. So I'd like to see those specifics as well, just to see what what proportion of calls it potentially may account for within that radius. So I'll go ahead and withdraw my original motion, and I'm okay with continuing it to the next council meeting.
All right. Do I have a motion to continue it to the next council meeting by Vice President Esparza? Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
All right. Let me go out to the public. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak or address this item? Don't believe we have any. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Motion made by Vice President Esparza, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi to continue to the next meeting. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Krabasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes. All right. Next item we have up is item 4A under City Council Business, and this is a resolution in support of Measure P passing by a simple majority vote. Sponsors are Councilmember Maxwell, President Arias, and Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Our city has an embarrassing and shameful history when it comes to our parks and green space. In 2018, 52+% of the Fresno populace voted for Measure P. A higher percentage of District 4 residents voted for Measure P than voted for myself. And so I really have to pay attention to the will of the people. The judicial system has already spoken. It will be going before the California Supreme Court, but we have good indication that they don't plan on hearing this matter. So it's my ask to the council today that we reverse our shameful position, and I ask the council today to support Measure P. We have over $200 million in deferred maintenance to our parks for a city that has an annual budget of close to $15 million. We have a severe lack of after-school programs for our youth. And studies will show that when families and neighborhoods have successful parks and green spaces, violent crime and juvenile crime in those neighborhoods decrease. We saw over 70 homicides in our city last year alone. When it comes to California cities of comparable size to Fresno, California, we spend less than a third, invest less than a third into our local parks. We're consistently at the bottom of the list when it comes to the worst park spaces throughout the state and throughout the country. So my ask to this council today is that we reverse our stance and we support parks and we support after school programs, that we support arts, and that we support culture. Thank you.
All right. Do I have any other council members wanting to speak on this item?
Can I make a motion to approve?
All right.
I'll second that.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I think some of the things that Mr. Maxwell said is true. We have $200 million in deferred maintenance. That's no question. But this is a tax over 30 years that will basically generate about $2 billion. It's a 30-year tax. It's a tax. We've never seen a tax that's been 30 years. We've had a Measure C that's been 20 years. We have had a library tax that's been 15 years and 1/10 of a cent. We've had a Measure Z tax that was 10 years, 1/8 of a cent. This tax is too high, it's too long, and not one penny goes to public safety, hires a police officer, a firefighter, doesn't fix one road, not one sidewalk, not one curb. What do our people want? Most of all, they want safe neighborhoods. They don't want to have to deal with the violence, the random shooting that we saw at Fashion Fair. We're a city under siege with crime. Now, there's a whole lot of reasons. We talked about that in various speeches today. But while we clearly all agree we need more parks, that we haven't maintained our parks to the degree that they need to be, this measure actually failed. It didn't pass because it required a 2/3 vote because of Prop 13 that's been in effect since 1978 and over 40 years. It's worked. The people of the state of California did not want to be taxed and overtaxed, which they are. We are in the top 10 when we're talking about stats for being one of the worst states in the nation for taxing its citizens. We are overtaxed to death. This will be a tax that we will never get rid of for 30 years. And that's why it didn't pass the measure. And to 2 years later have 3 judges overturn an election, when you want to talk about disenfranchisement of voters, this is the personification of it. Nearly every precinct in my district, every precinct except 2, voted against Measure P, and rightfully so, because it's a tax that was for 30 years, it's too high, and doesn't put one penny for public safety. We all know when we talk about understaffing what we need, it's police officers, it's firefighters, it's fixing our roads and streets that haven't been maintained for 40 years, 30 years. No matter what district you go into, including mine, we have roads that haven't been repaired. And so to change the rules 2 years later, to move the goalposts is the most outrageous thing I think I've ever seen in terms of elections, except maybe November 2020 presidential election, but that's another story. This is a terrible precedent. What this is going to do is now have anybody who has deep pockets, any rich person can now pay people to collect signatures and come up with a tax with a simple majority. It will have long-term implications for taxation. I know there are plenty of people who love taxes and love big government. So this is a great thing for them. It's a terrible thing for people who don't want to be overtaxed and overregulated, like many citizens in our city and our state. So I'm not going to support this because it's completely unfair to change the rules 2 years later. I'd had a lot more respect for the decision if they simply had said, listen, we think it's not done correctly, but an election took place in the future. These are the rules. Instead, we changed the rules, and people who voted against it have now been completely ignored. So I will not support this because it is a flawed tax measure. It is a 30-year tax measure. And this is going to handcuff us in terms of doing a lot of things that we need to do for our citizens that are the top priority for our citizens. Again, namely public safety and infrastructure. So I won't be supporting this.
Councilmember Bredefeld, I would like to just remind everybody watching this call that FPOA had a chance to have a seat at the table when it came to the benefits of this measure. They chose to opt out. They chose that this wasn't for them, and they chose to campaign against it. I would like to draw everyone's attention to an item we discussed earlier. This is consent agenda item 1. These are the development waiver fees. We had over $1 million in developer fees waived that were supposed to go to public safety. Councilmember Bredefeld, this was under your leadership on the city council. This is just 1 year. I don't know how many years this trend carries. 2, 3, 4, 5. I imagine it's multi-million dollars going back. And I haven't heard the city council speak up against that. You're set on getting more funds to our police department. There's more than one avenue to do that. I know that Measure P is an easy target, but you're patently false. This did pass. The courts have spoken. We're a nation of the rule of law, Councilmember Bredefeld, and the courts have spoken.
Okay, so now that we're having a personal debate, I'd like to respond. No, I'm not patently wrong. The people who were with Measure P, FPOA was certainly involved, but they weren't interested in including a tax for public safety. And you can just talk to the people who were involved in that. That was the case. Again, having said that, you're wrong. It failed. And now 2 years later, we're changing the rules and moving the goalposts. We all ought to be concerned about that when we hold elections. Elections ought to mean something at the time that you hold elections, not change them. And in terms of bringing up deferring of costs, we certainly want to try to be user-friendly, as business-friendly as we possibly can. And $1 million doesn't even get close to where we need to go. We can talk about a whole lot of things that go on at City Hall in terms of waste of taxpayer money. That's another discussion, like multi-gen centers with $3 billion of general fund, but that's another discussion. Or mandatory rental inspections for 1.7 million. The fact is, this measure failed because of Prop 13. And it's been that way for 40 years until 3 judges just changed it. That's a fact. And not one police officer is hired with a $2 billion tax. $2 billion tax. We're hiring park rangers for parks, but nobody who's a sworn personnel officer to stop murders in the street. So I understand you love this tax. You're thrilled about it. Fantastic. My citizens, my people that I represent are not thrilled with more taxation and think we ought to be spending money much more wisely and frankly transparently than exists at City Hall.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Soria has been patiently waiting. Councilmember Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. And, I respect, Gary, that, like you said, your district did not vote for it. Absolutely. And you can stand with your constituents that voted you in. They didn't want to vote for Measure P because they didn't need it. They don't need nice parks in North Fresno because in your area, your parks are probably better than ours. I barely even have green space. I think District 1 is the district with the least amount of green space. Over the last 6 years, I've been working on renovating Quigley Park, which was identified as the #1 park in the park's master plan that needs to be refurbished. And then I've been working on a park that we've promised to a community for 30 years. We have a parcel that we own. And so in my district, actually close to 60% of the voters supported Measure P. And that is why today I am proud to join my colleagues to essentially reverse what was done by the city to honor the majority of the voters in the city that said, we want to invest in our neighborhoods. We want to invest in the young people. We want to invest in arts and culture. We want to write a new story for the city of Fresno. That is what Measure P is about. Measure P is about too many decades of disinvestment, where people now recognize, or people recognize in 2018, that it was an opportunity to change the story, to write a different story for the city of Fresno. And I'm looking forward to making sure that we work in a collaborative fashion with our community so that there is oversight, so that the community has some form of input as to how we spend those millions of dollars that we will be able to get this hopefully be before the end of this fiscal year. Projected, I think we are projected to receive about $38 million. That's going to save many lives in our community, because I support investing in our police department, and every year I've supported many of the motions that you've made to, improve our dispatch services, to make sure that we have additional police officers, to make sure that we have CSO so that we can have a bike patrol. Every single year, I've supported our police department. At the same time, I also have urged us to make more investments into our parks, because our parks have not gone the fair share. And parks and investments into our parks is preventative. So if we invest more in our young people early on, so that instead of they're getting jumped into a game, they actually are able to get an internship or a job, not just with the city of Fresno, maybe somewhere else, even with one of our private partners in our community. That's what Measure P is about. Measure P is about writing a different story for Fresno. And I believe that's what this new council wants. We want to turn a page, and this is, again, turning the page, writing a new chapter, a legacy that we can leave behind to future generations, saying that we care about our neighborhoods, that we care about our kids and their kids. So that's why I am proud today to be able to bring this forward, so that we can begin the process of ensuring that we start collecting those tax dollars that will make significant investments in neighborhoods like my districts that for far too long haven't had a park, haven't had a playground where the kids in their neighborhood can walk to in a safe place, but have to drive for miles or get on a bus for an hour to go to a regional park. I'm tired of that, and I'm hopeful and excited about the fact that we will be able to discuss without having to fight, because it's always a choice, right? Are we going to hire 2 police officers, or are we going to hire and build a park, or even a senior center, which we've struggled to do? Well, now we don't have to fight about that, because now the resources will be there. Yes, we'll have to figure out how to ensure that we get resources so that we have we can improve public safety in our community. That is very true, and we have to figure out how we do it within our budget. But I think that this is an opportunity to improve the future of Fresno.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. We got Councilmember Corbasi and then Councilmember Esparza after. Vice President Esparza.
Woosah. I appreciate, and I've listened attentively to the comments of my colleagues who've spoken. I've warned about the whole either or concept and putting labels on things. I think it's that attitude on all sides that led to the disgrace we saw at the Capitol yesterday. It just builds up and builds up and builds up. My district did vote against Measure P, but 2 things I want to say. I think there were a lot of people in my district who voted against Measure P that supported parks and would support taxing themselves for parks, but they had structural concerns about the way Measure C was put together. Oversight is a very, very big part of the concerns my residents have, but I don't want to go into those details. I want to make this really simple. When I ran on this issue, and it came up as one of the many issues we discussed, and I don't feel comfortable just flip-flopping. I can't do that, and I can't support this today. I can support a measure that can get 2/3 support or even more support. A new tax should be able to get more support than just 52%, but be that as it may. In terms of fairness, we saw what happened yesterday. We saw what some people have tried to do in the political system to use courts to overturn an election. I equate this with that. I can't endorse that concept. This council and the members that voted to put Measure P on the ballot voted a certain standard. For us to reverse course like that, I get it. It's going to move forward, and I wish success with this program. But it also sends a very dangerous message. Courts should not be deciding elections. They should not have the right to overturn a vote. It's totally unfair. It's like reversing the Super Bowl. I know some people like the Niners, which is great, but no, the Chiefs didn't win. The Niners won because that's what we're going to do. That's totally unfair. And I understand how passionate we are, but this can also go the other way and really hurt people on another side if this is a new precedent. So I appreciate the passion. One last thing. I welcome you to go to the parks in my district, go to the Science Center, Pinedale has no park. That's one of my goals before I leave. We can do the whole North Fresno, South Fresno thing again. I don't want to insult your districts because there are lots of districts that need help, lots of infrastructure that needs to be taken care of. But if we're going to go down that route, it's going to be a very cold winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Esparza?
Yes, this one is pretty straightforward for me because we see here that majority, over 52% of the city's voters did vote for this measure. The appellate courts have ruled that 50% was a threshold, and we exceeded that. And additionally, this is a very special issue because there aren't many items we take up on the agenda where we have a solid picture of where our districts are at. And I think we all know where our respective districts, how they voted. And in my district, we had the second highest margin for Measure P throughout the city with over 61% of the vote, second only to District 3. And so I know the folks, I know what the values of my folks are in my districts and what their will is. And I think, folks in my district and throughout all of Fresno are going to benefit tremendously from these very long-term investments. We face a lot of issues in the city. A lot of them are very, very structural. And, we could pour millions and millions of different programs and that wouldn't change things overnight. But we're going to pour millions and millions into programs, parks programs, and change things over the long term. And I think our city will be better for it. So I'll be supporting this item today, just as I did 2 years ago.
Thank you, Vice President Esparza. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me just address a couple of the points that have been.
You're muted, Councilmember Arias.
Oh, sorry about that. A couple of points. One, Councilmember Butterfield's right. Measure P doesn't fund police, but Measure B, our libraries, doesn't fund police either. Measure C for transportation doesn't fund police. Measure Z for the zoo has 0 for police. So we don't reject or oppose measures based on whether they fund police or not. They're very targeted. And the difference with Measure P, like the others, is that it wasn't imposed by politicians. It was put on the ballot by citizens. 35,000 of them that said, we want a self-tax. And that's what the court decided. When citizens choose to self-tax, then it doesn't require 2/3. Secondly, Measure P has more oversight than the libraries, the transportation, and the zoo. And that's uncomfortable for some of us who want to make all the decisions on what part gets fixed first. But that's the way the citizens designed it. They wanted less and not all the power in City Hall only, but they wanted the community to say, this is the park that we want. This is the kind of amenities that we deserve. And I also want to point out this. This is why my district voted 80%. Here's a photo that sits behind my desk. This is the newest neighborhood park in District 3 when Measure P was on the ballot. It's a dirt field, what you find in a third world country. This is JSK Park. 2 years later, it still hasn't been reseeded and doesn't have new irrigation. And that's going to be the task for Jerry, Mayor Dyer, and Tommy. This is the conditions. This is the result when we build brand new parks and have no money to maintain them. So all those parks in North Fresno that are new now, because they're new subdivisions, this is going to be their ultimate future because there is no money in the general fund that we can take away from the police or fire department to fix and maintain our parks. This is why my district voted for Measure P. And let me tell you, this isn't the worst part of it. 2 parks in my district were built on top of active landfills, Hyde Park and Southwest Regional. Go to those parks and you won't be able to play softball at Southwest Regional because of the hills and the landfill that's digesting underneath the ground. We literally build parks and put grass on top of landfills and said that's a park. I ask anyone to go out there and try and play with your kids with the vapors of an active landfill digesting underneath the ground. That's why our folks voted for us investing in parks. And then I'd also like to point out that parts of Fresno voted against Measure P because leaders in those parts of Fresno actively campaigned against it, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars because they had theirs. And they felt that any investment in southern neighborhoods and in parks where they didn't exist was taken away from them. And I'm very critical of our police union for this. The vast majority don't live in our city. They come and work and they serve our city and they get paid by our taxpayers. If any significant portion of our city police officers lived in our city and had that as a neighborhood park, they would have supported Measure P because it's an investment in their own neighborhoods. So we shouldn't allow a handful of people who don't want an amenity that they already have to stop the rest of the city from having the same thing. And as Mayor Dyer was one of the major opponents of Measure P, because at that time he was a police chief. His priority was to look out for the police department budget. Now as mayor, he has a responsibility to look out for the whole city. And he understands that not all neighborhoods are built, much less maintained equally. And I give him credit for understanding that now he has a responsibility to serve everyone, build one Fresno that is equally bright for everyone. And he's gonna have a huge responsibility. He's now gonna be tasked with $40 million a year when we've only had pennies a year to invest in parks. And this council invested an additional $10 million in parks this last budget year, but without the strong administrative leadership, that money will sit there for years and my parks will still continue to look like third world country parks. And that's unacceptable. So I understand we all have our residents and our constituencies, but I didn't have to convince my residents and my voters to support Measure P because they see it every single day. And I think this council can do both. This last year, we hired a record amount of firefighters, irrespective of Measure P. We found a way to prioritize public safety. In the last 2 years, we've given the police department $40 million more ongoing. I challenge anyone to say that this council is anti-police. $40 million more in the last 2 years, gave them a 5% raise, more than any other employee in the city. We have always prioritized police because they are a public safety apparatus and they're a value to us. But it's also time to prioritize the neighborhoods who pay the taxes, who live in our city, who don't simply commute and get a check and then drive away to a beautiful suburb with all the amenities that everybody else wishes they have. So it's time for us to put the rhetoric behind. I trust that Mayor Dyer and Tommy are going to get the right administrative team, that they're going to push through and be responsible. The panel that we appoint to oversee this is going to double and triple check as they should. And I'm hopeful that at least my grandchildren will have a different reality than having to settle for a piece of grass on top of a landfill to call a neighborhood park.
Councilmember Maxwell, and then Councilmember Bredefeld right after.
Just one last point. Knocked on thousands of doors throughout District 4 over the last several years. And there was one common theme. The people of District 4 love their police officers. They love meeting the officers that patrol by on a regular basis. They like having coffee with a cop over off a shop. So why did a majority of them vote for Measure P? Well, it's certainly not because they don't like our police officers or don't think that they need extra help. But they realize, like I urge this council to, that police is a means to an end of public safety. It is one of many tools in our toolkit as lawmakers. We've had years in our history, in the city's history, where we've had more pedestrians and bicyclists hit and killed by vehicles than we've had homicides. So you mean to tell me that an investment into better infrastructure is not an investment into public safety? And when we know that investing into parks and after school programs will lead to reduction in crime and juvenile crime, you're telling me that's not an investment into public safety? It's an investment into a different department but the end result is the same. Measure P is an investment into our public safety for all of Fresno.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, parks are not equivalent of public safety. That's just simply not true. And the fact is, we just committed $5 million in an unprecedented way in our last budget to parks. Is it even close to being enough? Of course not. The fact is, it isn't an issue that there was a tax and it's going to parks. If the tax had not been 30 years, if the tax had been more reasonable, like the library tax or the zoo tax, an eighth of a cent instead of 3/8 of a cent, that was going to take out of our taxpayers' pockets $37 million every year for the next 30 years, we're going to have so much money, it's going to be incredible. There won't be enough money to enough ways to spend the money on parks because the tax measure is flawed and it's too long. So it isn't about whether the measure, there needed to be a measure for parks. I think one can certainly make the justification that there did need to be that, but the tax was too high and too long. That's the problem with the tax. Now, I also have a problem when we continue to do, which is the go-to for some folks, north versus south. I can take you throughout my district and show you parks that are not maintained. Look at Woodward Park, which we all enjoy. That place is brown. There isn't enough water in there. Trees die. So there are parks throughout our city, no matter what part of the city, that are not maintained because it is true. There needs to be $200 million in infrastructure. So I just really hate when we play this north-south game because I challenge anybody from any of the southern districts to point where I have never, or in one instance, not supported improving the southern part of our city and making an investment every single time because I care about every part of the city. And so I hate when we get into this north-south, north-scott, and people voted because they have theirs, and so they want to shut the door, which was alluded to. That's insulting. It's insulting to my constituents, and I really resent when people do that. And I wish we could get to a place where we don't do that anymore. I also want to take exception to saying that our police force don't live here. They go other places. I'd like to see the data where we have 800 sworn officers or underneath that, and they don't live here, and they don't care about parks. I mean, that's painting with a broad brush against our sworn officers, and I don't think that's the kind of thing we should be doing either. So let's stick to facts. The facts are, in Councilman Arias's district, I care that you have a park that it looks like that. It bothers me. It troubles me. I will support any efforts to improve that park and every park in everyone's district because I want everybody to have parks. But this measure is flawed. It was a 30-year tax scheme. And if people supported it, they did. 48% did not. That is not insignificant, and that's not far away from 52%. And again, it's unfair because the rules changed. So that's, again, I just felt the need to address those points.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Does the administration want to weigh in on this, or do you not want to touch this with a 10-foot pole?
He's gonna hire 100 more employees to fix our parks. That's what he said.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, and then I'll wrap up. I think we've talked.
All right, so this whole thing's pointless. The votes are there. It is what it is. The rhetoric I'm hearing, we're a divided city. There's no question about that. And it's, you know, a friend told me one of the many lessons he imparted on me is problem identification is simple, finding solutions for leaders. What's the solution, guys? We can do what we're going to do. We can make these statements, north, south, anti-police, we're not anti-police. You know, what we say matters. What the president said the other day mattered, and we saw the results. We can say we're not anti-police, but we say things, and that matters. And then we disavow ourselves like, oh, we didn't say that at all. Look, it's not about police versus parks. That is a very foolish conversation. Right now, I've got a problem with violent crime in my district. Yeah, I'm North Fresno or whatever you want to call it, but I have problems in my district. I can't get enough traffic officers to deal with the traffic problems we're having in my district. I've had an event where 4 people died in my district. And I'm in North Fresno, so I must be evil. But I don't talk to you guys that way. I don't say that about you. You guys want to play these games? Great, fine. Then that's the way it's going to be. But what are we going to do, guys? What are we going to freaking do to make life better for everybody? North Fresno can't get better if South Fresno can't get better. And guess what? It works both ways. This is probably falling on deaf ears. It is what it is. But I call the question. Let's just vote.
No, I hear you, Councilmember Carbasi. To your credit and to Councilmember Bredefield's credit, you guys actually led the effort on ensuring that we invested the CARES dollars predominantly in South Fresno. That needs to be recognized publicly, and you guys have supported stuff in South Fresno. I'm going to give our mayor here the semi-last word, and then I'll wrap up so we can move on. Mayor Dyer.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I wanted to comment. I was not going to, but when I start to see this divide that occurs in our council, and this divide that occurs in our community, whether it's North versus South, whether it's pro Measure P, anti Measure P, whether it's pro police or anti police, it is a very unhealthy thing for a city, in my opinion, to be so divided. And I think, all of you know, as was stated earlier, that when I was a police chief, I did not feel that Measure P was comprehensive in nature, in that it did not provide for public safety, for police, for fire, and also to that respect, now as a mayor, it's not going to provide the needed tender loving care in some of our neighborhoods, where we have streets that have potholes and sidewalks that are raised and trees that need to be replaced. So it does not do those things. And so I was an opponent of Measure P, but now that the courts have ruled that a simple majority is enough to pass Measure P, I accept that decision by the courts. And I guess part of that has to do with the fact that I worked 40 years in law enforcement. And there were times where I enforced laws that I didn't agree with. There were case laws that overturned laws in general from the legislature. And as a law enforcement officer, we were required and mandated to comply with those case laws. And so in this case, we have a court decision by 3 appellate judges who say that a simple majority was enough to make this measure pass. So I want us as a city, regardless of our past differences, whether we were pro P or Measure P, I really want us to just come together and determine how we're going to utilize these funds, regardless if it should have been a 30-year tax or a 15-year tax or no tax, how we're going to utilize these funds to beautify our city, to beautify our parks, to beautify our trails, to provide job training for our veterans, to be able to provide activities for our youth, to be able to do those things that have the potential to change the trajectory of our city forever. And I agree with Councilmember Butterfield. I come from law enforcement. We are, in my opinion, sorely understaffed as a police department, and we got to figure out a way to enhance the police department and to free them up from doing duties that they shouldn't do. We need to make sure that they have the resources that they need to keep our people safe and to prevent what's happened this last year and early into this year in terms of the gang violence. We need to collectively work together to make that happen. But for now, these funds are geared towards parks and cultural arts and trails. And we need to do the things that's going to establish a framework to allow those dollars to be used in the most efficient manner, to be able to free up general fund dollars so that we can use those dollars for streets, for police, for fire department. And so I just wanted to say that, it breaks my heart to see the debate in our city right now over this when the courts have already decided. So that's all I wanted to say, Councilmember President, and I'm ready to move forward and do what what the majority of the people in this community have voted on.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Appreciate everybody's input. The reason that we're all so passionate and so confident in what we're saying is that we're all partially right. 52% of the residents feel a certain way, 48% feel a different way. But to me, what was really frustrating during that time was that the stakeholders really failed at the negotiating table. And that to me was really the saddest part about this whole process, where from the beginning, we could have gotten a process that would have actually hopefully helped pass this by either 68 or 70% from some of the polling numbers that I was watching. But that's water over the bridge now. We have to move on. And for the record, I did support Measure P. Certain parts of my district supported it. Other parts did not. And I understand why that was, because I had a number of conversations with my constituents. For me, it really signified an opportunity to make some investments in our community that we desperately need. I have Pillabo Soccer Park Complex, as many of you know. It looks much like what Councilmember Arias's picture he was showing looks like. It looks like a dirt field, right? That's not quality of life amenities. And that's something that we can rectify and correct now that we have this opportunity. But what I also want to make sure the public understands, because I believe it was only 3 of us, the council members that are here that were there at the time, are the conversations that happened in this building, where this body did not arbitrarily say that this was a 2/3 majority. That what there was legal precedent, there was legal cause, and there was a legal interpretation of what that actually meant. And I want to make sure that the public understands. And along those lines, I want to inform the public that I had the city attorney draft a chronological timeline of what the Measure P conversation was, of what the legal interpretation was at the time. And I'm going to ask my colleagues if we can release that publicly so that the whole city understands the dynamics that played out with regards to Measure P. Now, having said that, according to our city attorney, we don't have a choice whether we approve this or not. The court has ruled. The probability of that being overturned is very low. From what our city attorney mentioned, we will actually be mandated to approve the Measure P provision as interpreted by the last court ruling. And here's the good news, that with that in mind, we will have an opportunity to make those investments that we want to make in our community. And even though District 6 and District 2 didn't vote for it, they're still going to get investment in that, because I think we would be at a point where it would be shameful to have amenities in the city of Fresno that look like a lot of those pictures that we've seen. That's how democracy works. That's how tax bonds and taxes work, right? Even though you don't support them, you pay them, but you also get some benefit from them. We went through that conversation when I was on the school board and the school bond got issued. There were a number of voters that did not want it, but guess what? We made those investments and they have better schools, they have better amenities, they have better technological services for their students, and they all benefit. So with that in mind, I'll save that other piece for my colleagues on releasing that chronological timeline for the public so that they can have the facts that we had. But I just want to make sure that folks understand this body did not arbitrarily say that it was 2/3 or 50+1%. That was actually done under a legal opinion. And I'm going to ask my colleagues that we release that publicly, because I think folks need to understand what the dynamics were in this building and out there in the community. And so I will be supporting this. City Attorney, when you prepared that chronological timeline, that I believe it was a couple of weeks ago, are there any provisions in there that are not or should not be allowed to the public?
What we prepared was the litigation summary, which will be discussed today, and then we can extract from that the part that would be made public.
Okay. So with that, let me go out to the public. So we've had some folks actually waiting. We have Mr. Jose Leon Barraza. Mr. Barraza, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Council President Chavez. I'd like to thank the sponsors of this resolution, Councilmember Maxwell, Arias, and Soria. This is a very important matter, and I kind of listened to the conversation of all board members. Obviously, I represent Southeast Fresno through the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. In the year 2006, the National Park Service gave the city of Fresno 49 acres of land. We have been waiting and waiting and waiting for an investment on that park site. And I really thank the council because you actually authorized the completion of an environmental study and the architectural work, and we're moving forward to making that project a reality. And I really want to stress the other critical issues relating to health. Chronic illnesses in Southeast Fresno, why are they higher than the rest of the community? And you know, I wish we didn't have to talk about North versus South, but unfortunately, there are many issues that have created a total inequity in our city. For example, the city of Fresno collects a lot of money from revenue fees from park development. You know, developers pay a lot of money. And the question I ask, where has that money gone that has been collected in all the new projects in Southeast Fresno? It goes to pay for the bonds, the old bonds that have been invested in North Fresno. So we need to create equity for us to be proud of our entire city. We love our city, not just Southeast Fresno. But as long as we continue to have inequity, this is going to continue. We need to, and I hear that people really care about the entire city, and I hope that that continues. I also want to thank our new mayor, Jerry Dyer, for being very creative. He's thinking about how do we make this a win-win? How do we spread the benefits of Measure P? And one great idea, he says, you know, we're going to be able to reduce the demands on the general fund by using Measure P. And how about if we use some of the savings to address the police expenditures that are needed? So let's be creative. Let's figure out ways of how we can spread the benefits of this wonderful measure that was approved by the Court of Appeals. And thank you, Mr. President, for supporting Southeast Fresno and our community in creating realities with these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Barraza. Next speaker is Alyssa Bilios. Oh my God, I know I'm bilingual, but I think I'm getting bifocal. Ms. Bilios?
Es exactamente, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Es exactamente lo mismo como en español, Bilios.
Bilios.
I married a Greek. So,
Go ahead.
Elisa Bilios, 5323 North Fisher Avenue, Fresno, 93723. I'm a District 2 resident and a board member of Forgotten Fresno. I think it was around election day. Councilmember Carbasi, Mr. Mosier, and a couple of other gentlemen went around the neighborhood that I live in. Now, I do live in a nice neighborhood, but at the same time, it's a neighborhood full of what you would call pocket parks. And they're nice, but sometimes they're just completely non-functional. So why can't we have these developers with these newer developments not just give us a big green space versus dryscape? And even at that, sometimes they're getting the dryscaping wrong, and then they're having to redo the dryscape. So it's just a waste of taxpayer dollars. In meeting with Mr. Carbasi and Mr. Mosier, you know, how can we, with our nonprofit, work with the city to have benches or tables put in, you know? Because just putting grass and, you know, some bushes and stuff like that, we need more than that. We need lighted spaces. Out here, my children are Central Unified School District. There's no parks out here in Forgotten Fresno. Our park spaces, our green spaces, are owned by Central Unified School District. So soccer practices, you've got teams on top of teams at these elementary schools because we have no parks with lighted spaces for these children to practice in. So are we supposed to have practice at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before the sun goes down in the fall? I work an 8 to 5 job. And I know the football teams, the youth football leagues out here, these teams are spending thousands of dollars to have lights because the only place they can go practice is the park that's over at Marks and Emerson. So, you know, people are paying money, whether they're paying in taxes or elsewhere. So I guess I'm just of the belief of, you know, working smarter, not necessarily harder. And, you know, these different facilities districts that are throughout the city in the newer neighborhoods, you know, be smarter with that money, be smarter with how they are building these neighborhoods. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bilios. Councilmember Carbasi, you had your hand up.
Right. I really want to thank Ms. Bilios for calling in and sharing with us her concerns because she does live west of 99. And just for clarity, sometimes we went into roadblocks. We have to work with what we have. But when she talked about the need for benches, we went out there, completely doable, completely reasonable. So what I did was I got on the phone, I called the quote unquote evil developer and got a $10,000 donation to put in benches, even in a subdivision that isn't his. That's how you get things done. You do what you got to do. So I really appreciate your patience. And if we could just stop replacing our integrity with ego and we can start working together, every district can have what it needs. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilmember Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Very enthusiastic, yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
No.
That's a no?
In support of democracy, no.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria?
In support of democracy, 52%, absolutely yes.
Councilmember Arias?
An absolutely yes, so that we can stop building parks on top of landfills.
Council Vice President Esparza?
My usual mundane aye.
President Chavez?
Yes.
Okay, 5-2.
Thank you. Last public item that we have is 4B. It's a workshop to discuss right to counsel proposal and alternatives to provide residential tenant legal representation. Just a reminder, council, this is not an actionable item. And I understand that Vice President Esparza wants to have some folks chime in. So with that, you have the floor, Councilmember Vice President Esparza.
Yes. So what I was looking for, I mean, I think we've heard both at meetings in the past, as well as privately, individually from different stakeholders that they are interested in the city. They like the city to pursue a right to counsel program. I think there's different ways that program could look, and so wanted to put this workshop out here so we could have a transparent conversation here in the public about what the council's level of comfort is with this type of program, and again, what it might look like. So I believe the city attorney is going to summarize an external proposal that was provided to us, as well as an internal proposal that his office has drafted. So I want us to hear it out, and I want to hear thoughts from my colleagues.
Right. Council, Brianna, if you'd put up the document, please. Yes, during the budget discussion in October, there was an interest expressed in having some kind of program to assist tenants who may be facing wrongful eviction. I think that's timely in the sense that there may be a number of tenants throughout the city who have had rent abatement that will come, or deferral that will come due at some point. And if they can't pay it, then they may be facing eviction, among some other issues. Tenants face issues with landlords following the correct process. Tenants may not understand the process. We deal with tenants facing retaliation for having reported code violations, or evictions may be without the proper legal authority, like using lockouts and that sort of thing. So there was an interest expressed in exploring programs for the city to assist tenants in legal representation where they are facing wrongful eviction. not all evictions, wrongful evictions. Included in the council packet is an 8-page proposal from the Right to Counsel Coalition, which I will summarize here. They describe this as a holistic program. It would be citywide, multi-language. They would include public awareness and outreach. They would include education workshops and clinics in multiple languages and so forth. There would be self-help for tenants served with notices from their landlord, 3-day notices and so forth. There would be legal representation. There would be real-time, same-day legal advice and representation on eviction court days. Rent and utility assistance to mitigate eviction prior to court hearing, in other words, to delay potentially evictions. There'll be collaboration with other prevention programs and in coordination with other existing city programs. They would partner with community-based organizations for outreach to tenants who are most at risk. There would be a comprehensive annual evaluation of the program. And then they estimated that the cost for a complete program at $5.7 million per year to assist 6,900 tenants. And they based those numbers on what some programs that other cities of a comparable size have done. So that is their proposal. Council had also asked me to put together some basic numbers if the city were to do this directly. In other words, we were to hire a lawyer with the appropriate staff and funding to do this, what would it cost the city? And here is our estimate, which is the next page. Brianna? No, thank you. If we were to hire one lawyer to do this, the all-in cost would be about $125,000. It would require about 1/2 the time of a legal secretary at $35,000. And then miscellaneous expenses for computers and all of those sorts of things of about $10,000 for about $170,000 all-in cost per year. And that could be paid within our existing city attorney's office budget. And that would be scalable. In other words, if you want to help more people, you would multiply the cost by the number of lawyers that you would want to hire. We estimate that we could serve approximately 30 tenants per month or 360 per year. But this would be providing representation only for wrongful eviction cases. This is not the holistic program that was described before. This would be a city lawyer that is assigned to assist tenants who are facing wrongful eviction. They would actually go and be their lawyer. So that is my presentation.
All right. Vice President Esparza?
Yes. So taking a look at both proposals, I do want to give some of the folks who have their hands raised from the public a chance to speak, and then I think we can probably come back up here to council and have a more thorough discussion. But I would like to hear out the folks who are in the audience.
All right. With that, we have first up will be Ms. Alexandra Alvarado. Ms. Alvarado, you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Alvarado. I'm a community organizer and a renter. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that receiving legal paperwork can be daunting, overwhelming, and confusing. In Fresno, the disparity of legal representation between tenants and landlords is over 70%. I know it would be overwhelming for me, my family, and my friends. Have any of you received a formal eviction notice, a warning that you will lose your home, your shelter, and the very thing that many take for granted that keeps your life stable? Let's not forget how many of these families continue to live in dilapidated slumlord housing and still pay their rent every month under your watch. Can each of you take a moment to think about everything you will lose if your home is taken away because you don't have enough money to fight for it, because there's a language barrier in the way to fight it, because the systems and policies that are in place were never meant to support you and give your family a fighting chance to have a home, and a home that is a fundamental human need. The housing crisis we are in now has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. There is not enough affordable homes here. Folks are forced to pay much more than 30% of their income for their home and somehow have to manage a costly displacement. Now I get to why what was put forward is not comprehensive. It is not what renters, community leaders, Fresno State students, organizers, and advocates poured hours and hours of research, and meetings into creating the Fresno Right to Counsel Coalition community proposal. With the number of eviction filings that happen in Fresno, over 3,000 and over 28,000 households who are susceptible to evictions, this does not go far enough. It will not work. If the city does not prioritize whole person care in implementing a right to counsel program, people will be left out, families will be continued to be displaced, children will not have the best opportunity to thrive. So I would like city officials to consider this. Why are you setting us up to fail?
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Next up, we have Janine Kosi. You have 3 minutes now.
Evening, Council. My name is Janine Nkosi, and I am the Regional Advisor for Faith in the Valley. I'm also a professor of sociology at Fresno State, and I'm a member of the Fresno Right to Counsel local organizing committee. I want to thank Council Member Esparza for sponsoring this workshop. I want to thank all of the council members who met with our community group. In each one of the meetings that we had with you, we listened very closely to your questions, we listened to your concerns, and we did our absolute best when we left those meetings to go back and do more research, to engage with the experts, residents who are directly impacted by evictions, landlords who are directly impacted by evictions. We met with people who have already successfully passed right to counsel in other jurisdictions and are currently implementing it to learn from their lessons. We also met with folks at the national level who are coordinating right to counsel, successful programs across the nation. And as you all know, we prepared key information materials to share with all of you, a frequently asked questions document, a community proposal that you all have today, a fact sheet on costs and funding. This was a question that kept coming up, like how much will it cost us and how are we going to fund this? And the good thing is that there's a lot of funding out there that is available, and it's in the proposal that we submitted. And the other really good thing is that there is a significant return on investment. So for every dollar that we invest in legal defense, in other jurisdictions, they're seeing $3 return, $6 return, because a legal defense, it significantly addresses the crisis of homelessness. I heard many of you here today. I heard residents on the call today. I heard our newly elected mayor all mention that housing stability is a top priority. Legal defense is one of an essential tool that will promote housing stability. We know that housing instability and homelessness, it costs individuals, it costs families, it costs taxpayers. This is a smart investment. We also know that evictions happen in every one of your jurisdictions. We provided research here locally, and so each of you has constituents that have been impacted by eviction and also are currently in jeopardy of eviction, and COVID is only exacerbating that. Some of the other things I'm really thankful to have been a part of, working with the city attorney on past programs that have really had a positive impact in addressing the slum housing crisis and addressing the boarded up properties crisis that happened after the Great Recession. And so here we are again today in the midst of a global pandemic. And so we have an opportunity to once again work together and find an effective and an efficient compromise between what the city attorney's office is able to do along with the community proposal so that we can work together to safeguard our families. We can work together to address the homelessness crisis, and we can work together to protect our most vulnerable residents, which are children. Children are the #1 group of people who are most impacted by evictions. And as you heard my colleague Alexandra say, Mr. Sloan, we appreciate the proposal that you put forward. It is definitely a piece of it, and we want to work together with you by the end of this workshop so we come together with a more comprehensive solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Ms. Jessica Maldonado. Ms. Maldonado, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jessica. I am a hardworking 25-year-old mother of 6 who was born and raised in Fresno. I graduated high school, I work full time, and I am a community advocate with Faith in the Valley who believes in caring for my community and neighbors. I am one of many that are speaking out, asking for help, because I know it only takes one eviction on someone's record to change their lives forever. When it happened to me, I reached out to all the resources, but no one could help me. The eviction on my record made it impossible to find a place for me and my family to live. I didn't know about it until years later. Then when you go to court, it doesn't matter how much proof you take in, because when I took everything I thought I needed, my eviction wasn't removed. The landlords are the only ones that have the power to remove an eviction. Therefore, in my case, my eviction was never removed, and my kids are the ones who suffered the most. I am speaking out because I remember being homeless with my children and having to take baths in the public restrooms at the parks. I love my children. I'll do anything to protect them. And I don't want anyone else's kids experiencing what mine did. As a parent, you just want to do anything to protect your kids. And it's been really hard trying to protect my children. During a statewide emergency, just this year, I was forced to move out by my landlord, and we had no place to go. I did everything I was supposed to do. I paid my rent, but my lease ended. I was served with a notice to vacate for no reason. Right at the beginning of my COVID-19 pandemic, our landlord wanted us to put our children's lives at risk and refused our rent. I should not be asked to violate the shelter-in-place orders and CDC guidelines and put my children at risk. No parent should. I should not have been forced to choose between my housing and my child's health and safety just because I am a renter. No parent should. So therefore, we are in a statewide emergency. This is a time we all need to be together to help one another. Many people need help before COVID, and now due to this crisis, people need even more help. Many people have lost their jobs, prices are rising sky high, leaving many people without the ability to buy food and essentials, or even to pay their bills. I believe if you're able to make a change, why not do it? Use the power we all have to help our communities and families. The bottom line is everyone needs a home, a place to call their kingdom, because that's what I call my home, my kingdom. Thank you, and I appreciate it for taking the time to hear me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Ivanka Saunders. Ms. Saunders, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Ivanka Saunders, and I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. As you are fully aware, the city of Fresno has been facing a severe homelessness crisis, which is only getting worse due to the pandemic. The city must continue to make strides on leading to solutions and working with the nonprofits, religious, and community agencies that are also fighting this crisis. A right to counsel is a solution that will have a huge impact on stabilizing housing for residents affected by job loss and illnesses from COVID, as well as preventing more homelessness cases as the second wave of COVID-19 comes through. We are sharing with you our proposal and information regarding estimate cost, grant matrix of opportunities to apply for, and a fact sheet for a citywide comprehensive right to counsel. As the city approaches the deadline of January 12th to apply for the second round of federal COVID relief funds, it is important to prioritize some of this funding for this program, as well as continue the Housing Retention Grant Program. City Attorney Sloan has presented to you a city plan alongside the community proposal for a right to counsel. I would hope that the city plan can be expanded to include not only support for residents that have been unlawfully evicted, but to limit and prevent legitimate evictions that are hitting residents due to these job losses and COVID impacts. Without doing that, it is still looking at residents as if this is their own fault and that they're not responsible citizens, and it's victimizing the victim. Mayor Dyer is working on implementation of the homeless initiative, which is great, but this homeless crisis must be attacked from a variety of solutions that can work simultaneously. Residents of our city are suffering from illnesses and job loss before the pandemic hit, and now even worse. And then they are hit with eviction notices. Where do they turn for help? Our legal aid services are inundated. They can only do so much. They don't have the resources as a resident to just go hire an attorney like the landlord does. Only 1% of tenants can walk into a courtroom with representation, yet over 70% of landlords have representation. It's a no-win. They're not going to have a chance, right? Resources of right to counsel and housing retention assistance working simultaneously not only frees up the court systems, it supports landlords to receive their rental income, and it keeps families housed. We will continue to follow up with you for further discussions to figure out how the city plan and the community proposal can work in tandem. I do, as I'm listening to the proposal that Attorney Sloan just presented to you, a term that I know Councilmember Carbasi, you like to use a lot, is bad actors. An idea that I'm just thinking of now could be that it's specialized. What the city can input could be specialized to those bad actors. We know, unfortunately, we have some slumlords that exploit the most poor and those with the least abilities to support themselves. So by working and continuing this conversation, I think that both plans can work together, need to work together, and actually let those that are the bad actors know that the city is invested in making a better opportunity and a change to make sure that this crisis can come to an end, at least in our city. Thank you, and I'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Ms. Amber Crowell. Ms. Crowell, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Dr. Amber Krall. I am a regional housing coordinator for Faith in the Valley. I'm also a professor at Fresno State. I'm part of the Fresno Right to Counsel Coalition, and I'm speaking today regarding our proposal that you all received for a comprehensive citywide right to counsel program for tenants in the city of Fresno. My colleagues who spoke before me have talked a lot about the details of the proposal that outline the cost benefits and the budget and more the technical details. So what I want to talk about more is the impact that this could have. For over a year now, we have been organizing to reduce evictions in Fresno, which were high before the pandemic. 3,000 to 4,000 families are evicted in Fresno County every year, the majority of them in the city of Fresno and all over the city of Fresno, as you can see in the map that we provided in our proposal. All over the city, there are blocks where there have been 10 or more evictions in a single year on a single block. So you can imagine how destabilizing that is for a community. Last year, before the pandemic started, we were observing eviction court every week, and what we saw made something very clear to us. Every Tuesday morning, we watched as tenants packed into the courtroom shoulder to shoulder, standing room only, and waited to be called aside by landlord attorneys. These tenants did not have attorneys of their own. Many of them weren't even sure what they were supposed to prepare for, only that they were summoned to be there and their housing was on the line. We watched as one tenant after another tried to describe their efforts to make rent, mistreatment from their landlords, habitability issues that went unaddressed in their units, and every tenant still lost their case. I didn't see a single tenant win their case while we were observing eviction court because they had no legal representation and they were up against a landlord attorney who knew the ins and outs of their business. We watched as tenants pleaded, cried, expressed worry about their children, and lost their homes. It was clear to us that this was not a court of justice. It is imbalanced. In our research of eviction court records in Fresno, we found that only 1% of tenants had attorneys compared to 73% of landlords. Tenants are rent burdened in this county, in our city. They certainly cannot afford attorneys. Research from cities that have established a civil right to counsel for tenants have seen the following things happen. More tenants rightfully winning or at least negotiating their cases. Less evictions were filed because landlords realized they couldn't just evict their tenants on a whim or for profit. And they were more encouraged to negotiate with their tenants rather than take them to court. And cities save lots of money from the reduced burden on the systems involved in the process of evicting tenants. Additionally, both tenants and landlords avoid the financial burden of going to court, which is a costly process for everybody. Our proposal is a good proposal. It's a smart program. It will temper our housing displacement crisis, which all of you know is a serious problem in Fresno and across the Central Valley. It must be considered in concert with the in-house city program. You should have received a letter from the National Civil Right to Counsel Coalition, which was sent to some of you asserting that our comprehensive program must be part of the plan. Please support our proposal. Thank you for considering it, and thank you for sticking around this evening to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowell. Bringing it back here to the council and Vice President Esparza, I know the intent was to kind of gauge your colleagues and kind of see what the mood of the council was. I'll just flag a couple of things. I know we've had these conversations in the past. Which specific tenants would we be assisting? Would these just be the tenants that are obviously have a means and ways of paying and are just being evicted for X amount of reasons? So I think honing down on the specific folks that this would help the conversation. And then obviously now we have a price tag attached to this and what it costs. I think having that little bit more fuller picture will help in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the cost benefit is clear here. I think there's an advantage to engaging in some version of the program. Taking a look at where we're at right now, what we're discussing here has not traditionally been a city service, municipal service. But again, we by default have acted as the de facto public health agency here locally, and been putting a great foot forward on the homeless issue. And my primary concern is, given the circumstances, that we'll see an even larger increase in the homeless population. And so again, for me, the cost benefit is there. It's really just a matter of what level of investment this council is comfortable with, and that'll determine how many folks we're able to help and how many homeless residents how many residents we're able to prevent from becoming homeless. So that's where I'm at. And again, I'd like to hear from my colleagues. I think I saw a few hands raised.
Councilmember Arias?
Yeah, Council, a couple of points of context for you. As you know, Council President, we were on a call with our lobbyists a week ago, and the latest round of federal relief will include a direct allocations for cities like ours to provide some level of rent relief. The lobbyists and the federal folks are still trying to figure out the guidelines, that they're going to give us and when the money will officially arrive. I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to, spend the time developing what kind of, relief and defense we want to give renters. At the same time, we still have the moratorium against evictions. So there's still some level of protection right now for renters. We know we have money forthcoming from the federal government. So I would offer that we take some time to, connect with the outside advocates, some of the legal experts who've been doing this for quite some time, spend some time with our city manager and our lobbyists to get clarity on the upcoming federal housing relief funds. And then maybe we craft something that addresses additional housing relief that's federally funded, some defense protections that may be externally or internal. And then, we spend the next couple of months, 30 to 60 days developing that so that we can roll out something a lot more comprehensive than simply, being able to help a couple hundred people in a year's time when we know that there's thousands of folks. I would also add that, we're going to have conversations as a council with our city attorney, what the role of code enforcement. I know right now we have quite a bit of them out because of COVID quarantine. But at some point, we're going to have to refocus back on the rental inspection program and making sure that, landlords are following the rules and the properties are being maintained, and so that we don't end up with more deteriorating housing conditions. So I would recommend, the council leadership spend some time or appoint a committee of the council to work with the administration, with some outside stakeholders to figure out a more comprehensive approach and bring it back to the council for consideration.
Great points. I nominate Vice President Esparza, Councilmember Arias, and Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you. I earned that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, I just had a quick point of clarification, either from Councilmember Esparza or City Attorney. Flash by really quickly. You mentioned serving 360 folks per year on average, but I saw 6.9 thousand people being served. Can you explain what that difference was?
The community proposal was to serve 6,900 tenants. My proposal is for one lawyer, you could serve about 360 per year.
For one lawyer, gotcha. Yeah. And that 5.7 million, how many lawyers does that cover?
I'm not sure they said. They just said for that amount of money, you could serve that many tenants.
Gotcha. Okay. I think this is a very timely item given everything that's going on. So interested in learning more. Thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell, I think Janine raised her hand, so maybe she could offer that brief answer.
Ms. Nkosi?
Yes, thank you. One of the benefits of us exploring right to counsel and passing it now is that other jurisdictions have already passed right to counsel. So we have the benefit of learning from them. there's a consulting group called Stout, and they've done these really robust cost benefit analyses and helped other jurisdictions to estimate about how much it would cost for a right to counsel. And so the figures that you see there are based on things like how many evictions. So this is the formula, right, that Stout comes up with. How many evictions happened in our city previously? And so when we did our research, we extracted research from the Fresno County Superior Court from 2016 in particular, because in 2017, a masking law was passed. And so we have like a lot of evictions that are sealed. And so in 2016, there were 3,600 or so formal evictions that were filed through the court. 3,600 formal evictions. And so then you have to have that number first. The second number is you figure out what is going to be the income threshold. So when we looked at like CCLS, who already provides legal aid, but is severely underfunded and understaffed and absolutely, right, needs additional funding so that they could be a part of, this great program that we're going to develop. The income threshold is 125% to 200% of the federal poverty line. So when you look at how many of the 3,600 folks meet that income threshold, and then you factor in on average, how much does it cost for, say, our legal aid partners and the defense attorneys that are already in Fresno, maybe working with law clerks, right, at our wonderful San Joaquin Law College. You factor in the average, like how much time does it take to handle one of the cases, and then how much time, and then what's the hourly rate. So there's a formula that goes into, right, determining why we came up with $5 million. And it's based off of the actual number of court filings, not the figures that I'm actually not really sure where City Attorney Doug Sloan got the figures that he got for his proposal. Our figures come directly from the eviction court records themselves and the Stout reports.
Thank you, Ms. Nicosi. Could you forward that information to our legal counsel or Vice President Esparza? I think that would help in the conversation. Vice President Esparza, I think we got a pretty good read on our colleagues, given that it's now 5:38. We still got some closed session. Why don't we keep the conversation going? Oh, Councilmember Bedingfield, sorry.
A couple of quick questions. So, Doug, City Attorney, so you're talking about $170,000 for one city attorney to handle 360 people who would have had wrongful evictions. Is that right?
Yes, that's my best estimate of what one lawyer can handle in a year.
How are you defining wrongful eviction?
A case where the landlord may not be following the right process. It may be a lockout. It may be where it's retaliation for reporting a code violation. There would have to be an initial interview where we would have to assess that and decide whether or not to get involved.
Right. So you don't know that it's a wrongful eviction at all. You would be just having a lawyer who might be doing investigations. We'd be creating a new government program, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where in the city charter does it say we're supposed to have city attorneys utilized to defend tenants in the city of Fresno?
The charter does not expressly address that.
So are we able to do that then just because city councilman or council want, I mean, are there no restrictions from government programs? We can just create any government program for anything?
The council has broad legislative authority unless there's something in the charter that would indicate that they do not have that authority. And there's nothing that says that you can't do this.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see what comes forward. Today's a workshop, but I mean, we got another government program. We started with a mandatory rental inspection program. I think cost us almost $2 million. And now we're looking at defending legal tenants. And I guess this would be general fund dollars. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
So I know, imagine, I guess we're we're pretty flush with money at the city of Fresno. Now we're going into the rental tenant defense business. I know there's other council members that want to create city attorneys who defend people in our country here illegally. That's on the agenda. And I'm not sure what else will be coming forward. I mean, I don't see any way that I will support these kinds of things. I don't think this is what we should be doing. I don't think this this doesn't advance anything that, again, keeps us more safer, maintains a park, fixes a street or road. So anyway, we'll see how this goes, but another government program that I'm not likely to support.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Does the administration want to weigh in and maybe wrap up so we can go to closed session?
Yeah, I think we just wanted to clarify. So the funding, it's a general fund, so I appreciate understanding that. And I just want to clarify. So we're going to have the public attorneys representing private citizens against other private citizens in the city of Fresno. That's the proposal.
That's the premise.
If we did.
Okay, and then
Yes.
okay, and then I just clarified. So because I want to just, Doug, your interpretation of the charter. If it doesn't say you can't, that means we can?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
All right. Well, it sounds like we got still some work to do. Further discussions that we're going to have on this. It's not an actionable item. So why don't we move on to closed session? Item 5A. First of all, let me go out to the public. Do any members of the public want to comment on any of the closed session items? I don't see any. I'll bring it back. City Attorney, can you announce the closed session items?
Yes, we have two items, existing litigation, City of Fresno and BHC concerning Measure P, and also conference legal counsel deciding whether or not to initiate in the litigation concerning Stephanie Robinson. I would not expect any announcement afterwards.
Thank you. And for the record, we will be adjourning today's meeting in honor of Ms. Lavera Williams, Fresno Police Officer Angel De La Fuente, and Zoyer Zindel. All right, we'll see you in closed session, Council.